And line.
All right, we're going live right now. And we should be live.
How you doing, Ryan?
What's going on, buddy?
Not much. First time on the podcast. Very excited to be here.
Hey, thanks for coming on.
My pleasure.
Dave Shell here to mediate.
He's going to keep things classy for us since I might have some family members watching.
No.
So we're gonna leave the raunchy talk for later.
After hours. So let me go post the link real quick.
Sounds good.
And that way you can get our usual suspects on here asking questions.
Great.
Sasquatch is with us. Right. Oh, yes. Oh, Sir Fatty has joined us. It's, Sir Fatty is TJ Foley.
Sounds like my nickname in high school.
Really? You've slimmed down since high school?
No, I mean that was when I used to roll up with all the music guys and smoke behind the bleachers.
Oh, that's
bleachers, you know?
Okay, not that you're wearing a 4X like Sir Fatty.
No, I was always very lean. I was always had genetically a very lean build. Right now, I'm sitting around 160, which is close to my skinny, fat, untrained weight. But so Sir Fatty, is that TJ Trout, you said?
TJ Foley.
No, TJ Foley.
Oh, okay.
From Maryland.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got a buddy, TJ, who pulls at Lethal Arms.
Right.
So give him a shout out real quick, first of all. Yeah, all the guys at Lethal Arms are great. They're all great guys. I love all those guys.
Except for Warren.
Yeah, well, Warren, he's just full of himself, man.
He actually used to be like a co-host on the podcast way back.
Oh, nice.
Me and him kind of started coming on here, just interviewing random people and doing stuff.
What happened? You guys get a divorce?
No, we just, things get crazy with life and stuff,
Hey, you can't do it all, right?
He still comes on once in a while.
Oh, I know. I'll talk to Raver about it. He only has nice things to say about you.
Well, that's good.
He's a great guy. I'm like, and as a coach too, because he was kind of the one that brought me into the fold, when I first started showing up at Lethal Arms practice. And, he's really the one holding it down every weekend. Raver is there, making sure that the practice is going and making sure that the guys are on the chat. And, he's really the glue that's holding it all together. And for those Lethal Arms practices, got to give him his props.
That's good. So how did you get into arm wrestling? Like, what made you interested in arm wrestling in the first place?
I don't know. It's probably a Devin video sometime. Isn't that everybody's? But I remember,
of course.
I don't know. I think it was like 2016 and it was on TV. I think it was an Arm Wars special. And it was that rooftop special in Vegas where I think like all the top guys like Devin and Bajan and Richard Lubkiss and all those guys were pulling on the rooftop for an Arm Wars event. And, I just kind of fell in love with it. Just over the years, just kind of developed, obsession with it, I'm sure, as we all do as fans. And then I just kind of jumped on like the YouTube rabbit hole and like kind of fell off for a year or two while I was doing music stuff in the Philadelphia area where I grew up. And then I got into it again, like really big during the COVID. And I just was like, just getting obsessed with it. And, it kind of started out with just, the knowledge of like the top 2% guys, all the East Coast West King of the Table. I didn't really start, knowing and understanding this whole world of arm wrestling that exists under that 2%, and it's just like so much to take in and learn. And the more I think I learn, the more I know. And, all the networking with all the other 98ers, it's just been kind of crazy so far. But I remember, I think it was that rooftop match where Devin and Bajan pulled, and Bajan of course doing his loudmouth stuff, and you know, Devin was still kind of humble Devin at the time. You know, he wasn't like, you know, did you fart Prudnik Devin?
Right.
You know, he was less of a, you know, less of a shit talker. So, you know, of course we all love that Devin now, but that kind of got me into it. And then just falling in love with all the guys now, all the pullers like Wagner Bortolato, or, you know, Alex Kerdecha, you know, like all these, the top 2%ers. I know we're not supposed to talk about them, but I love all those guys too, you know? So it's kind of like, that's how it got me in. And eventually, you know, I just started learning more and more the heavies and the super heavies and the middleweights. And I found out that I'm like, oh, Paul Lynn is right in my area. I moved into the Harrisburg area in 2018. So I moved here for work. We can save that for another aspect of it, but I just didn't know that I'd be moving into Paul Lynn's backyard. So for me to luck out as a fan and be like, oh, this guy's 10 minutes from me, you know, I can go. It's like being a fan of basketball and then going and playing one-on-one with Michael Jordan. Like, those dudes do not have accessibility like these big pullers, like Paul, and Paul being a super nice guy. You know, all I did was message him and reach out to him, and then suddenly a week later, I'm pulling at a Lethal Arms practice in Harrisburg.
Yeah, that's the best part.
Actually, Paul used to get to a lot more of them than he is now, because of course he wasn't running around to, you know, Dubai and Turkey and, you know, all the, you know, places he's going now. So he was much more active with Lethal Arms at one time.
Yeah, and he still comes out, you know, every once in a while, you know, for the big practices, you know, when all the top guys come and pull, and we all understand, hey, he's got big fish to fry. You know, this Saturday he's pulling Pavlo at the Monster Factory. Mm-hmm. You know, he's got that the championship belt for, was that East First West 6 coming up in January, where was he pulling Rustum?
Yeah, I believe, yes.
So, you know, the guy's, you know, he's on a tear, you know, and his performances, but where he's pulling less, he's guys just in beast mode. So, you know, we can you know, we can forgive him for not showing up to table practices, you know, when he's over in Istanbul and Turkey, you know.
That's bullshit. He should be there.
But, you know, it's all those other guys are there. Like, you know, all the guys in Lethal Arms are great. Like Warren Raber, you know, Justin Bear, Trapzilla. You got guys like John Anthony, Dan, you know, new pullers that I know, like John Stoltenberg and Scott. And like, it's just like a great group, and we're all just kind of learning off of each other, and you know, trying not to rip each other's arms off in practice, because I have that habit of oh, let's just do some light technical work. Yeah. 5 minutes later, we're fucking redlining, you know. So it'd be nice if we brought a little more of the tactician aspect to you know, the practices. But you know, once the blood gets going, everybody just wants to pull.
Yeah.
When it comes down to it. You know, and that's the fun part. That's what we're all there to do, you know.
Yeah.
So that kind of started my interest in the sport as a fan, you know, on YouTube, and then as a puller, hooking up with Paul and Lethal Arms. But before that, you know, part of my life, I had nothing to do with even like fitness or arm wrestling. I was a musician for 20 years in the Philly area, you know, playing bass and, you know, living the Grateful Dead neo hippie life. You know, it was a great experience.
What part of Philly?
I lived in the western suburbs. I grew up in a town called Lafayette Hill. Bigger area you might know is like Conshohocken or Plymouth Meeting or King of Prussia. It's all kind of the same area, western suburbs of Philly. Yeah. And you know, I had some musician buddies who I went to school with. I went to Temple University for a while and took some classes out there. I ended up dropping out and joining a cover band called the Rockets, which was a big top 40 cover band, and they did all the gigs from Atlantic City to the Jersey Shore. You know, I was doing music with a couple wedding bands, you know, just trying to make a career out of doing that. And, it was great, but, it's hard to pay electric bills on bar peanuts. So, I had to find something else to do financially. So I kind of gave up the musician's life. And I had a buddy in Philly who I lived with, not who I lived with, who I went to school with, and he owned a bounce house rental company. I was like, oh, okay, he needed a solid manager. So I managed that for a couple of years. Did that. It's Moon Bounce Philadelphia, Jason's Jumpers, if you want to check it out. Ryan, that reminds me of a point. I have to make sure we get an inflatable for Winter Blast. I don't know if you talk.
Yeah, we started going back and forth with the venue about it.
Okay, well, just let them know, I've got all the credentials. I'm a fully certified amusement ride inspector. We're issued our credentials by the Department of Agriculture's Bureau of Rides and Amusement Standards, fully licensed and insured.
Yeah.
So,
they're more, they got to measure the height of the ceiling for us to let us know if it'll fit.
Well, it's the least I can do, to make sure I have something for the kids to do while everyone's at the event, pull in.
Yeah, awesome, dude.
It's what I can do. So,
that's great. We appreciate it.
No worries. So
Cool.
To finish the story, so I was managing that company. I kind of just decided to come out to Harrisburg and do my own thing. So I came and I started Rent Bounce, and been doing just inflatable rentals in the Harrisburg area. And then that's where I started to get in the fitness too, because it's bounce houses are very physically intensive work. You think, most people think, oh, bounce houses are it's rainbow magic and fairy dust and it just shows up in your backyard. Like, no, there's big men like flipping 300-pound giant egg rolls like in and out of trucks all day. Right. So that's where I kind of got the idea of Bounce Fit, because it's a play on like CrossFit, because you have like certain foundational movements. Like I've heard guys, that are pullers, like, oh, they're mechanics, or, they do construction, or he's holding a jackhammer. It's like, what I do, it's like, it's farmer's carries. I'm carrying 50-pound sandbags, or I'm doing tire flips where it's like, instead of strongman tire flips, they're bounce flips, So that's kind of like how I got the basis for my fitness background, my foundational strength. And then I really started to get in the gym lifts a couple of years ago when I quit smoking cigarettes. I smoked cigarettes for like 20 years. Let's see. So I just quit kind of cold turkey and, I started doing the gym bro lift and stuff. And I was just like, oh, well, I'm starting to get fit. I love arm wrestling. Maybe I can do both and, give it a shot. But so that's where the idea of Bounce Fit is just fitness and inflatables, which is basically my life. So. And then that just kind of the fitness stuff just kind of opened the door for the arm wrestling, because I kind of finally felt like strong enough where I could, want to test my might, So it was cool. So I kind of got hooked up with Lethal Arms there in Paul. So let's see, just want to just go over some stuff I wanted to mention. So, forgot I wanted to bring up. So one of the Lethal Arms guys tonight, Justin Bear, Trapzilla, he's got a big Rough and Rowdy pay-per-view match that's going on right now, I believe.
Yeah.
And that's not arm wrestling, it's boxing, just to let the fans know.
Right.
But
it's more brawling than boxing, but yes.
Yeah.
We're not talking Queensberry rules here, I don't think tonight, but
yeah, it's pretty rough.
Daniel Yurich said this guy's a golfer, not an arm wrestler.
Well, get me on the greens. I could never golf. I had that lefty curse. I just hook balls right into the sand traps.
So, what's the first tournament you went to?
Oh yeah, so the first tournament where I met Dave for the first time was Fall Brawl. And that was not even too long ago. Was that like 4 weeks ago?
Yeah.
So that was even the first time that I even pulled. Like I started again pulling in about 4 months ago in August. I think like mid to late August was my first table practice. And due to work and injuries, I only went to a few table practices and stuff. And even at that, I didn't even do any ready goes. It was all just slow pulling, just like working, guys showing me different lanes and different vectors and angles and stuff like that to work with, and trying to correct my shitty, horrible form, and keep trying to keep my shoulder square, and all the basic stuff. And so oh, I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. So before that, and then so the first time I did any Ready Goes was Fall Brawl. So I showed up, I was about 164 pounds, I think, that day when I weighed in. So at the novice, I think, was an open class. So there was dudes in of any weight that could be in there. So I pulled novice first, and then by the time I got at the end of the class, I pulled 176 as well, but I was just blown up. I had nothing left in the arms. So, but I finished third for the novice on left for Fall Brawl, which was a great experience overall. I got to meet so many good guys there. I just want to shout out a couple names. Like, I met Roger Learn for the first time. I've heard about, the legend of him, winning keystones on a broken arm.
Yeah.
So, that was super cool meeting him. And he was chilling with Ryan Ross, I believe his name. So it was nice talking to those guys and just chatting up with them, during a round for the after polls. It was just so cool seeing all these guys that, I've only seen on YouTube or, on the pod.
Yeah.
Before, and I get to finally see their face. I'm not just some goon, on the text screen with with a funny Devin Laird, Hermes Gasparini, troll name or something. I'm actually a real person,
Right,
so it was super cool. And a lot of the LA guys pulled there. Ben Marino, who's I don't know if he's on social media at all, but the dude's a beast.
Yeah.
I've seen him pull a couple times, and I think he might have finished second for Fall Brawl. Dave, do you know?
Very possibly. I don't know. Moreno. You mean Moreno? Ben?
Yeah.
He's actually he's from Delaware, and works out sometimes with the New Jersey people, sometimes with Dave Morocco out of Baltimore.
Yeah.
Okay, because the first time I met him, Paul had brought him into a Lethal Arms table practice. Yeah, it was like, I guess he was pulling with them, getting ready for East vs. West event.
Mm-hmm. I will say this: unless you started smoking in elementary school, you do not look old enough to have for 20 years and then given it up.
Well, if you can believe it, I told you I was a musician. I just played my 20th year high school reunion.
Mm.
Wow.
2 weeks. So I did Fall Brawl, and then a week later I drove to Philly to do that gig and play with my old slap at the bass, with my band boys.
That means depending on what tournament you go to, you qualify for Masters in another 2 years.
Oh man,
that's a depressing thought. No, there's some that generally speaking,
I thought Masters was over 50.
Traditionally Masters was 40.
Yeah.
And Masters 40, Grandmasters 50, and Senior Grandmasters 60. Since 40 basically is not exactly decrepit. I mean, after all, Paul Lynn qualifies for Masters, for God's sakes. So does Marco Barboza. Most of them are going to like 49 and 59 rather than 40, 50. There are still some tournaments, however, such as Sit Down Nationals in Virginia, Yorktown, which is in April, that they still do go with 40, 50, 60. And not last year, but the year before, Marcio Barboza showed up and pulled Masters, and people said, "What?" But there are a lot of 40-some people who were, somewhat embittered by that, but they got over it in time.
Yeah.
Yeah, Barboza's a beast. Love that guy. So, so back to Fall Brawl. So again, just like getting the grip up and shake hands, and even just after pulling with some guys who are just on my level. I just wanted to shout out a couple names that I meant there, like dudes from Team Predator. You got Mo Jersey. Their team leaders, Mike Andrevic.
Nobody else can pronounce it either, but Andrevic.
Yeah, so save me and so those guys were cool guys. Talking to them, he was actually head reffing a few of my matches. Mike was, and me and Mo Jersey, we DM on Instagram all the time and just talk about arm wrestling and 98er shit. And, it's a super, super cool networking experience. The guys that I pulled with, a couple guys that I want to mention that are out of Team New Jersey, that I lost to in on my third place finish, was Ivan Prokupuch. He's a Russian.
Yeah.
Sorry, Ivan, if I butchered your last name, bro. And Taub. So Ivan and Taub, they're both out of Team New Jersey, the new pullers. That's Steve's camp, right?
Steve Walker?
Yeah.
I think Ivan pulls with Vinicor in them.
Oh, okay. I thought they were in the same camp.
They kind of, Steve does a practice at his house, and Vinicor does it at his mom's warehouse. So,
okay.
Yeah. So,
Steve has
considered both Team New Jersey, though.
Yeah, Steve has practiced Monday night.
Okay, Team Jersey. Okay, is Ed Cruz? He's a Team New Jersey guy, right?
Once again, he's kind of in both. Ed is usually there. The Team New Jersey. It was an outgrowth of both Team New Jersey and Philadelphia Arm Wrestling that gets together Tuesday nights at Vinicor's warehouse in just off County Line Road in Huntington Valley. Monday nights is Walker at his place in New Jersey. And so a lot of, there are a number of folks that go to both or alternate back and forth between one and the other. Good bit overlap.
Nice. Oh, all brothers here. I just want to bring up Ed. I think he's a super cool dude. I have a lot of same interests. We're both like Van Damme fans, and he's into like the martial arts and the strongman shit. He's a cool puller, cool guy. So it's just like I try to emulate a lot of these guys, like the Ed Cruz or who's another good guy around my weight. I could shout out like like a Cody Wood. Cody Calisthenics is his Instagram. So this dude is doing incredible numbers on weighted pull-ups.
Yeah, he is.
Incredible numbers and incredible shit. So I'm like, hey, I see these guys, and I try to emulate, a lot of what they're doing because you don't broke something that's already fixed, So it's cool to just kind of like see these guys and just try to get into their world a little bit and try to get some recognition. I shook hands with Ed, and we did even a little after pulling on, Dave, we did some after pulling as well when we met for the first time at Fall Brawl. So that was a chance just to grip up with Ed and do some after pulling. It was just super cool experience for me. And I was happy just to place, to be honest, and just meet all the people there and network and just get my feet wet,
So hell, you won more matches your first tournament than I won in my first year, but congratulations.
That's not too shabby though, huh? So I may have bit off more I can chew because I'm still dealing with a lot of newbie pains. It's like that first table practice I went to. I felt so strong, and then I was like, oh, I'll go back to the gym the next day and try to do a 75-pound dumbbell bench press. I'm like, oh, that didn't feel too good. I'll try to do pull day after that. By day four, I was done. I had, the shock had set into my joints, all those newbie pains and stuff were in. So it's been hard to like dealing with that, but it's like all the advice from all the pro pullers, that when I get disheartened that I hear the guys, and they're all just so supportive.
We warn people.
Helps me get disheartened with those newbie pains,
Yeah, we warn people that if you feel okay the next day, you're not necessarily out of the woods yet, because a lot of times it's the second day after you pull that some of the pain hits.
Exactly, and I had the hubris. I was just like, oh, I felt so good. I was like, oh, I'll be fine. I'll push through the pain. No, I was chill for that first week. Don't go back to the gym is what I tried to tell other guys. For that first weekend, and that's what the guys told me too. I just didn't listen.
No one ever does. But you got to experience for yourself,
Yeah, I had to learn the hard way. So I ended up getting a little injury my brachioradialis. So if you notice, a lot of times when I'm setting up, I don't even know if I should put this out there, but a lot of times I'll dump my riser and go for like low hand top roll. If you notice a lot of that Florida footage or Fall Brawl footage, you notice that. It's because, when I first developed the injury on my left, it's affecting my riser. So I kind of have to dump it in order to pull. So, it's just, I'm exploring different lanes. I'm still a lot more connected on my left hand than I am on my right, but I just still have so much to learn. technique wise. I mean, all these little micro movements between, riser and pronation, supination, back pressure. I wasn't doing those lifts, 6 months ago. I was doing gym bro, push pull, typical bullshit.
Nobody was. The only people that basically do wrist curls or basically wrist exercises are us and gymnasts.
Yeah,
I mean, even if you deadlift or that sort of thing, you're getting the grip, but you're not deadlifting with your wrist curl.
Yeah.
And so there's stuff we do that really nobody else does.
Yeah, and the looks that you get from people now. So I'll go in there and I'll try to, like I said, I'm trying to emulate the pros and how they lift. So I'll go in there with my martial arts strap and I hook up to the cable. I start doing riser and pronation and stuff. And you get looks from some of these people. Like what the hell is this guy doing?
And you tell them, you recruit them,
right? Well, I went in my East vs. West arm wrestling shirt today when I went to Planet Fitness, just so I could get a little pump pics, and tag Artem in '98 in there. But that was another cool thing. We'll get into the Florida stuff for in a minute, but yeah, like all those guys. Just helping me out with those newbie pains. So there's other newbies I wanted to like talk about. Like there's a lot of guys from like the Ottawa high hookers. Of course Devon's can, but like guys like John Slim Reaper, Daniel LeBray, Dylan, all those, kind of lower and 98ers in the high hookers that we kind of message about. I'm like, oh, dude, you're in Devon's team. That's awesome, Yeah. So it's cool. And, they give me tips and stuff. Another guy who's a young stud. His name is Levi Ratowski. He's in North Carolina. And he's, I think, the teen champ. And in August, he's going to be competing at the We the North event.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he's going to be pulling the teenage champ Casey Bossum.
Yeah.
So that's a cool.
Probably get to meet him. I think he's coming to the thing in North Carolina that I'm going to in mid-January. I might see him there. Levi
is a super cool guy. He's very knowledgeable. He's already seems like he's on a pro level as far as his mindset and his training. And like he DMs me a lot. We go back and forth. He's helping me kind of, show me the path on, developing training protocol and stuff, and, just talking me through the newbie pains and, how to schedule lifting and pulling simultaneously. Cause that's the big thing that I've had difficulty managing is.
And if I'm correct, he's not out of high school yet.
Yeah, he's very young. No, I think he's like 17.
16, 17, yeah.
Yeah. So that kid's got a bright future. Like he's big too. He's like a 260, 270 guy, massive. And he's got that massive, like, it's not like a fat, like, it's not like a Corey West 400. It's like an Alex Kardeccia 360.
Yeah.
Where it's like lean mass, So, it's functional mass. So he's a big boy. I expect him to smash. So he's a super cool guy. Guys like Taylor Toothpick Gunderson, who I met at Florida Champs. I think his coach is Bob I don't know, Solik.
Bob was ran the beast mode for years before he moved to Florida.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Bob. Yeah, they actually had 3 people from beast mode independently moved to Florida. Everybody's trying to get the hell out of New Jersey. Sowick, and then Wayne Kiefer and Dave Grabowski. Oh, and 4. It was Jerry. I think Jerry was his name, the dentist. At least 4 people from beast mode all said, time to get out of New Jersey and head to Florida, and Bob was one of them.
Get down to the Mecca. It's like the Mecca down there, baby. Beautiful. So I think that might bring us onto our next time. Well, first, before we go to Florida, when we talk about Jersey for a little bit more, I always see stuff from High Five. They're Jersey based, right?
Yep.
And that's Christopher Florendo, right?
Florendo, yeah. Chris Florendo and Jason Charity were the 2 that were beast mode people and also then started that. And so they now have actually 2 teams in North Jersey, beast mode and High Five.
Nice. So it's just like putting all these, like, I'm like connecting all these strings and chains and trying to put all these people together in my head. It's a lot to try to absorb. I'm getting there slowly and surely. I know I still have a lot to learn, but the facilities in that place, in the High Five, and the content that they put out online is top notch.
Oh yeah.
That's where the Arnold qualifier, I believe, was held, right, guys?
Right.
Yes.
And Dan the Nightmare Swartz just qualified at that location a little while ago, right?
Yep.
Is his match tomorrow?
Whose match?
Evans?
When is that? When is Arnold's?
No,
it's not tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
I gotta look at the dates. I don't have them.
No, wait, Arnold's. You don't mean Arnold's. You mean
Olympia.
Olympia.
Oh yeah, the Olympia. Yeah.
Arnold's is in March.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. For the Olympia. When's Dan? I'm just trying to find out when Nightmare is pulling next.
I don't think it's this weekend, but I don't know beyond that.
Well, I wish him best of luck. I always,
he was gonna come on tonight, but he just messaged me. He has a work thing because he wanted to talk to you on here.
I don't think we've ever personally spoke. I know I haven't met him, but I've seen like a lot of videos of him on YouTube where, the pit practices, of course, practices in the pit. And even I saw one where he even hosted one, I think it was this summer at his house, like in his backyard. That was like and there was like a bunch of super matches there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he does that every year.
Right.
It's awesome. So you can tell just the genuine like love and like sincerity for the sport that guy has, and like his admirable also fitness transformation. Because I didn't even know that at first that he went through such a drastic fitness transformation, and it just shows you. My buddy TJ was the one that told me about it. He was like, "Yeah, dude dropped like 100 pounds." So it's like. It's just a guy, just like a stand-up guy. You can just tell he's a good guy, and I'd love to grip up with him one day.
Really nice events there. The problem with it is, you have to get past New York City to get to it, and it's just a pain in the rear getting out there. It's like $40 round trip just for tolls, and it's just you end up doing the George Washington and the Cross Bronx and the Long Island Expressway, and this is a pain in the rear getting there. Once you get there, these nice events.
Yeah, I'm sure it's nice, but yeah, that's tough for a Central PA guy to get out there, But the Jersey stuff, and I want to get together with practice polls and all these guys that I've met. It's just so hard to find the time and the scheduling, to get out there and do it. But also,
you're in the right place for it. I mean, like I'll tell you, within about under 2 hours, say an hour and a half, hour and 3/4 of Allentown, I could have a practice every night. There's somebody practicing every day of the week. Saturdays a little bit. As long as they do lethal arms on Saturday, every day of the week. Now, with you and being in Harrisburg, you have a number of them within a couple hours of you as well.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, people travel, babe. I've noticed that people travel a lot, for the sport, and hey, it's worth it. But
there are people in some parts of the country would kill for a practice within 3 hours. Because there's some people that really have to, put a lot more mileage on the car to get to one where, like I say, within, I know with Harrisburg, you could have somebody Saturday, Sunday, Wednesday, Saturday, Sunday, Tuesday, Monday, depending how far you're willing to go. There's something, within a couple hours of you almost every day.
Yeah, yes. And I say, tell the guys half from Lethal Arms or 90% of those guys are driving at least an hour just to get to the table practice, at least. So it just shows you the kind of the level of dedication that pullers have for this sport. It's just very admirable. I know Dan, he's the man, and I look forward to. I hope he does well at the Olympia. Nightmare does. I think I talked with one of his guys, lower guy Jason Madamba. I think might pull with his camp, but another guy, another 98er that. I just message and we just talk. There's so many guys that would just talk shop because our wives and girlfriends and brothers don't want to hear it. They're so sick of me talking about arm wrestling. Everybody in my life, except for the 98ers, so. And I hear a lot of everybody, saying the same stuff. But yeah, that's super cool. I hope I get to grip up with Jason soon, bro. A little shout out to you. But who
are a few guys that you've pulled that you feel are like on the same level as you, or close, like that you're close with?
That's tough. I haven't gripped up with a lot of people. There's a couple guys on my team, like Scott. He's like a 165 guy. We pulled at Fall Brawl. He just joined Lethal Arms not too long ago. He's tall, rangy, it's kind of like a Tom Holland type.
Yeah.
Long, lean, kind of like similar to me, but he's a little taller, a little leaner. But he very strong. Again, we went 1-for-1 at Fall Brawl. Yeah. Guys in my camp, there's plenty of guys that they're pretty much all better than me, but sometimes I feel like they're just letting me work, and giving me a lot. But guy who used to come, who now has a table in Lancaster, there's a gym called Foundry in Lancaster. And my buddy, John Stoltenberg has a table out there, and I'd love to get him. He's getting massive. He's been bulking up and I've been cutting down. And I feel like I had him last time on the table, so maybe he'll want to get a little revenge. And I'm going to go over to do some practice pulls with him and his buddy Dylan, both super strong and cool guys.
Well,
so
John unfortunately is out of it for at least a short period of time because he injured himself, stabbed his hand or something or other.
I saw that he posted something. He had stitches on his thumb or something.
Yeah, I can't recall how he did it, but stabbed himself somehow.
Yeah, that's a shame. That's a shame. Well, at least it's not like a torn. I don't know if he has any tendon damage in his hand or anything from that.
No, I don't think so.
He's
just not able to pull because of the blood for a while.
Yeah, but he's a cool guy. So shout out to John. I'm gonna have to get over to Foundry Lancaster soon, do some pulling with them. Let's see. So it's just been great trying to, get all this support from people in the sport. There's like just random people. Like Anna Sigrid. She was the women's worlds. She just won worlds. And I've just been like messaging with her and, about, East First West. She's the one that handles pretty much all the legwork for Engen. So she's been a big help and giving me advice and stuff. And, she was the one that hooked me on when I got those East First West shirts. She was the one that told me, sent me down the pass so I could get them from Artem. So that was super cool. So I want to give a shout out to her. Also the Aussie arm wrestler, Jake Ward. That dude is super cool. Very accessible guy. I love his YouTube channel. He comes out with great content. He's a dead set legend.
Yeah, he's
we do get him on here occasionally. In fact, we do have somebody from Australia on. Queenslander is actually who's in Victoria, in the state of Victoria now, not in Queensland, but he's on with us tonight because they're about 15 hours or so ahead of us. So it's like noon to early afternoon in Australia, depending where you are. And so we have them with us quite often.
Nice. Speaking of an Aussie boy, I'd like to give a shout out. That's given me a lot of technical advice. This guy named Sherman Burgess. I don't know if you heard either of you guys know that guy, but he's a stand-up bloke. Like I was talking about before with the just technical stuff, and he was sending me like personalized videos on like training stuff and techniques and just showing how to bulletproof the forearm. It's like he didn't have to do that. God just knows I love arm wrestling. He loves arm wrestling. He took the time out of his schedule to do it, So that's super cool. Super cool guy. Aussie. He's a dead set legend. Ready, bang! Give out for Jakey and.
It's a very supportive, group. We have a gent named John Livia that runs a podcast out of North Jersey, whose background is bodybuilding and powerlifting, and he said he wished he would have found pulling years ago, because he said of the groups, he said, bodybuilders, basically, the center of narcissism, essentially. And even power lifters, they have better than bodybuilders as far as being friendly, but nothing like pullers that, that are absolutely the best group as far as, the camaraderie, the helping each other out and so forth.
Oh yeah, totally. And just getting like reshares from like top, even like 2%ers, like guys like Coach Ray or like Devin, just, when I had that Florida, highlight reel, I shared it on my page, and, Paul Lynn will share it. It's just like, it just feels so good getting acknowledgement from like guys that you're just like fans of.
Well, and actually, one of the big boosts that we got was Ryan had early on had these absolutely ridiculous videos with exercise bands that got picked up by.
I saw that shit's hilarious, right?
And basically went. But no, you're absolutely right. I'll tell you,
Devin shared it and it went viral, and then Levon shared it.
Nice. Yeah, Levon. I think he actually responded to a message I sent once. Dude is massive. Oh my God. Speaking of, God, did you see that picture of Levon standing next to Paul?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And you think about how big Paul is in person, and
Like,
then you think, wow, yeah. Levon's like to him.
It doesn't even make sense. It kind of bothers, like, what would I look like standing next to Levon? I wouldn't even look like I exist. Would I even look like I'm there? Or would it, It's like I'd be like translucent. You couldn't even see me. But that's fuck,
But yeah, it absolutely is remarkable the number of the number one people, the way they, the top people, how they will interact with you, as you've said several times. When I first started 5 years ago, I broke my arm fairly early on, and somebody made a comment to me that Dave Chafee had pretty much sucked before he broke his arm, and then he broke his arm. He came back from that. It was improvement city, and I thought, I I wonder why. It's just more motivated or whatever. And they said, well, I'll ask him. And instead they sent Chafee a note and said, hey, you're going to be hearing from Dave Shell. And so I sent him a text and, basically, told him my situation and got this very lengthy, gracious reply. And this is when he was probably like number 2 in the world, and some people consider number 2. And who the hell was I? Some schmuck that had just started, or 4 months ago, rather. And, but, you just don't find that, in other sports.
Yeah, you don't. You can't rub elbows with guys in other sports like you can. That's another reason why I love it.
Yeah,
it's like you said, the accessibility. It's like,
you're not going to go catch with your favorite pitcher after the game. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we'll have a catch in the backyard.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, show me how you did that. Show me how you put that curve on that curveball.
Right.
Oh, man. Come on. But that's super cool. So speaking of like guys and camaraderie and brotherhood, the guys from Pulse TV, I got to give a big shout out to Manolo Sanchez and the guys from Pulse TV. They're the huge, Puerto Rican arm wrestling channel.
He's been on our show before.
Oh, nice.
Nice. Yeah, he's a good dude.
Super cool.
He's been on ours, and actually, the Nightmare and I were on his on one occasion. Ryan was tied up that night, so he couldn't be on. But I had Manolo interviewed me and the Nightmare on his program. Maybe a year or 2 back.
Yeah, super nice guy.
Yeah, very nice.
He's doing some big things over there.
Oh yeah, he's doing big things, and he's on top of it.
Yeah,
he grinds hard, like with content, which is what you grow the sport. It's what you got to do. So he kind of saw like, that I was like kind of putting out some content, and that I was like planning on going to the Florida Championships. So it'll be kind of a good precursor to get into our main topic. So he messaged me because I think he was having trouble, getting film. So he was like, oh, I'll hook you up. I'll pay you. And I was like, bro, I don't want your money. It's like, I'll film stuff, and whatever I can film, I'll get you. I'd rather you not pay me so I don't get a guarantee, and shit. But he was just like, oh, it's just super nice guy. I ended up like, I'm trying to get all the Noel's and Sadiel's matches for him. And he suddenly this morning, I checked my feed and he has this awesome highlight package where it's like a poster board promo with like a highlight video of me and my matches that he put on Pulse TV, I was not expecting that. It's like super. It's super. I don't know if you guys saw it, but
Yeah.
If you could put it in the link in the chat, that'd be cool if someone could put it in the chat. But if you look at Pulse TV, it'll just have like, Troy Taub, amateur Florida state champion, and it's me with like a 98 thing and just like super like professional looking. And he did all that just because I gave him some videos when I was there.
That's all. Yeah.
He's like, talk about like an awesome guy.
Yeah.
Like that's just like a super stand-up thing,
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
And that brings me to the next. So Sadiel, I believe I'm pronouncing his name right. It's Sadiel, right?
You're doing. I'm not sure where you're going with it. What's the?
Well, Sadiel and Noel, they're the brothers. Noel had the super match at Florida State Championships. Noel versus John Tyrion.
That I don't know.
So that was the big match at the Florida State Championships. That was like that was the super match that started off the event. You had John Tyrion, who is a beast. That dude's right arm is unstoppable. I saw him pull on Arm Wars 2 matches. One was Froda Hoagland, and he dominated him convincingly.
That's good.
And then the next one was he pulled Coach Ray, and I think it was like I think it might even been a silver bullet.
Wow.
So like the dude was no joke. He's on, Neil Pickup reaches out to you and pulls you on Arm Wars. You must be doing something right. So
yeah,
I think he ended up going 3-0 on John Tyrion went 3-0 on the right against Noel, who is the bigger of the 2 brothers. The Nunez brothers are like one of the couple top guys from Puerto Rico. So they were both there. Sadiel was pulling at the 176 Pro, I believe. And I don't know how he placed, but I think he might have came in second. I don't know. But and then Noel was pulled in the super match. And he actually went both arms with Tyrion. And his left arm, I think he dominated John.
Yeah.
So I don't know if he's a lefty guy, but hey, I'm a lefty guy. Left arms matter.
They do.
So, that was just a super cool. Like they gave me a picture with Noel and Sadiel, and I'm in the middle, a little man sandwich. So, that was super cool. These guys were super nice about it. So I just want to give a shout out, again to Pulse TV. Make sure all the guys subscribe to Pulse TV. It is a Latino based network, but they do a lot of the podcasts in English. They have a lot of English speakers on. Last week, I think Kevin Palco. Yeah, he was on. Somebody else too. So there's tons of guys from all over. It's a brotherhood del mundo, arm wrestling for the world. So it's a nice thing. I'm actually going to be going on their podcast Tuesday, the 13th, I believe, coming up. So I'm really looking forward to that. So that was just a nicety he's doing of me inviting me on because I got him a couple videos. So it's like the dude's going like above and beyond, gratitude,
Right.
So he actually, I pulled one of the guys I think that came from with him. I don't know, but a guy, he ended up winning the amateurs on right. I think it was Marlon Olivia, but I think he won right amateurs. I didn't get the chance to pull him on right, but we pulled on left. He seemed like a strong kid. I think I was just too long for him. Again, I typically walk around the 160, 165, and I did a weight cut to get to 155. So it was I was lean, but it's not like I did anything wrong. All I did was, I didn't take any laxatives before it. I just, stopped eating as much and did more cardio. So is that cheating? I don't know. I know it'd be cheating if I, was doing the bodybuilder stuff and shit out 10 pounds of liquid before the weigh-in. Yeah, but sorry, Mom, if you're listening. I said I wouldn't be vulgar.
Oh,
but yeah, it was a super great experience. He was a strong puller, which kind of brings me into the Florida Championship. So I have a buddy. His name's Joe Traveline, and he lives down in Fort Lauderdale, and I haven't seen him in years. And, you know, we were talking during the summer because, you know, during the summer, I'm working 7 days a week. I can't do any pulling really. Because, you know, it's in season, bounce season. I dread it. Anywho, so I lost the chain. I lost my chain. So I'm going to go visit my buddy Joe Trav. I just happened to schedule my vacation, of course, over the Florida Championship tournament. So I'm like, hey, 2 birds, 1 stone. Why not? So he lives in Fort Lauderdale. So which ended up being like a 3.5-hour drive to Orlando from there. So it was a long day. It was a long day, but I stayed with my buddy again, Joe Trav. Give a shout out to him. So I came in on Thursday and just had Friday to just kind of chill and like mentally gather myself. And he's like, you know, let's go out and do stuff. I'm like, you know, in the bathroom, like doing pronation exercises. You know, he's like trying to go out and party. But, you know, he was very supportive. He was the one that drove me to this event, you know, and knew how much it meant to me, and you know, did all the filming and shit for me. So big shout out to Joe. So Florida Arm Wrestling League. Wow. These guys are doing it big time. First of all, love the jerseys. I bought one of the team jerseys. I should go get it just because it looks so fucking cool. But they're like really trying to polish it. You know, they want all the Florida Arm Wrestling League, all their state events. They want everybody in a jersey. You know, they want to try to get a product that they can sell, a polished product that, you know, that a sponsor or a TV, you know, wouldn't want to buy, right? Shit, get it back on TV. That's what I need. We need WAL. We need something back on TV, bro. You know, we're not in the Olympics, but they got fucking shuffleboard. I don't know what's going on with the world, but they're doing it big time. Brandon Lee, he's, you know, I guess the president. I don't know sure his exact affiliation, but you know, it's pretty much him and Shant Shaw that run it, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, they're great. I don't know exactly how Artem is involved with them too, but he seems to be heavily involved as well.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
So I mean, again,
he's got a lot going on too. He's like doing stuff for Engen and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, like Artem, like this is, I'm like a fan of Artem's. The only way I know is like watching him on YouTube. Like, okay, so I won first. Artem is interviewing me. All I'm thinking of 3 weeks ago, this guy was in Istanbul, Turkey, interviewing Hermes Gasparini.
Yeah,
like this is fucking unreal. You know, you can kind of see it in my face. It was a very surreal moment. Plus, I was all jacked up on pre-workout. You know. So I was just flying, you know, but yeah, just to meet guys like Chant Shaw, Tugboat,
yeah,
just to have a picture with him, and I'm holding fucking a medal, like you know, I could die a happy camper at that point, you know, like yeah, I'm a Tugboat fan, you know, and then Artem, super nice, accessible, my guy Artem. But hello, he kind of has like a Borat vibe sometimes, I think, to him. But you know, maybe that's me projecting. But
he's a good dude.
Super nice. He's like, yeah, take picture with you, Troy. No, sure, yeah. So he was nice enough to hook me up. Well, not hook me up because I paid for it, but bring to the event those East vs. West shirts.
Yeah,
super nice. Like I was looking forward to that. You know, he was like, oh, I'll mail it to him. I didn't really want him to mail it to him because that was just an excuse for me to come up and like grip up with them. Yeah. So I was kind of using that as like a way in, you know. So I just want to thank Artem for just being such a nice guy, and hooking me up with those East vs. West shirts. Like that was super nice of him, and you know, taking the time to, you know, take a picture with me, and you know, he'll support me. He'll share a couple posts on my Instagram, you know, as well. If you're on there, mine's Troy_bounce_fit. But I post a lot of arm wrestling shit. I used to post a lot of wacky shit, you know, just general fitness stuff. But now it's just pretty much taken over all arm wrestling. Isn't that the case, right? So yeah, you know, it's taking over my life. I can't stop it.
Yeah, I put a comment on Facebook the other day, about 2-3 days ago. I had 8 Facebook friends' birthdays that, to say happy birthday to, and all 8 of them were pullers. And I said, is that an obsession? Indicated obsession, perhaps, or whatever?
It's so funny because like I'll look at other people's feeds on like Instagram and they're posting stuff. Oh, the Phillies are in the World Series, and I'm like, oh, Denis Saplinkov is practice pulling with some other Russian you can't pronounce. And they're like, what is this? I'm like, so far out, like they're posting Christmas stuff, with putting out decorations. I'm down in Florida, screaming into a mic, So it's funny. It's funny. We're just geared different, wired different. But talking about the FAL, I wanted to just bring some points up about and talk about it. So the experience was great. The guy who came in second to me on the left hand, since right hand I didn't even place. Left hand was Gerald Lorino, which I heard he's the son of a local pro down there. Dave, do you know anything about that?
No, I really don't know Florida that well.
Yeah, but I think his dad's name was Jerry Lorino, but the kid was super strong. I had the height on him. But his bicep was just like, it was, you get blown up. But he beat me on the first round. So in the finals round, I had to win 2 in a row in order to beat him. And thankfully I did. That low hand top roll, I guess, worked for me, but the guy's super strong. And we've been just messaging on Instagram afterwards. Just been like, he's my buddy now, It's like anytime I pull these guys, we then become friends.
Yeah, of course.
It's like, it's not like, other sports where it's just like, oh, that guy beat me, I don't like him. We don't like his team now. It's just like, oh, we are now brothers. So shout out to Gerald Lorino. He's a cool guy. And just meeting, there was a lot of guys there, like top names in the sport that I just wanted to meet. Of course, you had Chant Shaw there, but the other guys like, John Tyrion. I said hello to him. He was in that super match. He was great. Guys like Herman Stevens was there. Guys I seen with Tugboat before. Brad Grundy. I seen him doing in some YouTube videos when he was in Turkey doing some grip stuff. I think with
Beast.
What's it? Khalid Iron Grip.
Oh,
and I think, he goes like Grip Alawadi, I think is the channel name on YouTube. And Khalid, does like some grip stuff there. And I think they were pulling there. That may have been the same channel there where Schoolboy and Khalid gripped, where Khalid broke Schoolboy's finger.
Yeah.
I think so. But, just like a bunch of names, like, okay, just all these connections that I just have of like seeing these guys on YouTube. And now suddenly I'm face to face with these guys and, super cool. This was there. I believe it's Alex. I don't know his last name, but that's Schoolboy's brother, right?
Alex.
Yeah, Alex Top Roll, I think is his page, but Schoolboy, I think his name is Alexander is his real name, and he's Alex.
I swear half the Russians are named Alex, Alexander, or Alexandra.
Yeah, Alexei.
Yeah, Alex used to live up here, so he used to be at all the stuff up here. Now he moved down to Florida, so now he's down there at all their stuff.
Yeah, we used to see him frequently because he was actually in New York City. He'd come to see him at Beast Mode in Jersey, and he'd come to some of our stuff as well.
Okay.
You better.
That remind me of a funny story with Fall Brawl. So the 2 guys who beat me, again, his first name was Ivan. My dad's name is Ivan. The first guy's name is Tall. My last name is Taub. So you put that together, it's Ivan Tall. Which was like, I was like, oh, am I like destined to be these dudes' training partners and shit? It was almost like kismet. But they were super cool. I think Tal is like an Israeli, and then Ivan is a Russian.
For sure.
I was mentioning with Mo Jersey, I was like, damn, like what, like, because Ivan's strength to weight ratio, I don't know if you saw him pull at Fall Brawl, but he smashed a dude that was like had 100 pounds on him.
Yeah, I saw that.
fucking monster. His strength to weight ratio.
In that big guy's defense, that guy was brand new.
Yeah, I could tell because I was just
Super
like,
nice dude too.
yeah, I said something about like I made a joke about Levon and how I was like he must be Georgian, and he was like, what are you talking about? I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
but I mean, I'm sure that dude had over a 300-pound bench.
Dude, me and Shell stayed there pulling with that guy till like fucking. There was nobody left there. They were closing down the bar pretty much.
Fresh joints.
And I'll tell you, when you have the time, you're an hour and depending on where you are in Harrisburg, you're an hour and a half, 20 minutes away, and he is now practicing with us on Wednesdays. Because he was there. He was there 2 days ago.
Yeah, we were just messaging today. I definitely want to get over there now that I have the time. So, hey Dave, could you maybe? I'll try to make a note of that. So.
Yeah, I'll send you a text.
Like a reminder or something. There's just so much going on. It's been like a whirlwind.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't make it. He makes it as often as he can. Usually it's Wednesdays rather than Sundays. But yeah, apparently the first time he showed up, I couldn't be there. I can't remember where I was, and they said he was closing a number 3, gripper without any sweat. Just boom.
Yeah, I mean, he like if you see the matches, some of them I posted, but he went through my hand like it was nothing. Now he did flash pin a lot of these guys. In my defense, I felt like it was a victory that he didn't just smash me and I forced a slip and kind of like my left kind of held up a little bit. But once we got to the straps, I had nothing. Nothing for him.
Professional, he's roofer, and so he's basically just the wrist. I mean, he's just been pounding nails for hours a day for how many years?
Yeah, sandbag, farmers carries doesn't compare to that. But the guy's strength went the ratios. Well, me and Mo Jersey were talking. We were like, he was like, what does that guy eat? I was like, I assume him and Pablo get together and eat Americans. Because they're like making Yankee stew up there. Because they just fucking smashing. But yeah, he's a super strong guy. I look forward to trying to pull with that guy.
You better be coming to Winter Blast.
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Of course I am.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like my peak. So my plan is, I kind of want to save this for the end as a closer. But here's kind of what I'm planning on going for the next. So I got my bounce season that starts pretty much in April. So I'm not really going to be able to compete much, after that. So I'm trying to peak for pretty much Winter Blast. So the next event I was planning on pulling at was January 28th for the New Way Nationals. And that's in Atlantic City.
Yeah.
So,
well, once bounce season gets started, is that pretty much a weekend phenomenon, or are you busy?
I work 7 days a week. If I'm not doing road work, doing deliveries Friday through Sunday and pickups, then during the week there's inventory, there's cleaning, there's contracts, there's emails, there's staff scheduling, there's billing. It's all this stuff. It's all the business that a normal business has, except I'm a small business owner. That just means I have to do 3 jobs. So
I just meant if you do have some free time, you can work around that. I mean, you do have practices Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays fairly close to you, even once the season starts. I mean, Philadelphia's Tuesday, we are Wednesday, and Thursday. Well, Thursday'd be that's Morocco would be Thursday. So within a couple hours of Harrisburg, you have somebody Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Okay. Well, it's definitely good to know. I'll try to fit it in, but it just gets crazy once the season starts. So I'm just trying to get as much in now. I was speaking with Michelle Dugan, the Black Scorpion.
Yeah.
And she said since I'm an amateur and I really don't have to do anything but compete at one of the qualifying tournaments. So she said I didn't even have to place. I could compete at New Way Nationals just because that I even competed. She said I didn't even need the place, but I got a top 3 and now first place. So that's pretty cool. But I look forward. I spoke to Ivan and Tal. I know a couple other people are going to be pulling at New Way Nationals. So that's a big event towards the end of January. I'm looking forward to. And then I was going to again rest up for Winter Blast at the early, because that's only about 4 weeks in between. Or when's Winter Blast? May what?
That's six.
I mean, March what?
March 11.
So
Yeah.
it was 5 weeks. There's 4 or 5 weeks between that. So those are going to try to be the big 2 events that, and I'm just going to try to manage my joints, and I want to try to get back to my gym routine, because it's I've really had to sacrifice a lot because of the newbie pains, and there's finally starting to subside. So I was pulling at 155, but I want to bulk up, and because my natural weight, again, is kind of in the 160s. So I want to bulk to around maybe 180, 185, and then kind of tone up and then do a cut and be like a 176 guy.
Well, you have 6 weeks between the 2.
Yeah. So that's kind of my plan. So I mean, there's a lot of awesome guys in each one of these. I'd love to grip up one day and pull with Black Ice. He's a 155 guy, and I know he pulls 176. I'm not challenging him to a super match anytime soon, but it's just
last Sunday. He comes down occasionally.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I remember my first table practice, I gripped up with him when I was just super green. And he was showing me just very basic stuff, and it was super nice of him just to grip up and show me shit, even though I didn't know what the heck I was doing. But I kind of feel like my natural weight based on my height, because I'm like just about 6 foot. So I kind of feel like a 155 is kind of too light for me. My buddy TJ is like, gives me shit, calls me needle neck and spaghetti arms. But
yeah, he's been making rude remarks occasionally in the chat.
But he's very nice. He doesn't razz me. I'm busting his balls. But he pretty much thinks I should be a 176 to 198 guy. And let's see. I just need some pancakes. I've been messaging Devin. I said, hey, I need those special pancakes with the special syrup.
You're messaging the wrong person, dude. Hit up Artem.
Yeah. I was right. Earlier.
I swear he sure doesn't Trinity.
Artem will send you a whole list, bro.
Yeah. Earlier, when you were talking about what Artem was doing in Florida, I was thinking of saying he's their pharmacist.
I can forward you the list. I got it in my thing. He sent me an updated list the other day.
That's temptation. See, that's another thing. Not only am I old and dealing with newbie pains, but I'm also natty. I'm a natural. So it's like, all these guys that are sauced to the gills munching on trenbolone sandwiches, they can go pull on Sunday, and then Monday they can go hit the gym.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I just love it when 38-year-olds bitch about being old, but
I'm 39, Dave.
I feel you, dude. I'm 43. I just turned 43.
Well, you look like a baby.
Shoulders all jacked up.
You look like a baby.
It's because I act like one.
I bet you shaved your face. You look like Seth Rogen.
Maybe. But
Can you do the laugh?
He doesn't have these.
Oh, damn.
No.
Look at that forearm. Put that up. See, that's what I got. I got nothing here. I got, look at that.
Well, your age plus Ryan's age is only about 8 years more than my age alone.
Do you foresee a best of 20 match with Dave Shell?
Certainly, I look forward to getting killed by again at Lethal Arms. You're not going to be there this week, unfortunately. Next week, when you will be, I'm going to be I'm going to the Granite Arms Christmas party up in New Hampshire, so I'll be missing it on the 17th. But I'll get down there eventually.
Yeah.
Well, I'll have to grip up with you soon, brother.
Come to a Sunday Predator practice sometime. I'll go up there.
Definitely.
Well, I'll make it out to Lethal Arms one again. I haven't been in a while.
Just when I come to these things, just don't let me redline.
Yeah,
that's the problem. That's I'm just like, I want to it's just how I'm wired. And I want to show these guys, like that that there's something behind it, so it's hard to hold back.
Yeah.
But
and if you're going to drive an hour and a half, you may as well get the full benefit of it, and just we'll go 3 hours usually on Sundays.
Yeah.
4
well,
tables.
I think to prepare, I'm gonna go on the Liver King diet. So I'm just gonna start eating raw liver, bull testicles, and of the 9 ancestral tenants.
How'd you feel about his apology?
I feel like it was just a way to get more views.
Yeah, for sure.
That dude's just full of shit. Because there's like actual guys who are living like that with like, there's a guy, he has a great channel called Gearless Gains. And he actually has like a physiology background and, like living by these tenets, but not pretending like, he's freaking, a jacked up monster and saying that he's natty. It's bullshit. Pull the other one. It's got bells on it. So but hey, I think a lot of the tenants, if he like lived that way and didn't pretend like he was natty, I think a lot of that information is like good information, like harnessing masculinity, eating non-processed foods, going out in the sun, like avoiding fast foods. Like I live very clean. I don't do dairy. I don't do chocolate. Like I don't do processed foods. Mainly because I break out like a teenager. But it's a lot of the tenants that he had. He kind of fucking ruined with his bullshit.
Settle aside all his lying and bullshit. Not a bad guy.
Exactly. But hey, what did you think of the Dennis practice polls you've been seeing? I just want to comment it first before you guys. I hear you guys comment.
Go ahead.
And, as a guy as strong as Dennis, I feel like he should be giving these guys more in the setup. I feel like he's taking everything from these guys so he doesn't look bad on TV before his matches.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what's going on.
Are you being sarcastic or
no? I'm watching it. I'm going, man. He's like, not giving them anything. He's like,
it's like he's taking everything.
Fucking, I'm like, man. But you know what? It's hard to judge where he's at because
exactly
for a while there, he looked like he was going to fucking croak.
Yeah.
I mean, he did not look healthy there for a while.
No, he's starting to look like the old Dennis on his face. He doesn't have like that sunken face and shit. I mean, he's not like,
Yeah.
Like,
what it is? We're not
going
to know until he pulls someone.
Yeah. Like,
everybody always used to like give their guesses on where like Prudnick and Devin were at, and them pulling answered all the questions,
Yep. Yeah. Oh man, what an interesting match. But like again, setup. It just shows you how important setup is. Like a buddy from Lethal Arms, John Anthony was showing me just how gripping and setup and really how much that it is just winning that little battle at center is so important. I mean, you could see when Dennis was doing the practice pulls with Alex Kardeccia.
Yeah.
And he, and this is a 6'8", 360-pound monster, and it looked like he was toying with him. And then we all were watching Paul Lynn's match. We had a table practice when we were watching Paul pull at East First West, and Prudnick and Devin pulled as the headliner. And Matt talking about grip up, it's because obviously you guys know because of Devin's long lever, he just kept coming on top of his hand, and after the practice, you kept seeing Prudnick do this. He was like, oh, I got confused. His hand on top. Just because, Devin had everything in the setup. Yep. He was just like, he was working the refs before the match even started with the elbow foul. That's why he was screaming elbow, elbow, because Prudnick had to rise off the pad just so they could get a fair grip, because it's 2 inches up in the air. So I feel like on one of those ready goes, Prudnick had a good hit when he had some good side pressure, and I think Devin got a stop, I don't know, about 3 or 4 inches off the pad. I forget.
Yeah.
But then after that second round, it felt like, Devin had worked the rest, Devin had worked the grip, he just had everything he wanted, and the rest was just kind of for show.
And Jody worked everybody.
Oh my God, I love Jody. If I wish I could marry Jody. I tell you that. She was single. She's the best. She kept Wagner Bortolato alive.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I love Wagner, but please be careful, Borto. We want you to live, my friend. Like, I love when he fires up, but it looked like seriously he was gonna pass out. He like stumbled once or twice, like after he did the earthquake. And Jody's like feeding them like sugar pills or some shit.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, that's great. Because I like to fire up on the table. It's like I feel like you can do both. I feel like you can fire up and be respectful, and then also be like a super nice guy. That's kind of like why I like guys like Paul, Lynn, and Wagner Bortolato, because they represent the sport with class, and they're beasts on the table, which we want to see, and super nice guys off the table. So I just try to emulate those guys.
Yeah, that's cool, man.
Hey, but I just want to thank you guys for having me on. One more shout out I wanted to give to a guy in Florida. His name is Andrew Couture. He's a disabled Ukrainian. He's a two-time European champ who spoke for a while after the match. I just want to give him a shout out. Guy's very strong. Check out his page. Thank you guys so much again. I look forward, to being on the pod again sometime soon.
Dude, anytime you want to come on. Even if you want to like interview someone with us, we let our guys come on and do that too, Like if we got a big name coming on and you want to jump on and ask some questions, feel free.
Because, I am not a shy man.
In fact, I was going to comment that, to that effect, that we've had some hosts here with us who basically sit there and lump out, where you're not afraid to open your mouth. Thank you. And so, certainly you'd, do a better job than, not to mention any names here, but other people that we've had that just, really are just there as, I won't even say a pretty face, because some of them don't have pretty faces, but they certainly don't, say all that much.
Well, my mother always said I had a face made for radio. But I have to thank my dad for that, Ivan Taub. He was again a musician and a band leader for 30 years. He did weddings and bar mitzvahs. So I kind of got the gift of gab from him, because when you have to speak to 300 people at a wedding, which I've done some MC work, and as a master of ceremony, you got to learn how to talk to people. So as long as just let me do my homework first, don't throw me to the don't throw my feet to the flames, and toss me to the wolves, and we'll be all right.
Cool, man.
That, and the other thing you might want to consider, although if it's a tournament you're not pulling at, is everybody needs a good color man to just do the talking, do the announcing. The
announcing work, yeah, I'd be very receptive to doing that. I'm great on a microphone. I can project. I'd be right at home. I might need a little more time to learn some of the pullers in the sport. But I'll have a little cheat sheet or something, with some names on it. But hey, I'd love to do some color commentary. Get me on the mic with Bajent, whatever.
Well, we're not his favorite person at the moment, so
no,
you probably wouldn't be at the same time. But,
that's what he loves. Excuse
me, I got a little cough. Yeah. All right, but that was funny on the last week, but I would love to come and do, if there's an opportunity to do some announcing work at an event, I'd jump on that for sure. So, and I think I'd be pretty well qualified. I'll give another reference. How about like Hollywood, Don Underwood? Is that a little better?
Yeah.
From there.
All right.
He doesn't break.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks so much, guys. I appreciate it.
Hey, anytime, man.
Yeah, I'll definitely send you stuff about the Allentown practice and that, or I'll see you in Harrisburg. So
great. Thanks, Dave. All right. Thanks, Ryan.
Hey, anytime, man. Take it easy.
Later.
Carolyn, did you see Carolyn super chat from Carolyn there?
Mr. Yeah, I saw it. What did she say? Hold on.
3 cheers for the Nightmare and hi to Hermes Gasparini.
Oh, that was nice. Thank you.
Yeah, and actually where he was referring to Manolo Sanchez, that's a Pulseo. If you're looking for it,
Pulseo TV.
PULSEO. Yeah. Yeah, Pulseo TV or Pulseo, whatever. PULSEO. Like
So yeah, Roger Learn wants to pull Evan Burgoyne at Winter Blast, so we got to possibly get Evan down here to do that.
well, as you've seen, Burgoyne has been his on, and people say, why aren't you on? And he said, well, he can't tonight. And he did say also he's drunk as a skunk, so he'd probably get us in trouble by saying something.
Well,
I find it hard to believe that Evan would be drunk as a skunk. Well, he didn't quite word it that way, but that was a basic thought.
I was talking to our good buddy Marcus, who said since Evan Burgoyne is an Armed Gods sponsored athlete, that he is going to talk to his partner and see about them covering Evan to fly down to Winter Blast.
Oh.
So that could be cool.
Yeah, excellent.
And he's going to sponsor Winter Blast. So yeah, that'll be awesome.
Yeah, so let's see. Somebody said, don't think there's a ladies division at Winter Blast. Yeah, we had
Absolutely, there is.
absolutely. Oh yeah, absolutely.
We actually had the most women's weight classes in most of the Northeast tournaments
Mm-hmm.
than pretty much than anybody else.
Yes, definitely. We had all sorts of divisions.
We could make a division just for Evan, like a beer drinking division.
Mm-hmm.
We'll have to think about that. So he has his own class to pull. No, but that'll be a fun match with him and Roger.
Well, and probably probably some of the Yingling would be better than some of the sloppies probably drinking in Ontario, would be my guess.
Roger was supposed to pull Aaron Yearsley, but I think Roger is worried about the weight difference. I don't know.
Bierman wants to pull in the lady class. Well, if you identify that way, I mean, hey, Ryan identifies as a 150 pounder.
That's right. I pull 150 pounders all day. They still beat me, but I definitely pull in that weight class.
Power went out that day last year. Couldn't believe to come to Winter Blast. Yeah, that's right. I'll tell you, the Winter Blast. We did actually have somewhat of a blast of winter that in March last year. We did have some people had fun getting home to the north. So Sasquatch is from Bath. It was kind of questionable that far north.
What kind of beer does Evan want in his hotel room?
Oh, he said he loves Yingling. It says right there.
Yeah, we could do Yingling. That's a local beer.
Yeah, Yingling, or we have a local my nephew works at Sam Adams here. They get 2 free cases a month of whatever they want. So maybe I could put in a request there. But
there you go.
Sam Adams makes here in the Lehigh Valley. But yeah. Oh, let's see. Michael said Roger will smash Bierman. Actually, what's even better than that on the chat for that other organization with the 3 letters that is based in Texas. There's a guy named William Palmer that was talking about wanting Roger. We said, oh yeah, bullshit. In fact, it'll come to Wiggles, Winland. Winland had smashed Palmer at their previous tournament, and he said, hey, there's no way in hell basically Roger's going to smash him on one side down the other. But hey, some amateurs down there have delusions of grandeur, and whatever.
Well, that was a good interview, though. Very nice guy, Troy.
Absolutely. Yeah, we had somebody was wondering if the yellow shirt person come back, and I said, no, definitely a different yellow shirt person. Presume you know who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, but nope, definitely a different yellow shirt. Although I will be, well, I'll tell you what, that yellow shirt might be on next week, because I'll be coming to you from Windsor Locks, Connecticut, on my way to the
Oh, that's right.
Granite Arms thing.
I'd like to interview him and his fingers.
Yeah, we can do that.
Maybe we could interview one of his. Did he get to keep the detached fingers or no?
I don't believe so. No, if so, he didn't show them to me when I was up there on Monday.
If one of my fingers got severed, I would absolutely keep it.
Yeah.
Couldn't you put it in like some sort of vial?
Oh, sure. Yeah, formaldehyde or whatever the hell. Oh God, yeah. Hell, they still have body parts from some of the nobles killed during the French Revolution. That was 200 years ago. But
I'd imagine going to Pole and you're wearing a finger on it as a necklace.
Yeah,
That would be awesome.
Yeah, but so yeah, we'll be coming to. In fact, I'm thinking that maybe next week, instead of just getting drunk on the wine I take and a couple of the Southern Comfort miniatures he brought, I'm thinking maybe going out and getting a genuine bottle of Southern Comfort or something. So we can.
Are you guys gonna really wrestle? You're gonna wrestle again?
Yeah, well, I don't know. He has to watch it because of that hand injury.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has to watch it. But we did grip up a little bit right when I was there. But he has to be careful which way he pulls, because just even on the forearm, he has. I don't know if something was taken out of it, but careful. But yeah, I was surprised. I was not aware that Levi Rakowski was that big. For some reason, I thought he was lightweight. I wasn't aware he was in the mid 200s, 250-ish. But I'll probably see him. Well, I would imagine very possibly see him at the thing in January when I go down to North Carolina.
When's your next episode coming out?
Oh, the lists?
What do you do? Yeah.
Yeah, this week. Yeah, definitely this week, because I want to get we have two things going on next weekend in the area. Of course, Granite Arms Christmas party, and then which draws from all over the place. And then Iron Kings is running one of their big Saturday practices in Harrisonburg, Virginia, in the Shenandoah Valley, right on 81. What amazes me about that, they have these practices at a place called Beards and Broads, which is a bar in Harrisonburg. And I'm just really surprised, because Harrisonburg has what's James Madison? Yeah, James Madison University. I'm just surprised in this day of super uber wokeness that you can actually have a bar in a college town called Beards and Broads. But whatever. Maybe they're not quite as woke in the Shenandoah Valley in Virginia as we are in Pennsylvania, where people go absolutely bananas about stuff like that. But yep, that'll be so that's those are both Saturday the 17th, and some other stuff going on too, although generally not in this part of the countryside.
Yeah.
Yeah, Roger's going up to Granite Arms.
Next episode of Shell Shocked, David Marr said.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, anyway, that was a good little interview. And
see, Devon's Farm was 3 of them for like $6. That's the Schlitz
malt liquor 40s. Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Billy Collins in the house. What's up, Billy?
Yeah.
But yeah, so I mean, I didn't have anything huge planned for tonight. So next week we're gonna try to get Austin on here. And maybe we can talk about having the Winter Blast match between him and someone else, Derek Smith.
Sasquatch wants to know, where's Granite Arms out of? Manchester, New Hampshire.
Manchester, New Hampshire.
Yeah.
My hometown.
Yep. Yeah. Badger Drew's runs a restaurant supply house, not food, but restaurant equipment, supplies and repairs and so forth. And they practice at his place. What we're going to do, we'll have a probably run about 7 tables. It's about what you can fit in. I'm going to take mine up in sit down format. I have 2 benches or the proper height for sit down. So we'll have probably 6 stand up, 1 sit down table. Starts at noon on Saturday, the 17th. We'll go for probably 4 or 5 hours. Some challenge matches, and everybody, if you want, you bring some food. I'm going to be frying up some scrapple and taking it up for them just to drive those New Hampshire people nuts. As I took Lebanon bologna last time, and they said in Badger said that's not that stuff where you put everything in it. So no, that's scrapple. So I'm going to take them a taste treat, get to know what good is and all that crap. But
Ranch Vegas, yep. Ranch Vegas, what is my hometown?
Yep, hoping to grip up with
Live Free or Die.
Storm and Norman. He didn't make the last couple. He wasn't feeling all that well, or his wife wasn't. But Norm Devio, who's 82.
Michael asked, "Are you two coming to Predator practice Sunday?"
Mm-hmm.
Are you going, Dave?
Yep, absolutely.
I might go. It depends how I feel. I got a little bit of a cough that I can't kick, which is very annoying. So I may take a day off and rest. I don't know. We'll see.
Lucha says best state motto. Are you referring to live free or die, or
yeah, must be. It's a good motto. Live free or die.
Yeah.
The Queen City, yep.
Actually, the one that's kind of, if you'll pardon my my Latin, which I never had Latin, but I think one of the more interesting state mottos is Siceris Peninsulam Hominum Circumspice, which is Latin for
circumcised.
No, circumspice.
Dave's circumcised. He said it.
Siceris Peninsulam Hominum Circumspice, which is if you seek a pleasant peninsula, look about you. Now, your quiz for the night, Grondin, is what state does that refer to?
Circumcision.
No, sir. What state? If you seek a pleasant peninsula, look about you.
Peninsula? It's got to be fucking Florida.
Nope.
A different peninsula?
Yeah. They got the lower peninsula and the upper peninsula. UP, the upper peninsula.
I don't know.
Well, you're flunking geography tonight.
Yeah.
Michigan. Yeah, it's Michigan.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Michigan state motto. But
now we know Dave is circumcised.
Of course, and then Pennsylvania's virtue, liberty, and independence, where Delaware is just liberty and independence because there's no virtue in Delaware.
There's no freedom in this country anymore. It's bullshit. It's all bullshit.
Well, there is some of that too. Some of the shit that's been coming out about the way Twitter was, everybody suspected they were censoring. Holy shit, were they censoring? Good God. But yeah. Yep, Northeast Pennsylvania. I mean, we got all sorts of teams there, Sasquatch and Northeast PA. But David Toproll. Sure, we'll let him in. Why not? I think this is an alias for David something or other. He's about 6 different aliases.
Another Shubich
yeah, probably. But
yeah, you might be on something.
Yeah,
son of a.
Hey, now that Lethal Arms is practicing on Saturdays and they're only an hour and a half away, I don't have to go to up to Utica to Toproll's outfit in Outlaw to keep in practice.
Shubich, how you been, buddy?
Yeah. I'm doing good, hanging in there, staying real busy, so I'm missing out on a lot, but it's good to see that you guys are still consistent, so I can tune in and hear you guys ramble.
We're trying.
It's nice, but unfortunately I have to miss out on a lot of it, like those lives that you guys had with Beer Man and all them dudes the other week. Wish I could have really stayed for that.
Oh, fuck those guys.
Yeah. So, well, we're going to have some Maine people at the thing in New Hampshire next week. From Twin City Pullers from Bangor, Maine.
Mm-hmm. I'm really trying to make that one out. I really want to go.
We keep telling
Right.
Carolyn to come down, but no, she's from Holton, Maine, which is even farther than Bangor. But
Bangor, dude, up where Carolyn lives, they got their own fucking language up there. Can't even understand what they say. She'll tell you, I bet you. I bet she'll agree with that.
Did you guys get to watch the Florida State's competition
Yeah.
that they had last weekend?
Yeah,
How about
we
Luka?
just had Troy on here who went to it, and he placed
cool.
he placed
left arm first place.
first place in amateurs. In his
Good for him, yeah.
Yep.
cool.
Andy Luka took first place, I believe, 220s. He beat out Alex Toproll 2 times.
That's great.
Schoolboy's big brother. Yeah. He
That's
killed
great.
it. I mean, then he got taken out by John Terrion in the overall, but I mean, kid's
That's
arm
cool.
wrestling smart. He's coming up very quick.
Andy, yeah.
Good to start.
I like
Yeah.
seeing him. That's great that he got to travel.
Mhm.
Yeah, Ryan, were you at the time when Schoolboy and Alex were both at? Is that the one you went up to in Scranton, or was that a different one? The time where you smuggled a bag of dildos in my trunk. We
No,
went up.
no, Dave, you smuggled a bag of dildos across the lines. That was not
Across the border.
I merely put them in your trunk.
Yes.
No, yeah. And
You did the smuggling.
Ryan, you've been known to smuggle dildos besides consensual borders. Let that be known. I better put that on the record. You're not gonna defend yourself?
No. Probably somewhat true.
All right, I'm gonna pump my gas. You guys want to see me do it?
What are you going to try to do?
What? I'm gonna pump my gas. You want to watch me put it in?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
All right.
No, Sasquatch. Yeah, good Sasquatch. Glad to see you. Yeah.
Captain Obvious. Is Dave bringing Scrapple to Badger's party? I believe he is.
Yes, absolutely.
Scrapple.
Yeah, Scrapple, and then since different people have different tastes, I'm going to bring all 3 of the things that go with it: ketchup, syrup, and apple butter.
Dan the Nightmare says he'll be on within the next 30 minutes if y'all are staying on.
Let's see. Nice. Lehigh River. Oh, okay. Yeah, but it must be the fishing question. Let's see. Fish in Pennsylvania near the airport for snakeheads. And Sasquatch is saying Lehigh River, Delaware, Susquehanna.
Delaware. Lots of snakeheads around the airport.
You know the other geographic trivia for the night is the Delaware is the longest free-flowing river in the East.
Wow. Thanks, Dave.
Yeah, no dams on it until you get up at the very headquarters where they have some reservoirs for New York City water. But okay, somebody asking when is Olympia next Thursday night, and we were asked earlier, we didn't know. If you're still there, Nightmare, when is the Olympia? Thank you. Oh, at a company holiday party, they gave me an award, most likely to talk about arm wrestling. This is very true. If there were no other arm wrestlers there. If David there was David Toproll was in New Jersey, they'd pump it for him.
Yeah.
People in New Jersey don't know how to pump their own gas.
That is. I always get out and they're like, no. And I'm like, oh shit, I forgot.
Yeah. Well, and it used to be Oregon was the other one. And when they started allowing basically they passed a law last year that rural counties, if you're below a certain population, you could have self-service at night. Because they weren't able to find these small gas stations in small towns, and the Boondocks didn't have enough gas business to pay to keep somebody at the pump.
Yeah.
And so you couldn't get gas at night. And when they let them do it, oh my God, the shit hit the fan in Oregon. People were bitching, oh, it's dangerous. You can't do it. I'm not going to pump my own gas. Like, what the hell? People pump their own gas in 48 states out of the 50 plus DC, damn it. But they threw a shit fit in some people in Oregon. But
what's up?
Devin's Forum wants you to describe the smell of the gas.
Yeah.
The smell of the gas. Erotic.
Okay.
Like,
Carolyn wants us to out you. It's David Shubich, Shubich, Carolyn. Screen.
Uh-oh.
Hey, why don't you just throw his fucking social security number out there?
Yeah, why don't we just ping me over here on my location?
What's your screen? No, she wants to know. Actually, she wants to know your screen name. Do you have a screen name?
Oh boy, I have a screen name for what exactly?
I don't know. Carolyn.
For YouTube.
Screen name
for YouTube, it is David Shubich. Yeah. For everything else, well,
see where are we going as
my Instagram is
Davidista.
Davidista. Like Baptista, but Davidista.
Captain Obvious said, "Whoa, a Lamborghini."
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm a few tax brackets short of a Lamborghini, buddy. But thanks.
I live with the reckless abandon of someone in a much higher tax bracket.
Yeah. Yeah. That'd be pretty cool. Huh? No, I'm not Paul Italia. I don't have that kind of money.
Paul Italia. Don't say his name on this show.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry. Well, speaking of Italia, I just saw a video from Italy. They had like a really big championship. Championships going on in Italy, and it turned out to be like a really good video. I mean, you don't really see much of what's going on the other side of the world, especially like if it's well shot, with a good camera. So that was a pretty good one that I've seen. So hopefully they're gonna, surface with some people putting out more content. Someone in the comments of that video said you're like the 217 of Italian arm wrestling. So it's pretty cool that people from other countries could recognize what guys are putting out from this side of the world.
Yeah.
Did you see Khalil Grizzly in any of the videos, since he's hiding out in Italy at the moment?
No, I didn't know. I'd have to check in the crowd to see if he was at the event, but I know I had it. I did not see that.
Speaking
now,
of,
go ahead.
We're gonna give away something free again next Friday.
Heck yeah!
Any of you people out there that are official members of our YouTube, we'll be giving something free next week, Friday night.
$3.99. Now, where are the usual guys that we had going on, like Rob, and how about that other character? Freaking what's his name? TJ Foley. Haven't seen that dude around.
Everybody's busy. Yes. Holidays. I don't know. TJ was
but holidays are like in a few weeks. We can't use that excuse just because it's December.
Carolyn says Davidista hot body bath collection. Now I'm not sure if she means the body is hot or the bath is hot. I would presume probably the body, but she's probably seen pictures of him in short shorts, would be my guess. But who knows?
Yeah, I appreciate the love on the Instagram, Carolyn Looms. Thank you.
Josh Berger in the house. What's up, buddy?
Heck yeah, Josh Berger.
Josh
Get
Berger.
on the live, dog.
Get some people on here. What is going on tonight? Who wants to come on?
It seemed like you were ready to sign it off because you guys had that guy leave, and I really felt the vibe from Ryan that, these guys suck that we're really depending on.
Well, I am under the weather.
Which I feel. Yeah.
I'm a bit under the weather, so I was going to let Dave take over. But
Dave's killing it.
only if a few more people come on, because it's really hard to converse with just two people usually.
It is. I'll get on in a few minutes. I'm just gonna have to get inside the house. I'll hop on in a little bit. So try to stick it out with Dave, will you?
See what I can do.
You don't have the
All right.
do you have the link for being on live posted?
It's in the chat.
I can post it on
Probably
that.
not ask me.
I
All
can
right.
post it on the 98 page.
Yeah, if anybody wants to join us.
All right, I'll do that. Why not?
Yeah. Hey.
If anyone wants to join us, I am going to go.
Hey guys, it's Levi Rodkowski. Levi, we were talking about you. You probably, that's why your ears were burning. Yeah,
We were. He was a hot topic for a while.
oh, yeah, absolutely. I think you're last time
What's up, Levi?
weren't sure if you were going to get to the Camel City Classic in on the 14th. You think you're going to make it to that in Winston-Salem on the 14th January?
Dave, don't tell him that. That's mean.
What's mean? Ask him he's going to get to a tournament?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Dave, that's mean.
Why does that mean?
Dave,
He was one of our
trying to post this link
tonight with Taub.
I'm trying to post the link, Dave. You're interrupting me.
Saying is you can't concentrate and listen to me at the same time. Sorry. God. Everybody keep quiet so Ryan can concentrate.
No, you can talk.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, that's right. We had yeah, Ted was on earlier and was saying that yeah, he's on that team.
There we go. It is posted, so if anybody wants to, they can click that link and come on here and join us. A beer a day keeps the doctor away. It's probably pretty accurate. Just gotta go rub one out. I'll be fine. I gotta release the toxins. Now, I've had a cough for a few weeks, and then this weekend it feels like more than just a little cough. So we'll see. That'll be cool though if we can get Evan down here to pull Roger.
No, Devin's forearm. Beerman had indicated he was quite even more tanked than normal tonight, and he felt we'd get in trouble if he was on. He'd say things would, get us banned or something.
That is quite possible.
He says interesting stuff even when he's not completely tanked.
I'll have to delete our episode. It's on the 98% page. I posted it.
98% Facebook page.
Facebook page, yeah. La 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 la. See who we can lure into here. Off, yeah. What should we give away next week, Dave?
I don't know. You're the keeper of the inventory at the moment.
We'll see. We'll do a gift bag with some different items in it.
Mm-hmm. Yep, you have the inventory at the moment. But let's see, Carol Nightmare. Let's get some blood flow. Yeah, Nightmare had said he'd be joining us shortly. He's at some family event, from what he said.
Devin's forum wants a Mardi Gras necklace, and that is all.
Well, no,
you could do a gold bar.
No, but you tell him what you have to do for a Mardi Gras necklace. Tell him, Ryan.
He's gonna show us his nipples.
Yeah, that's it. Whatever. Let's see.
Maybe. I never tried to put the Zoom in the description. Oh no, it's not gonna let me do it.
Well, okay, but well, I mean, we can. It's the same code as normal.
Yeah.
Well,
Boom.
say more. Brian doesn't throw a shit fit. If you get a pen and piece of paper, I'll tell you what you need to do to get on.
Yeah, I don't know if that worked. I posted in that room. Someone click it.
Well, I mean, if you can't click it, we can tell them to go on to Zoom and then put in the meeting and the password.
Yeah.
You have any problem with
Go
that?
to Zoom. No, you can put it. It's the same every week.
Yeah, basically, let's see what we have. Oh, I hear now. I know. Okay. Zoom meeting codes. Okay. Yeah, basically, hey, whoever's all right. It's okay. In fact, there it is. Okay, yeah, there we put it there. If you notice, you put in the ID, that's what I was about to read to you. Just go to Zoom, and then for the ID, the thing that's the 10-digit thing that starts with the 565, and it asks for the password 98%.
Yeah, minus. I
You
don't
want to
know why it put a 1 on the end of
Yeah,
it.
not the one. Password is just
the one.
98%.
Levi's trying to hop on. That would be very cool, man.
Yeah. Yeah. Put in that code for the code for the ID, code for the passcode on Zoom, and you are in.
I got lots of pictures of Winter Blast. I have a video of Winter Blast last year, which was really cool. It was that was a big tournament. Dock Wars. We could do Dock Wars. Should we make Evan and Roger dock each other in their match at Winter Blast?
Hey, I don't know.
Slip to strap. Chinese finger traps.
Hey, we had somebody tried to slip, actually did successfully slip at our tournament a couple weeks ago, and spiral fracture of the one finger. So I didn't even know there was such thing as a spiral.
You don't get a spiral fracture on the finger very often. That's for sure. Broke his finger.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Yeah, sorry about that. The password is 98%. I don't know why the word 1 is on the end of that. Just ignore that.
Yeah, these things have electronics have a mind of its own.
Ain't that the truth?
Oh, yes. Well, let's see. Do we have any pictures of Winter Blast to share later? I don't know. You were
Sure do. We sure do. They're probably on my Instagram, TikTok, every other social media we have. Gary Roberts still has thousands of Velcro straps available. Nice. Tell him to send us one.
Let's see. All right, here we have
Phil McCravis. Philip McCracken. Welcome, Phil McCravis.
Yeah, you notice how he comes on and deliberately holds the arm out so we can, see the flex, close and personal. Yeah,
no, it's usually the adjustment, but it does help. It does help. Check this guy out.
That's a fine pussy.
Surprise guest.
Okay, here's Levi.
Nice to see you have there, Dave.
Thanks, man.
That's one good looking pussy.
That's one for the soundboard.
There it is.
Levi, what's going on, buddy?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
And
All right. How y'all doing?
What's going on, man?
Nothing much.
Welcome.
Yeah, having our usual fun Friday night fun and games with the people that don't have a social life. So here we are. That
You just ruined your reputation on in this sport by coming on here.
You just dropped on 3 ranking places too.
Yeah.
mhm.
So let's see
But anyhow, so how are things in Carolina at the moment?
They're pretty good. Not many events going on right now. I think my next one is in January, the one you'll be at. So,
Best of
Yeah.
20.
looking forward to that. My team captain Nick Johnson is hosting. So,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah, we apparently caught him by surprise because with my thing with Hunter, because that was supposed to be in September, and I put something on the other night about where what's his name, Ted, I can never
Yeah.
pronounce his last name, said about were you going to be there? I said yes, for Hunter and I have this, and Johnson was like, oh, I didn't know about that, and I'm running the thing, and apparently Damien, somewhere along the line, Damien neglected to mention it or forgot it, whatever. But
Yeah.
but yeah, I said because I said I'll pull at the I'll pull the tournament too and get crushed. But hey, what the hell?
Any idea what class you're pulling?
I'm in the fat guy club. I'll do amateur and masters and supers.
Okay. All right. I'm doing pro. I don't expect to place because we have guys like Paul Walther who are pulling. So
Mhm.
That's
there's
cool.
no way we're beating those guys.
Well, I'm famous for not placing. In fact, I'm famous for not winning all that often. But I think I can grind down Hunter after he might win the first couple, but he's not going to last that long.
Dave, I think you got that match, to be honest.
Well, we will find out. I'll be wearing my old men rule shirt, but
Yeah.
so we'll see if the old men really do rule.
Yeah. I'm just getting this in for experience. I've only been in a few tournaments, so I think this will be number 4.
Well, you're doing very well. I'm up to about number 80 something, and I still suck. But whatever, in 5 years. But
Lucas says Levi looks like he wears a side pistol to the table like Tim Bresnan.
yeah.
Tim Bresnan did pull his gun out on our podcast once.
I met Tim at the last tournament in Nashville, Battle on Broadway.
That's cool.
It's very cool to meet him.
Super nice guy.
Yeah, super nice.
Yeah, down in your
He's
area.
intimidating looking, but when you start talking to him, he's super nice guy.
Oh yeah, and his hands are huge.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I shook his hand and it was like this. Like,
Mhm.
but,
A lot of those guys that are up at the top, like it's hard to judge how big their hand is in a video, but when you meet them in person and shake their hand, you're like, oh shit.
yeah.
It's interesting. Most guys would say that for a super heavyweight, he would have a small hand.
Yeah.
I mean, can't compare to the others. Like they liken him to like someone of like a middleweight's hand compared to everybody else because he doesn't have an absolute mitt. I mean, in comparison for sure, but yeah,
Tiny hands, so doesn't matter.
And then they'd even get some of the lightweights like Norm Devio for 150 some pounds as a massive paw. He's
Yeah.
huge.
Yeah. My teammate Ted, he's notorious for having this giant hand that like just feels like you're grabbing a baseball glove.
Yeah, we were hoping to see. He was hoping to get to one of our practices at Predator in Allentown when he got on a cycle in summer and came up to, I guess he's a brother up in the Poconos. And then he tied up with some family business, whatever, he couldn't make it. But so we were hoping to see him there. So this will be the first time actually met him in person, although we've been back and forth,
Yeah.
electronically. But
You're gonna get our podcast shut down, Dave, if you keep rubbing your pussy.
I mean, it'd probably help if you guys could see it the whole time too. This guy has grown so big because now he's got his like winter fur on and whatnot. I don't really get to see my pets often with all the work and coaching I do. So
A cat makes a good meal.
it might. We're fattening this one up. This one's huge now. Look at him. Yes, sir.
He looks scared.
He's a little
Do you ever have him lick peanut butter off of your body?
bit. That's only Sundays when I could, really sleep in.
Yeah.
It's not. Not on a school night though. I mean, Sunday night is a school night, but during the day, we could take your Sunday nap. Yeah.
did you get to pull Julian Smith when when he was down in
No, I didn't.
Oh, he's just getting huge. He's just getting so strong. I mean, he was strong all along, but he's I think he was the
Shit.
strongest first.
Schubert, how much do you weigh?
Me, like 225, 222.
Oh, you're too heavy. Julian's looking for a match somewhere around 205, 210.
Never heard of her.
Yes, you have.
I'm gonna slowly cut down. I believe by
You get down to that weight?
Winter Blast time, I'll be 215, 205. That's not too light for me.
Just shave
After this coaching season, I'm gonna be able to actually make time for the gym. As far as throwing in cardio, right now I only have time for like bang for your buck type workouts to stay big, and then also get better at arm wrestler type stuff.
shave your beard and your pubic region, and you'll make weight.
I just grew this back out,
Oh my
and this is only like a week or 2 weeks of anything.
David Marr asked, "When's the next tournament in the New York area, Dave?" Dave
No,
Shell. What's a Dave Shell question?
Actually, strangely enough, let me just pull this up here. Don't want to give him a bum steer here. Jake Harris's people and that Big Apple Grapple.
Oh yeah, right.
Is that this coming week? Is that the 17th? Is that even tomorrow?
I forget when it is, but yeah, that popped out of nowhere.
Yeah, we hadn't heard anything about it. Let me see if I can find that here. Hang on for a minute.
I'll be right back.
Let's see.
I'll be right back. I need more water.
Okay. Let's see. Tournaments. All right. Yeah, because that, like I say, that just popped out of nowhere. But it's either this week or next week. So hang on, I tell you, I know where I can find that. Hang on a minute. And that's let's see, that would be under New York Arm Wrestling on Facebook. And New York Arm Wrestling. Okay, and okay, where are we here? Big Apple Grapple. Yeah, naturally. Okay. Yeah, December 17th. Yeah, December 17th, Big Apple Grapple is it's out on Long Island, like a lot of theirs in International Big Apple Grapple. Let's see, at the main event, they've been there before, a bar called the Main Event in Farmingdale, New York, December 17th, 10 o'clock weigh-ins, 12 p.m. start. Weight classes, let's see, pro, amateur, master 45 plus, 55 plus, and then pro men's weight classes 154, 176, 199, 220, and 250, and 250 plus. But yeah, it's this coming weekend. You'll find, if you're on Facebook, it's like I say, it's under New York Arm Wrestling. You can find it there. But yeah, it's just coming a week from now.
Dave, are you going to make the December 17th trip a day trip, or are you going to stay out there for a little while?
I'll come home that night, but I'm going up the night before because it's just, for starting at noon, it's just I'd have to be up before the crack of dawn
Yeah.
to get up there. But then that night I'll be coming home.
Okay.
And well, on the other hand, if you feel safe staying with me and McUrchin in Connecticut, whatever.
Yeah.
I'm picking up McUrchin in Bristol, and we're going to stay in a motel Windsor Locks. And the night before, we'll be broadcasting from there, so we'll be drunk again on Friday night.
Okay. Well, on the 16th, I believe that would be Friday night, right?
Yep.
We just have like a staff party, which I'm gonna definitely attend. And then I just have to find out and make sure that I'm gonna be able to drive up there. If it's like a good day, barring any kind of snowstorm or anything like that, I would very much like to come. Otherwise, we have our own practice on the 17th.
Oh, I'll tell you though, we had something there. They were there the 1st of May. Well, in fact, you remember that the practice I came to, where you came down to Bill Lane's place, and then I went.
I wasn't at that one, but
you at that one?
No, it was everybody else. Well, Michael Hawks, Joe.
Anyway, but I went from there. Yeah. I went up from there that night, except Waze sent me across southern Vermont. And the night of the 30th, the last day of April, 1st day of May, it was snowing to beat a fucking blizzard in southern Vermont in May, for God's sakes. That's why I did take the point, Levi, of looking up. I said, okay, what's the damn temperature in Greensboro? Well, actually, or American Winston-Salem now, same difference. Yeah. And about 12 degrees warmer than we are. So I thought, well, that's a little bit better.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess you're far enough north or far enough into the mountains that it's, not that, I was hoping it'd be warmer than that, but
yeah.
Hey. Yeah. And then what I'm going to do, in fact, I did see something here. I see something with somebody send me what I'm going to do I'm going to come down for that. And then let's see. Then on Sunday, Donnie Anderson's coming up to the tournament on Saturday, but I guess his whole team isn't coming up, so they're still going to do their practicing on Sunday. So rather than turn around on Sunday morning and drive 7 hours north, I thought, what the hell? I'll go down to South Carolina on Sunday for their practice, and then come up in 2 days.
Yeah.
So, hell, when am I going to get to the Carolinas again? Yeah. And since I'm basically nuts and don't mind practicing 4 days a week, what the hell? I may actually take off a couple days before I have to face Hunter, but anyway. Yeah. I don't know if you saw his, he got cleared today. Well, he's, the doctor cleared him, but said, I'd really be happier if you weren't arm wrestling, but I know he won't listen to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which of course he won't.
Oh yeah. He loved the sport so much.
Yeah, he's a good dude. I haven't been closest he come to here. He came up to that thing in Virginia that Bajent ran some time back, and I was boycotting Bajent at the moment, so I didn't go to that. But we really would like to get there in September. But on the other hand, since then I've got to see a couple videos with Hunter's competition, so it was nice. Got to see some of what he does. Yeah. But let's see. Oh, Ryan Grondin has contributed $2 to say this podcast sucks. Well, okay, 98. Why don't you get your ass back on here? Yeah, you were just going to go get water. Yeah, bullshit. We know what you were doing. You were sneaking off to order some takeout from Wawa. You have to hide from your wife because she'll find the damn wrapper. Yeah, bullshit.
That's a lie, Dave.
Water my ass.
Oh,
or either that or what do you have in the water?
Just water, ice.
Yeah, I saw Bob was moving into what? Kentucky, Tennessee, and where else? Kentucky, Tennessee, and another state somewhere in that general neighborhood. I forget which one. But definitely worth it. Yeah, if you get once you get it there, they go. I guess I don't know. Does Sheets go down to North Carolina? I think not Wawa.
Sheets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, Wawa's better than Sheets, but
How about Come and Go?
I don't know. And then you go up to New York and they don't have Wawa or Sheets. That's like, what the fuck do they have up in New York? They don't have anything worth going to.
Do you guys have a pump
They
and
have
dump?
those Mirabitos or whatever the hell. They suck.
They have Stewart's, and then we have pump and dump.
I never heard of either of them.
Pump and Dump.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that's all I'm really there for at a gas station. I'm just there for to use the pump, take a dump, and then I'm on my way.
Mhm. Yeah.
How about you, Dave? Do you make way for since you drive a lot? Are you making way for the good gas stations, for the premier creme de la creme?
Which one is that? You know what my weight is. You know, I may get out of supers eventually. I wasn't one time, but certainly not in the short term.
Oh, in New York, we have the Circle Ks, which are becoming like a big thing. They're taking over a lot of the sit-go locations, and they have typically like a good spot for like a sandwich or sub.
We have one of those in
You got 7-Elevens though.
there's maybe about 30 miles south. There's a Circle K. I'm not sure what the hell it's doing there because I always thought of that as being a West Coast thing because that was from Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. Strange things going on at Circle K.
Do you have Condom? Do you have Condom Kingdom?
No, they do have. There's a shop in Whitehall called Condoms Galore, but got a couple.
Dave, do you have a frequent flyer card there?
Condoms Galore? Nah.
At Flying J's?
No, I wouldn't use. I wouldn't use a condom. I mean, that's terrible.
Dave.
I want to spread my. Hey, I want to have every opportunity to propagate the species with my wonderfulness.
Dave Shell doesn't wear condoms.
I believe that'll play another one.
David Shell doesn't wear condoms.
David Kahn spread.
Well, you have to tell them there's a 4-way debate. If the people if the 6 people watching this, see, what are we at to? We have 6 at the moment. How many we have here?
16.
Oh, we have 16. Ooh, wow.
Don't call us a 4-way.
Yeah, 16. there's 4. There's 4-way debate going on as to whether A, is Shell a virgin? B, does he have this sex child named Taylor Shell? C, is he asexual? Or D, is he gay? They can't make up their mind. Of course, they're all mutually exclusive.
I think it could be multiple.
Yeah, certainly. I suppose
some
of them overlap. Although
I go with gay virgin.
Well, at least that would work as opposed to the one with the having Taylor as my love child. That wouldn't go with virgin, but what the hell?
Devin's Forum said use an old rabbit skin like a normal person. I remember an old lady calling them beetle skins.
You realize, Levi, your reputation is going to suffer being on with a bunch of bozos like that.
That's all right.
It's late night.
Hey, feel free to jump right in there, and no need to be shy.
Just swim in the piss.
Mm-hmm. Jump right in and give us your opinion on something.
Oh, I have nothing to say about what's been going on.
Well, I mean, we occasionally talk about arm wrestling too. It's only when Ryan's on that
I'm not old enough to drive yet.
Oh my God.
Oh God. That's not good.
Yeah.
Oh, this just took a fucking left turn.
That just made Dave scoot up in his seat.
Actually, no, Dave didn't hear it because
Dave, he said he's not old enough to drive yet.
Uh-oh.
Now, Dave,
there's a 5th person trying to join the call. Is that Tim Lewis?
Shell is fully erect.
Ryan, is Lewis in the waiting room right now?
Yeah, he is.
It's
Oh
terrible.
my God.
I'm sorry, Tim. I'm just going along with the
No, he's not, Tim.
meme. Tim, I'm not sorry. No, I am sorry, but no, I'm just going along with the meme. I'm sorry.
Not
That's
sorry,
terrible.
Tim. He's not sorry,
Tim,
Tim.
I'm sorry. Tim, I'm sorry. Tim, don't hate me. I still want to after pull with you. And after pull.
Yeah, let's see. I don't know if I can.
Oh, Dan Schwartz in the house. Here's Dan Schwartz, the nightmare.
Have y'all talked about Ryan Bone and Chance Shaw yet?
Why are they having a rematch?
Oh, they plan on it. Yeah.
Oh my God. Why?
It's a Chance Shaw all day.
Now, yeah.
Get Ryan on the call next week when we can say that to him again.
Wait, y'all haven't even heard about this?
Yeah, I mean, I have, yeah.
I heard about it, but I don't see a point.
No.
Like they're not even near fucking the same weight. What's the point?
Yeah.
No.
I mean, I get, it's a fun match. They like to talk shit, so it'll be funny. But I mean, I don't know.
No, it's not. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Nope.
Oh no, it's Dan Schwartz. Who let Dan in here?
Did any of you see that the video? Just while we're at it, where Tim Lewis had that video about how he's so sexy, he goes shirtless and all that. And I don't know if you saw that one, but
No.
let's see if I can find something here. This is
Hey everybody.
Oh no, it's
Daniel?
Dan.
Yeah, I can't take video right now because I'm in my car, but figured I'd jump on while I'm driving.
Are you?
They're ready to do it today.
How many drinks did you have, Dan?
I only had 2. Trying to keep myself kind of clean.
Uh-oh.
You know what I mean?
Get Brian King on the call so he could arrest you on
Hello?
live.
Blow
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
yeah. Here as you
I had 2 about 2 hours ago, so I'm okay.
Blow into this flesh-colored meter.
as we
I
were
don't know about
discussing,
that.
as we were discussing a while ago.
Blow. Oh my god.
Hey, that's my favorite picture of Tim Lewis, dude.
Oh God. That's,
No.
I'm at a red light. I'm at a red light, and I'm able to look at this, and that's
You don't-
awful. Why am I looking at this? No.
Hey,
The
you didn't
minute
even
that I can
notice.
stop.
You didn't even notice that that's Jacob Bevel all the way there to the left.
No.
No, I don't even want to examine any of these individuals. Fucking get this off my screen, please. Thank you.
Dog pile.
But come on.
That was pretty vile. Like, dude.
He's just hanging out with
come
his
on now.
team, dude. That's
Like a-
his boy.
Have some couth. Have some couth. All right?
Here, have some cool.
David Marsh said this show just got dynamic.
Uh-oh. Yes, it did. Wait, no. Bardo's not on here, so it's not dynamic enough.
No, it's not. No.
It's a dynamic duo. That's
Call-
that. Bardo and I make the dynamic duo.
Call him up, dude.
I'm driving. Listen, it's bad enough I'm fucking zooming while driving. I'm not at least putting
he's
a
speeding.
video on.
Stop
Get his ass.
Stop cursing in front of the minors.
Uh,
Oh,
He's cutting off.
They really gross out Schwartz.
what's he in the tunnel? What's going on?
Let's see, where the hell are we here?
Who's SAS? Let's see.
Sam Squanch.
Sasquatch. It's the Sasquatch.
Is it?
God.
Oh,
I don't know how to do this shit.
We
is
ready
it
to
Sassy
Can you
Bardo?
hear me?
really,
Chuck
really
Lee-
gross out the nightmare?
Oh,
What do you think, Ryan? Think you can take it?
What are you going to show him, Dave?
all right. Hang on, man.
He crashed. Oh no, he's back.
I'm trying.
yes,
Hey,
sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I can hear you.
Balls. Yes. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I need some light.
I think Shell's about to show us his nipples.
Yeah, hang on.
Is that
How about
Bordeaux?
now?
No,
No.
no, that's just
There we go.
There it is. What's this, Dave?
What the fuck is that?
Yeah, Tim Lewis.
aesthetics.
Boys. Oh my goodness. It's raining. I know he's singing it's raining. It's raining men.
Welcome to
How do you-
Michael Jackson's ranch.
He
Hey,
is
does ain't,
a fella.
does ain't,
So wait, did I enter
There
this?
we
Did
go.
I enter this Zoom on the dark side of the Zoom?
Well, you got on just as soon as we figured out that Levi's a minor.
You missed
And then you-
the interview with Troy.
Hop on.
Yeah, it wasn't until you
Oh,
got there.
I'm sorry I missed that. How did that go? How did that go with Troy?
It was
'Cause
good.
I saw him kick ass.
He was hoping you'd be on.
I know. I was hoping I'd be on too, man. Dude, I heard he kicked ass and he did a really good job. I watched some of his matches.
Yeah,
Couldn't watch all of them.
oh,
I'm very, very proud of seeing somebody
Right back.
new in the sport kick ass.
Yeah. No, he did good. He's very excited to be arm wrestling.
That's
Very
awesome.
excited. Burger said thank you.
does anybody know how
I'm proud of Troy.
I
Good job,
I
Troy.
can't see shit?
Probably better that way.
Was this Sass as in Sasquatch a bath?
Yeah, that's me, but I don't know what the hell I'm doing. So I could see myself, but I can't see.
I'm sorry, we don't know what we're doing.
You
either.
just have to inhale.
Just inhale.
All right,
Are you,
I'll work on
are you on the phone or are you on a computer?
cell phone. I don't have a computer.
He's on a desktop right now.
Well, see, we couldn't figure it out earlier tonight with Troy either because you should be able to put it on
Or in
Gallery.
Labor House.
and then you can see four of them.
Hey, Warren.
What am I looking for to do that?
Gallery, the
Gallery.
view. If it's gallery, you can see four people instead of just the person talking.
F.
But we couldn't figure it out on the phone because Brian and I are both on a computer.
I got you.
Boop. Got your nose.
This might shut me off a second.
Boop. Got your nose.
I'm
Carolyn
almost
said,
there.
Sass, yay, give us a rant later, please, bro.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm
Boop.
sorry.
Got your nose.
What the fuck, man? All right, so I see it switches to whoever's talking
Yeah.
on my end. All right. So where was I? Where were you guys? I cut off to go try to get this turned on, and I lost.
I think
Conversation.
Dave was about to show us his nipples.
Nope, that's not.
I saw some crazy video.
Oh, with Tim Lewis. Tim Lewis is a different kind of individual.
The Road Warrior. Because he put more miles on his vehicle than anybody until I came along, but oh well. On the other hand, he's much more successful than me where he goes with his
Carolyn Looms.
Yeah, I'd like to be able to see the
Right.
chat, but I can't figure it out.
No, you need to get another device to open it up on YouTube because you can't do it.
Oh, I
at the same
got you.
time. Yeah.
I could do that. I think. Just bear with me. I'm not taking up too much of the screen, right? Just
No, you're
ignore
good.
me.
Hell no, man. You're good.
All right, give me a sec.
Raber 717. So he was watching Rough and Rowdy. Hope was all good stuff. Actually, Warren, if you take a look at the Facebook page for 98, you can the link is there. You can come on and join us.
Warren, how did Justin do? Did anybody catch how Justin Bear did?
Yeah, Warren said up he paid for it, so Warren, how did it go?
Levi, you got any matches coming up?
So there's been talk of me competing in Ontario in August next year. Maybe Casey Bosom, a few others in mind. We haven't really got anything set, but I'm glad I'm on this live because if Casey watches this, I'm calling him out.
Ooh.
I can beat him by August.
Now, Levi,
No.
would you please sing "Your Man" by Josh Turner?
No. Sorry.
Well, that's yeah, call him out all you want.
Yeah, I've been trying. I've been talking to Magna, Devin.
Now, Levi, would you please?
Oh, amateur.
Yeah,
Jesus.
I can beat him by August.
Warren says that Todd or
Justin lost, yeah. And
his decision.
son of a
Let's see, that makes him 2-2. Yeah, 2-2, I guess. But
do you have to get a permission slip, Levi, to come up to Winter Blast?
I don't know. I'm not the one driving, so
There you go.
Wait, is that Levi Knight? Oh, Ratuski. Oh, hey, what's up, man?
What's up?
What's up, Levi?
There we go.
how's it going?
Hey, Dan, welcome to the podcast.
I've been here the whole time listening.
No
I
shit.
just didn't-
That's what I'm saying.
I had to step out for a second because I dropped something in my car. That's all. But yeah, I'm still here. Nah, I dropped my vape, man. Don't worry, I'm not vaping and driving though. Or am I?
Millennials.
Oh my God.
So, which one of you guys am I gonna see over at Olympia next week?
Nobody.
I'm competing in the classic physique division.
Oh yeah, you're competing in classic.
Competing in classic, man.
There you go.
Taking a run at the title, gonna dethrone Chris Bumstead. He's got to watch out.
You gotta check. Actually, Shoe Bitch, you're not on anything, right? You don't take any supplements or not supplements. Fuck that shit. Steroids. You're not taking any steroids, right?
None of that. No.
You should check out Mr. America.
That's what the Liver King said too, bud.
Yeah, right. That would be cool. I think maybe if I allow myself a season of bodybuilding, that'd be pretty cool. Just to grow.
Yeah, Mr. America is all about natural shit, man. And being natural. And dude, you got a good physique. You should do it.
Thank you.
Check it out.
Yeah, I think that if I was to diet down, I'll probably look a little bit more lanky than I am. Maybe I'd have enough muscle bellies to make it look right, but I don't know. I feel like most tall guys, by the time they diet down, they don't have that muscle pop that somebody more compact would show.
Would you wear a little tiny Speedo?
Oh well, you know,
He'd
I'm
wear
like
the
really
shorts
self-conscious about what I have.
Like banana hammock.
So maybe make everything else look bigger. I think that's what's really going on here.
I mean, you could always stuff it, dude.
I could.
You know, half a banana.
It's gonna take a lot of stuff, though.
I mean, if you're worried about portions, man, you know, just bulk up a little bit and you'll be good to go.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Listen to Dan Schwartz.
I appreciate that. I think I'll take a stab at it at some point when I feel like I filled out my frame enough.
That's my other phone going nuts back there.
Yeah.
Sorry if that's bothering everybody.
So
Yeah, I
is
know
that sounds much?
for me in the Olympia, I probably more likely will not be there.
All right.
What light gear are you on, Sass?
Just some test.
Yeah.
But, you know, I blame my, oh yeah, absolutely. I blame my age. I mean, I use that as an excuse, but
How much are you taking? How many milligrams?
I don't know, 250, I think it is.
A week?
Yeah, I don't even know. It's like non-doctor prescribed.
Yeah.
You know?
Like you got it from Artem?
Well, no, not exactly, but yeah, sort of like that. Yeah, a week, 250 a week. It's good. I was getting really lazy. I like climb poles and shit, like for a living as a lineman. And I come home from work and don't do anything ever.
Yeah.
Dude,
Like
is this a picture
neglect
of
the
you?
house.
Is
That's
that
you, right, Sass?
Say again?
Yeah, you have to speak.
I'm
You
losing you.
if you're not talking, Dave. Start making noise.
Warren Raber was a
Yeah, my phone's only showing me when he was at a time.
any high profile matches set for
Oh.
women? Yeah.
No, that's not me. Is it? I'm looking on my other phone.
Warren?
Yeah.
No, that ain't me, dude. That's funny. That's a big bitch, though. Where? Yeah, like I'm looking at two phones here, and I don't have my glasses.
I know how it is, man.
The testosterone don't help with that.
Yeah.
So what do we have at practice tomorrow, Warren? You got to get enough people together to actually run 3 tables this time? I don't think we're gonna bring the table in until we actually get enough people to run it. But last week was disappointing. It was, great people were there, but not too damn many of them. I'm just hoping we have a few more tomorrow than we had last week. Whatever.
I'm gonna try to come down for Wednesday. What time does that start now in town?
5 o'clock.
Nice.
Yep.
And I think I found the address once before, not on Facebook, but on I don't know. I just Googled it or whatever. I should be able to find it, right?
Yeah, he's very open about 1715 North 20th.
All right, I'm gonna grab a pen. Some old
We
fashioned.
I know a guy that was just on stuff. I'm pretty sure he's quitting now, but he had a pretty crazy testosterone count. I'm pretty sure you guys would probably be able to catch on what I'm talking about. He had like 1900, I believe it was free test, like nanograms per deciliter, whereas like the normal range is like between 300 and 800.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's at 1900. So yeah, I believe it was like 1927 or something crazy.
An arm wrestler?
Yeah, and he was running some stuff, and I believe now he's been recommended to get off everything.
Wow.
So there's a short run.
Yeah, Carolyn Sasquatch is out getting a pen. He'll be back in a moment.
Yeah.
What's his first middle and last name?
You'll probably be able to figure it out. Hey, I'll be back, guys.
God dang it.
She was just like, Mom, I told you not to call me when I'm on the podcast.
That's
can't
funny
find-
shit.
I can't find a fucking pen to save my life.
Carolyn asked Sasquatch, is that going to be your first practice?
Well, I guess sort of real practice. I went to Keystones last year and lost two matches, and that was fun. Then I was at that seminar in New York when you were at, Ryan, when I was locked out of the building.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And I got to fuck around with some people there. That was cool. But
Warren's coming on.
all right, give me that
Holy
address
shit.
one more time.
Yeah. 1715 1715
All right.
North 20th.
All right.
Allentown 18104. Basically,
Yeah,
we're right off the 15th Street interchange on 22.
Yeah, that's only about 20 minutes from me, a half hour.
Yeah, I will say
Yes,
that sometimes 22 really sucks.
Yeah.
So, what you might want to do is, sneak over through Whitehall or something, like past the Walmart in Whitehall and come down Mock Chunk or something.
I go to their practice on Sundays.
Well, my daughter's got like a recital this Sunday. Oh shit, my one phone's dying. I can't go this Sunday.
What's up, Warren? Hey, Warren, I gotta say,
Wednesday.
I really like your shirt.
Oh, shit.
Man, I like this shirt too.
What's up,
What's up, Warren Raber, the Viking? What's up, man?
What's going on there, Mr. Schwartz? How are you?
Doing well. Can't complain.
right?
Long time no see.
Troy,
Yeah,
Troy was speaking very highly of you, and I told him that you were one of the first people to come on here. Me and you interviewing people.
Yeah, man. It was
Way back in the day, dude.
It was me and you. Yeah, it was me and you. Good times.
Yeah, he was very excited about his recent wins down in Florida, and
yeah, it was. I'm very impressed with Troy's performance. He's a good dude, man. He's very enthusiastic. He loves this sport, and he just literally just wants to just take all the knowledge in. So I mean, respect to him. I'm proud of him. You know, I mean, he represented Lethal Arms.
Yeah,
no better way at that. You know, as far as I'm concerned. So you know,
so you're saying he's a nice guy, but you still smash him at practice.
Well, I've got a good. I don't know. He's competing at 155. I've got a good 50 pounds on him. So, but yeah, he's tenacious.
So
he doesn't give up. What's that?
Warren, you bulked up. You bulked up then?
Dude, I always sit around 198 to 205. That's where I always sit. It's my stupid metabolism. There's no such thing as bulking up for Warren.
Fair enough.
Just grow more.
As I've shrunken, you stayed the same. I've shrunken.
Yeah. Where do you compete? You still competing in 165, Dan, or 175s?
Yeah. 165 right now.
Yeah.
I was at 176 the last tournament I was at, but I decided that I feel healthier and faster at 165 and stronger, actually. Surprisingly, I'm as strong as I am at 176, but there's speed paired with that strength now.
There you go. Good.
And I feel fairly comfortable at the table at 165. Now, mind you, keeping this weight, it's not easy to do. It does require a willpower because it's a lifestyle. At this point, this is a lifestyle. I have to maintain 165 is not easy. And I don't necessarily plan on maintaining that per se. I will go up to 170 when I hit the 176 weight class, but I'll cut back down to 165 for the 65s.
There you go.
So, I'll bulk up a little bit, but it's not going to be something I don't see myself ever really going past until I dominate for the next maybe 2, 3, maybe 4 years. It's going to take some time before I get there, but once I get there, it'll be a couple of years before I decide to climb up again.
Yeah. It was a yes or no question.
I don't take yes or no questions, Ryan. You should know this by now. You've known me for what, 2 years? Come on now. I am not that one-dimensional. Come on now. Listen, one of these days, my dynamics will overpower Ryan Bowen's freaking vectors.
Here we go.
There we go. Right there.
Quick, change the subject.
Just put it in.
Here we go. Anyway, Ryan. So back to my super chat. So you got what you said? What, Derek Smith and who? Austin.
And possibly Evan Burgoyne versus Roger Learned.
Ooh.
I actually like that match.
I like that. I like that a lot. That's good. That could
be fun.
Could be fun. I'm sure you got more in the works. I'm sure you're working on it. I know you.
You know it, buddy.
Hell yeah.
Seeing what's out, we have to. It's hard because so many people hit me up for matches.
Yeah.
So it's like some people hit me up and I'm just like, you would love to give them a match, but it's we can't have 30 matches. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
So it is what it is.
Does Gary ever hit you up for a rematch?
No.
That was fucking hilarious.
That was
That was fun.
I was front and center for that. That was a shit show.
Carolyn wants to know if Nightmare is 176 at Olympia.
No,
Nope.
there isn't 176 class. There is only 165 or 185. So I decided to slim down a little bit to 165.
There you go.
Would you shave your back hair?
You know what?
How much
I was
would you
contemplating
drop
it.
if you shave your back hair?
It probably would be about a half a pound, to be honest with you. So if I am a half pound over, you better believe I am going to the next hair fucking salon or barber. Like, listen, I know it's a weird request, but shave my back, please. I'm gonna do that.
I need to make weight.
If I'm like,
I need to make weight. Shave my back.
I completely believe it, to be honest.
you better believe if I need to, fuck it, I'll go live on that bullshit on my channel.
Yeah, Carolyn wants to know, did Elsesser make weight tonight? So they might know. I know Elsesser posted a couple hours ago that he had to lose 9 pounds in 4 hours or some such shit.
Yeah. I don't know. I haven't heard anything about it after that.
9 pounds of brain cells.
That should be an interesting match, though. What do you guys think? The Elsesser and Touye. What do you think? I'm sure you guys have probably talked about Monster Factory tomorrow.
I think Touye.
Yeah.
Touye's got.
I know. Obviously, I know. Brandon personally. He's a good friend of mine. It's going to be interesting. I love Brandon. I do. I hope he wins. But I hate to say this, but I'm thinking Touye 3-2.
No.
I think Brandon's going to get 1 or 2 on him for sure. I think
It's not going to be a walk in the park for Touye. I'll give Brandon that much credit because credit's due where it's due. It's not going to be a walk in the park for Touye, but I think Touye's style is Brandon's kryptonite.
It's going to be interesting for sure.
Yeah, definitely. All right, I'm going to go silent for a few minutes, and then I'll be on video in probably the next 10-15 minutes.
We'll hold our breath, Dan.
Hold your breath.
Hold your breath.
You better be blue by the time I get back.
I'm interested in seeing Paul Lynn pull up Pablo, dude.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I think Paul has it all day, but it's still going to be a fun match.
Yeah,
Is it left-handed or right?
It's right.
Oh, yeah, Paul Lynn.
Yeah.
What about Paul? What about Paul Maiden and Beer Man?
Oh God!
Come on, that's gonna be fun.
That's gonna be a fun match to watch. I think they're gonna get this fight before the match.
Yeah.
That's gonna be good.
I don't know. Back to Paul and Pablo. I mean, Pablo. I don't know. I don't know what the weight was they had to go in at, but I know he was sitting around 240 something.
Yeah.
Before this match, I'm not doubting Paul at all. You know, I mean, obviously, you know, I'm besides my daughter, I'm Paul's biggest supporter. you know, so that's my boy, it's my brother. You know what I mean, my teammate, and I'm fully confident he's going to get the job done for sure.
I'm looking at it as, you know, Paul Talbot just pulled Pablo and did pretty damn well.
Yeah.
But
yeah, he did.
He's not doing that to Paul Lynn.
Oh, I don't know.
You know what I mean? That's how I kind of just judge things, you know. When you see guys pulling each other. I know it's not like, you know, a sure thing, but you know, you can kind of tell where people are at when you see different people pull each other and shit.
Yeah.
Who knows? We'll see. We'll find out.
We'll see.
Hey Ryan, at Winter Blast, what weight classes do you have like around 220? Do you have anything below 220? Because when I went out to Keystones, I got stuck in the supers, and for my first time, I was getting destroyed.
We got you covered, buddy. Hold on.
Yeah.
What they are right now.
220 and under would be good for me.
We got 198s. We got 220.
Nice.
That's where I'll be. 198.
Well, I can make 220, but when I got in that open class, it was like with monsters, like 300 pounders. Screw that. I was getting slaughtered.
I'll be honest with you, we get a lot of super heavies at Keystones. Like every year that I've been to Key, like even my first one in 2020, there was a ton of super heavies.
Yeah, I weighed in at like 222, and I didn't even check the weight classes before I rolled out there. I went out by myself. I didn't even know what I was doing, and I signed up and weighed in. It was 222, and they're like, "Yeah, you're gonna be in the open classes." Fuck.
Fantastic.
It hurt. The dude that beat me, thank God he didn't break my arm. One guy broke his arm like minutes before my match, and it was my first time. I was watching that, and the guy freaking broke his arm, and I was like, "Oh, do I really want to do this?" But I sucked it up and did it. It was awesome.
Yeah, but that dude was doing like a weird press and shit.
Yeah. That was that wasn't. It was crazy.
I'm gonna jump out. It was fun. I'll have to try to get on again. It took me forever to get my shit set up here, but
Yeah, no problem, man.
yeah, it's been good. I'm gonna try to get down on Wednesday. And then you said you go up to Allentown on Sunday sometimes?
Yeah, I go Sundays, yeah.
All right.
What are you pulling, amateur?
Yeah.
So we got
total new guy.
199 to 220 and 177 to 198.
Nice.
And 221 to 242 and then 243 plus.
Should be fun.
Yeah,
see what happens. I'm gonna jump out.
All right, buddy.
All right.
Yeah.
Man.
Later.
See ya.
Thank you. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
A nice fella.
Right. I got to see if I still have my background on here. I don't know if I do. I forget what to do.
Better.
More
video.
Background and effect.
Virtual background. Yeah.
Yeah. Do I still have it? No.
It stays in it.
It's not there anymore.
Just pretend. Just click the one where it looks like you're at the beach.
The blur.
Yeah. The blur. Oh, there you go.
That's so weird. All right, I'm good. I'll have to get another one eventually.
Strangest man said, "Fuck that guy. Hope he has a good evening." Yep. So what's new with you, Warren? You got any matches coming up?
No. No, just I was actually just messaging with Dave Shell the other day, finding out what tournaments were coming up, because I knew obviously he would know, and before Winter Blast, and so thinking about probably hitting up.
These are 20-inch forearms, dude.
I'm saying
I measured I measured 20 inches.
Might hit up the one that's going to be out there in Lumberton, New Jersey, before Winter Blast. So,
yeah,
if the weekend's right, if we don't have our daughters, you know what I mean. So, you know how that goes. So,
yeah.
Family stuff takes precedence. As much as I love this sport, and I want to completely be totally engulfed in it, there are things that do take precedence sometimes.
You mean like kids and work and life and bills?
Yeah. All that shit.
Yeah. I hear you, dude.
So, but trying to thinking about well, a while back there was some talk about getting another tournament here closer to Harrisburg.
Yeah.
So,
well, dude, next year I want to launch the 98 league, and that's going to be our goal, is to do them all around. So we'll be traveling more.
Well, I did see that post, about the whole ranking system and all that stuff. So that's, a lot of cool stuff. You know what I mean?
Well,
So
I think if we have our own ranking system in the 98, then people will come to the tournament to try to get on that list. You know?
Yeah. And I'm sure you probably already thought about this, but I mean, with one of these 98 events that, you're planning on doing or wanting to do, I would really like to see a team versus team kind of, tournament kind of style,
We have talked about doing that.
Yeah. I think that'd be really cool.
We have to like that's a tournament that's going to take a lot of planning in advance to make sure all these teams want to be on board and how we're going to do it. You know what I mean?
So, but if anybody can do it, it's you, Ryan.
Maybe. We'll see how Winter Blast goes.
No, I have a feel if it goes as well as the first one did, I think we're going to be super.
Well, plus I'm trying to do some different things at it this time, like the food drive for abundance for families that need food, and then the drug addiction people are coming out to do some drug addiction awareness and stuff like that, and
it's good stuff, man.
Just some stuff that'll be good for the community,
Yeah.
I was utterly astonished the other night to discover that I actually have a listing on that AERS thing where they, from the, where they have the wins and losses and so forth. Like, holy hell, I never would have figured I'd be on it. But I used that to actually figure out who the one guy I was that I beat in the 60 plus in Orlando. Like, holy crap, I have a listing there.
Good for you, Dave.
What's your rank, Dave?
It was just I didn't find that. Probably 242nd out of 242, but just as a guess. But no, I was just looking at the wins and losses.
Yeah,
I had some wins, astonishingly enough. I think 4 tournaments I was in. We still don't have Keystone. I don't think he ever put they've been nagging to get Keystone reported, and Reed just hasn't done it.
Yeah.
James a busy guy.
Yeah, I mean they might be moving to Florida actually.
No shit.
Yeah.
Another one bailing out of the Northeast.
Hey, you see how much snow they got just a few weeks ago? I'd bail too.
And then we got the halfbacks like they got there in North Carolina. The New Yorkers and New Jersey people have moved to Florida and say, "Holy shit, is it hot here?" So they move halfway back to North Carolina, and they're called halfbacks.
Halfbacks.
What's up? I'm back.
Hey
yo.
Now we can let out a breath.
There you go. You can let your breath out. You're not blue though. You promised me you'd be blue. Disappointment, man.
Just blue balls, buddy.
Oh, Ryan, as you have more children, they become more and more frequent, those blue balls.
I bet.
Oh, sucks to be y'all.
Yeah. For real.
I could say.
What do you mean, dude? I just take some of Dave's Gold Bond powder and rub one out myself.
Oh my God.
You and I both know, as much as the Gold Bond does expand the experience, it's not the same.
We think. I don't know. I still feel like I need to try it because you can't judge Dave until you've actually tried it. Because maybe he's onto something.
Hey, look, Schwartz, you're the person that does a massage therapy with a happy ending, so I don't want to hear it.
I don't do the happy endings.
There's
sad. You can erase that piece.
Dave's the first masseuse to offer sad endings. Everybody leaves crying.
They all leave with rug burn.
Oh, it's like a semi-tolerable, very earthy hand job.
Nothing but spit and grit.
Oh God.
How the fuck did I end up with gravel in my dick?
Dan, there's a minor on the podcast.
There's a minor on the podcast.
Oh, sorry. Forgive me.
He's not even old enough to drive yet.
Right.
Oh shit.
Oh wow.
My bad.
Oops.
You're
all,
good.
This is why my this is
We're all gonna
exactly
get
why
arrested.
my podcast does not take off.
We're all gonna get like
We're gonna
charged
get
with
arrested,
corruption of
yeah.
minors. We're gonna
minor on the panel.
Listen. The only ones that truthfully have to worry, I don't know about Warren and I don't know about David, but listen, Ryan, you and me, we're in trouble, man.
Yeah.
We got priors to worry about.
This is true.
What's that? What's that now?
Just talking about the criminal element of the 98%. That's all.
Oh, criminal. No, I'm not. I am definitely not a criminal.
Listen, I'm not either. I may have used to be one, but I'm currently not.
Oh, never been.
I'm gonna remain silent.
Yeah, I don't judge people. You know what I mean? Whatever.
Fair enough. I am not breaking any laws right now.
Menthol.
That's all I know.
Hey,
Navi said menthol spackle.
menthol spackle.
Oof. Man.
Oh, that's wrong.
Unapologetic Patriot said poor Levi, the minor on the panel.
Poor kid.
Levi, you have no idea what shit you stepped into, did you?
We're corrupting him.
Yeah, seriously. From that, listen, as long as he's on here, when we go to say something, we have to say Levi, earmuffs, and then we can say whatever the fuck we want.
Right. He's got a
That right there.
He has a deep voice. We all do.
That's a father statement right there.
Yeah. Yeah.
He has a deep voice. He masturbates.
Jesus Christ.
Oh man. Well, maybe we might have Austin on next week if we can.
That'd be awesome.
Maybe we can get Derek to come on at the same time.
Hell yeah.
We'll make them talk shit to each other.
Yeah. We could have a little back and forth.
Like, so Derek, Austin said you're a bitch.
Stirring the pot.
Yeah, just get them all going.
You heard it first. 98% podcast.
Yeah, right.
You're a bitch.
Yeah, Derek's interested in pulling him, and Austin's coming. So if we can get Derek to come out, that match will be on.
Well, I have just arranged for protection for the minor because another member of his team is going to join us shortly.
Oh, okay.
Ted's going to join us.
All right.
I don't know how to pronounce his name, so I probably mispronounce it, but is it Shmelnicki? Something like I have to ask him.
I don't fucking know.
Do I look like a speller?
He arm wrestles. He doesn't do spelling bees. All right.
Solitaire? Like you're doing this?
Sure. Go right ahead, babe.
Yeah, he said he just got done, done doing cardio, so he had to change his shirt. But cardio. Oh no, cardio. Get away from me.
Next Friday, we might interview one of John McEachern's severed fingers.
Jesus fucking.
That's wrong, and that's so wrong.
That's wrong, man. That's so wrong. That sucks, dude. If I saw that on Facebook,
He signed off on it.
God.
He gave
I
us.
couldn't believe it.
He gave me permission.
Oh, okay. Well, it's all about consent. It's all about consent these days.
If you're gonna have that on, we need Big Pen on too.
Big Pen. Oh yeah, it's probably
Brandon versus Mega Mike. Who? Brandon Alcesser?
Ryan, make sure Big Pen is on when you have McCutcheon's fingers on.
Oh, dude, big pin.
Yeah, big pin.
That would be awkward.
Would be very awkward, but entertaining.
Would be awkward, but you know what? I think it would help both out. Big pin would become a little.
Is actually thinking about getting like a prosthetic finger. And I told him he ought to get like an extra long one, dude. Like fucking like an 8-inch middle finger. Like, wow.
Jesus Christ.
Oh,
like a freakishly long.
You gotta go backwards.
Finger stream.
I'm sitting here. Okay, so I'm sitting here. My wife is across the table from me. Okay, I gotta tell you this story right now. So she's like, "Hey, I'm gonna play solitaire while you're, on a Zoom call." I'm like, "Cool." So I'm sitting here watching her lay this shit down. She is not doing it right, and I'm like, I want to help her, but I don't want to be rude. So
just let him help me for just 2 seconds.
Okay, so
go ahead. Step away. Step away.
Put the 7 cards. Put down the cards. Put the cards. Put the cards. Put the cards down.
5, 6, 7.
Okay, now come back this way. One this way. You were going the wrong way. You need to come backwards. Put a card down.
Okay.
Holy shit.
Welcome to
go back.
What's up? How you guys doing?
I could have done that the other way.
Flip it again. No, this is how you play solitaire.
We're experiencing some domestic violence.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Now 3. Here you go. You know what? I say this often. I say this very often. Thank God she's pretty.
That's fucked up.
Well, Ted, welcome.
Listen, Ward, hang on, though. You say it too often, though, and you disappear, we'll know exactly why.
Yep. Hey, by the way, y'all already know. Go on my Facebook. You're all my friends on Facebook. You can see who I'm engaged to. So you can be like, yo, it's her. She did it. She did it.
Nothing happened.
She did it.
Ted, we were here talking about masturbating this night. We had no idea that we were in the presence of a minor.
Yeah. He's
You're like, shit.
He's the youngest member of our team. He's also got the brightest future.
Laughing her ass off.
Oh yeah, is he a strong man?
She was totally laughing her ass off. We were talking about the whole masturbation thing.
Yeah, he's pretty damn strong. He's got a really awesome drag hook. He has a lot of the same shape as like if you guys just saw Larry Wheels when he pulls, he's got like the same shape as far as the way he pulls. He likes that drag hook, but he's been working really, really hard on his top roll, and his hand is starting to feel really solid.
That's great.
That's awesome.
Oh, look, you made him leave.
He was like, "See ya."
He got shy. He got shy and just logged off.
He was like, "Oh," he started to blush.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely progressing really well. His training is awesome. Like, he doesn't give up. I mean, to be 17, right. I wish.
But he's already healed.
I mean, everyone on this call wishes they were 17 again.
Yeah, I started this sport at 41. I'm 43 now, and to heal like a 17-year-old, I would absolutely I would give anything to go back in time and do it all over again.
Oh, Ted, I'm right there with you. I started at 39. I'll be 42 in April, so
yeah.
I feel you completely.
Yeah.
People are a bunch of pikers. I started at 66.
Oh, you know what? Shut the hell up, Dave. Just shut up.
Dave,
I would be the spring chicken of the group. I started at 35 or 34. I'm now 36.
We're gonna put Dave in a home soon.
Real soon.
I missed the opportunity to pull Dave. I was up in PA visiting my brother, and I was supposed to go over and pull him in a practice on Sunday morning, but it was just so much riding because I was up there on my bike, and it was just so much riding so quick because we did a charity ride with my brother the day before, so we were just exhausted. Nice. And I wasn't able to make it down.
I probably would have been there too.
Ryan, you should come to one of our practices.
Yeah, I've been meaning to get out there. I haven't been to a Lethal Arms one in a while.
Yeah, well, the last time you came out was Call Out Wars.
Yeah.
And that's been almost a year. Man. That's unacceptable as far as I'm concerned.
The last time he came out, he almost didn't get out of town because his brother ran the damn battery down.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, that's right.
It's like my brother's like, "Oh, I'm going to go sit in the car."
What happened to Levi?
Okay.
Apparently,
he fucking killed my battery.
Yeah, didn't he fall asleep? He was napping.
He was in there napping, but he had the radio on and the light, and his car, his
Had heat on.
In and everything. Yeah.
It was because I was in February.
An idiot.
I love Scott. Yeah, we love Scotty. We love him.
I bet. Someone asked you. Should we do a wellness check on Levi?
That's actually what I'm doing right now.
Hey, are you alive?
Okay, he just bounced real fast.
Like his phone probably died.
Probably.
Yeah, because it was just.
Yeah.
Just glitched out real quick.
Yeah. I can't see him in team chat anymore either. So his phone probably died.
Nashville Arm Wrestling said he's 17. I already had my first federal case. Nice.
Wow.
He's probably thinking to himself, these old perverts.
These dirty ass old men.
My question to you is, how does one correctly pronounce your last name? I'm going with Schmielnicki.
It's close. It's Shumelnicki.
Shumelnicki.
Yep, Shumelnicki. Yep.
Hell, Dave, you're wrong.
I often am.
Wrong, Dave.
I often am.
College professor.
I admit it. Unlike some people, I admit it.
So, David, you're coming down to the January 14th tournament, right?
Yep.
That's gonna be pretty cool, man. You're doing that best of 20 with Hunter?
Yeah, that was kind of interesting. Johnson said that when we were talking about Johnson, I don't know if you saw this comment. Like,
Yeah.
I didn't know about this, and I'm running the tournament. So I guess Hunter said that yeah, because Damien's really doing it, isn't he?
Yeah. Damien told you guys you could do it, but Johnson is the one that actually is putting it on, securing all the sponsors, yada, yada, yada. So he was kind of like blown away by it. He didn't even know it was happening. And I know he wanted to give you guys like a center table. It's just that there's a lot of time constraints on the time that he has the spot.
Yeah, I mean, since it's got to be stretched out. Let's face it. Best of 20. So I'm perfectly happy doing it on a side table. I'm not really.
Yeah, because Nick is the captain of our team, the captain of the Carolina Rollers. So he's the one that, he's in charge of training Levi and myself and all the other guys that are down here in the Fayetteville area.
Yeah. Yeah, but I'm perfectly happy doing it on the side or whatever. And of course, I kind of gently bust Hunter every so often that, now that his right arm is, is good, I'll do his right arm, too, if he wants. And, just, like
I mean, obviously I've never met you, but you better be strong if you're looking to take him on, because he's pretty damn strong.
Oh yeah.
I think Hunter's going to flash pin him a couple times, but Dave will definitely outgas him if it comes down to that.
Yeah.
It might be.
I've said all along, I think the first couple, I have to avoid getting flashed, because if I can make him work, I can wear him down. And, of course, and, obviously, I'm not asking you to spy on, but he has to be practicing. They said he was going to practice the speed after that performance in Texas, because, I have yet to see him beat anybody to the hit. He's fairly slow,
Yeah. No, I'll give you that. He's more into the hydraulic press instead of the whip. Right. I haven't actually seen him train in a while. He was over my house pulling, I don't know, about a month ago, and his left felt rock solid. His right felt pretty damn good. I mean, we were pulling, of course, we were being really careful with him, but his right hand and wrist feels amazing.
Well, he has said all along his right is his better arm.
Yeah. But I love it that his hand and wrist hasn't lost any, real power. As a matter of fact, it feels stronger than it ever has been. So he's been working the hell out of that, even with his arm being broke.
Yeah.
No, because they were definitely with that thing with Cody Bird, that he just, he went down there, and I think a lot of it was at speed. He just tried to react, and he was reactive rather than But, so I know Damien had said that they were going to work on his hit, and when he got back to Carolina.
Yeah, Damien's definitely fast, so that's the guy to train with for speed.
Levi's back.
His phone died, he said.
Yeah.
I'll try not to compliment him this time. It might kick him off again.
And here he is again.
There he is.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
I'll try not to compliment you again there, young buck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ted was just telling us how weak you are.
I'm sure.
No, he actually not that long. Well, actually, it's been a while now. About about 5 months now, Levi? When we pulled? Yeah. So he actually took my team rank from me.
Oh.
Yeah. Yep. We had I'll be completely honest. I let my ego get the best of me. I'm 43. You should never take a match on 2 days' notice. And I did. And I was trying to set out to prove a point that his hand was his vulnerability, but I knew better than to go arm on arm with him. But 2 days notice, I went in there and I wound up, in a drag hook with him. And I'm in my head, I'm going, what the hell are you doing? Next thing I know, I'm being flown across the table. Yeah. Yeah. Strong kid.
Thanks, Ted.
It's all right. I'm still going to come for your team ranking. Don't worry about that.
You can try. You can try.
Yeah, Badger Drews had given us anybody above a certain age that one of his parties got an old men rule shirt. So I think that's what I'm going to wear to the thing with Hunter.
There you go.
Old men rule, young men drool, or something to that effect.
Hey, if you don't win, you can't come on our podcast anymore.
Oh well, then I'll have to make sure I learn how I'm going to get out of this.
When is that again, Dave? When is that?
I'm sorry.
What is your
14th of January?
Oh, the 14th. Okay.
Have you ever pulled Hunter before, David?
Never.
Oh wow. Okay.
No, that's one thing. Never. And my main concern, as far as as I saw actually it was a tournament at which he broke his arm.
Mhm.
He beat Derek Lyles. Now,
Yeah.
it was right arm, and
Yeah.
I don't know
Yeah,
how.
Derek Lyles is a fucking beast.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
Derek
don't know.
Lyles is a hoss.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I beat Derek right. Now, of course, I don't know what what Derek, if Derek had just got done pulling a 2-minute match or something, but I have never come close to beating Derek. Hell, I don't beat Derek's dad for that matter. But
Yeah.
whatever he's
Yeah. Hunter's right is most certainly, even now, I would say even now, probably better than his left, but his left feels really, really solid. I don't even know anything as far as like your height and your levers and all of that, but I know with me, he has a lot of trouble because I have pretty large hands and I've got a lot of height. So when he has to climb and I make him hold on to me. So if I make him hold on to me, he has a real hard time trying to stop me.
Well, I have a humongous wrist, on my, left especially. But on the other hand,
We know why, Dave.
these are all in the strap.
Right.
So we're starting all of them in the strap. What's the problem there, Grondin?
I didn't say anything, Dave.
No, of course you didn't say anything. But no, it's everything's starting in the strap, but whatever.
That's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I think it is. I'd like to see what the ratio is going to be because I don't think either one of you are going to sweep it. So I'd like to see what the ratio is going to be.
Yeah.
Out of 20, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, and the way it all came up, Ron Singley was on one of the chats I'm on, and they were talking stamina. And actually, he was saying you should do something where the first person to win 25, which was ridiculous. Yeah, but then Hunter said, "Oh, I think that'd be cool." I was like, "Oh God, we're off to the races."
Insanity.
But I'll still pull during the tournament as well, and probably get crushed. But yeah, hey, I show up and have fun.
Hey, I'm definitely going to get crushed at the tournament, but I'm still going to pull.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's you got some of the best super heavyweight and 225s and 198s coming from North and South Carolina. I know I can't touch them, but I'm still going to do it. As a matter of fact, I think Paul Walter might even be there. And if he's there, he's pretty much guaranteed first place. So,
well, even though I've been doing this a couple of years, I pull master as an amateur. I do not pull super pro. But no, well, and as James Reed has said, masters is basically just old pros.
Yeah.
So, and I think they're doing 40 there.
Yeah, I think so. But if that's the case, and Paul decides to enter that because he's over 40.
40. But yeah, and then Donnie Anderson's coming up from South Carolina, but I don't think the whole team's coming, so they'll still do practice on Sunday. So I said, well, rather than come charging home, on Sunday, I'm going to go down to their practice.
That just means that everybody has to bring their earplugs. That's all.
Anybody here in the Zoom chat or in the YouTube chat know anyone else is going to Olympia? I know of at least one other person, Caleb Armbruster, that's going to be at 165 and under. I know that he's a beast. So I got
very explosive.
Isn't that the kid out of California?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah. Yeah, he's incredible. He's incredible.
Yeah, he's going to be a threat.
He's definitely a threat for someone like me. His style is definitely different to go up against. So I hope I can, give him the war and maybe take the win.
If he's going, is the Whisperer going?
I've heard whispers of him going, but I don't know if he's actually going. There's no confirmation. I sent him a message to see if he is, but he hasn't responded. So I'd love to group up with him, Caleb, and oh my God, who else? Vazgen and David.
Benji Mack is going.
Benji, but he's going to be at the 185 class, I think.
Well, he just asked him whether he was going to make 165, so he's not yet answered.
Benji Mack, coming for you. Coming for you.
Ryan fell asleep. Oh, there he is.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. Although it has happened.
I saw your head down like this.
Approaching the time of the notorious slumber of Ryan Grondin.
Captain Obvious asked if RBJ is going to be at Badger's party. I have no idea. The only people I know that are going to be there are me, McUrchin, and Rogers coming up. But beyond that, I don't know who's going to be there.
When's Badger's party again?
17th.
Oh, I won't be around. Damn. I wanted to go to that. Oh, too bad. Send my regards to Badger.
We'll say who? Oh, I know him.
Levi, what are you pushing now? 255, 260?
260.
260. Jesus.
You're 260?
Yeah.
You're a big boy. Damn.
Big kid.
Hey, I'm officially not the heaviest guy on the team anymore.
Right.
You gonna be the future killer?
Say what?
Is Levi gonna be our future Levon killer?
He doesn't have the height, but he definitely has the strength and the mindset. I mean, but he's young, and I got to be honest. I'll just say it. Levon won't be around long enough to see him grow. You know what I mean? Because with the amount of shit that he's sticking in his ass, his liver's not going to last that long.
Fair point. Fair point. If Levon sticks around for long enough, man, I'd say 5. Because I've seen a couple of Levi's matches, man. I'm impressed.
Yeah.
I'd say 5 to 10 years, he'll be somewhere on that level.
Yeah. I give him 7 to 10 years, and he's going to be pushing national level, if not like international mid-level, somewhere around there.
Yeah, I don't plan on being elite super heavyweight. I plan on doing heavies. I'm not tall enough to be in super heavies. And quite frankly, my arm isn't long enough. So
you know what though? Training with super heavies and pulling at heavies is gonna be a great thing for you.
Yeah.
They'll give you that power endurance training, because I gotta tell you, everybody who I train with, I try to train with somebody heavier than me.
Yeah.
And it helps so much with speed, power, everything, every aspect.
Yeah.
They have more power than I do. And to be able to out angle them and outmaneuver them, it really gives you every tool you need to walk through whatever class you're at. If you're somebody that's 20, 30, 40 pounds heavier than you.
Yeah. Now imagine how I felt, right? Dan, imagine how I felt. I was sitting at 265. Okay. He was at 235, right? Coming up. Yeah. And I was in the exact opposite shoes, whereas I'm the one who was weaker, having to outmaneuver him.
Well, that's where skill comes into play, and able IQ and understanding and knowing where to go. But there's so much ebb and flow to this game that it's uncanny. You know, I gotta say, I had the privilege of having legend Steve Black over at my practice recently. I don't know if y'all know who he is, but he's been around the sport for about over 30 years. Yeah. He's a living legend. The guy's got skills that I can only dream of. Poor man's experience.
Yeah, for us, we have one of those guys too. His name is Rick Layton, and Paul Walter, obviously. But Rick Layton is such an inspiration. I mean, the guy's in a wheelchair, weighs like 155, 160, is still ranked on the 176-pound list in the North and South Carolina rankings. I mean, the guy is just incredible. Some of the absolute best wrist-based pronation I've ever felt on anybody. I don't care who it was. He's just incredible.
It's awesome having access to so much experience.
Yeah.
Or the underwear thing.
Like, not for nothing. Yeah, he's been out of the sport for some time, and I haven't seen him for a little bit. But there was a period of time where Mike Aiello was coming over to my practices regularly.
Yeah.
Awesome. And he imparted a lot of knowledge and a lot of education in a very short period of time. So, like, I can appreciate anybody who has access to that readily available as you guys. I mean, not for nothing. There always some pro that is going to be in some corner, some pocket that will be available to you, right? At this point in time, that's the beauty of our sport. We have the accessibility that is unrivaled in any other sport.
Yep.
You know, you can't call up Michael Jordan and say, "Hey, can you help me, expand my game a little?"
Yeah. No. Levi and I got very lucky. We got to pull Devin about 2 months ago over at Pig Pounders. That was incredible. It was absolutely incredible. Devin's hand, like, you can't even explain it.
No,
it's because I've got big hands. So when I gripped him, I didn't feel uncomfortable. And I was like, okay, his hand doesn't feel terrible. And I mean, obviously I know I'm not going to beat him, but I was shocked at how comfortable his hand felt. And man, when I went in on it, he like just let it down and he held me like that far off the pin pad, just going, thank you. And I'm like, how are you doing that, man? It's just sick. I'm sitting there just pounding into his arm and he's just rolling me right above the pin pad. Like, this is great, man. Thanks.
I gripped up with him over in the High Five Club in Jersey too. And he let me get some work in. And I after, like, off camera, I sat down and I talked to him. I was like, how did you do that? What he goes, listen, the training you need to do to get to this level is what you think I do, and then multiply it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, by what though? And he goes, just multiply it. I'm like, you're not giving me a number though.
Well, he actually spoke about it. Not that long ago. He said that when he was doing his circuit training, because now he switched up his training again. Yeah. Now he's doing 1 rep maxes all day. Like, it's literally like every 15 or 20 minutes, he does a 1 rep max whenever he goes past his weight stack. But before, when he was doing his circuit training for Levon, he was doing 6 rounds of like 8 exercises, and he would take very little time off in between the rounds, and then it got progressive. Like, he got progressively stronger and stronger and stronger, and then he was working out twice a day before his practices, and then again after his practice. So he was putting in 5-6 circuits a day, even on his practice days. And it's just, I mean, I couldn't even imagine that kind of volume.
That kind of volume is not easy to upkeep, first and foremost. I mean, think of the caloric intake you need to maintain to keep up with that level of demand on the body.
Yeah. And I mean, that was the time where he was doing pronation pulses for 160 pounds for 50 pulses. 160 pounds for 50 pulses.
5 pounds less than what I weigh. Like, that's uncanny. Like, just give those numbers.
No, let me butt in briefly. I'm trying to get here. Grondin, they're already saying narcolepsy is taking over. Grondin, change me over to host before you fall asleep. Ryan.
Yeah, you already are.
Change me over to host.
No.
Co-host. I can't shut things off without being host.
Well, Dave, I don't want to give you that responsibility.
Fucking stay awake.
I'm awake, Dave.
Hey, fellas, since we have a little break here, I'm actually going to get going. So I will see you guys later. It was a pleasure talking to all y'all. And
come again.
See you tomorrow.
I will try to get on again next Friday. So
see you in about 14 hours, Warren.
Yeah, I will see you very shortly.
Mm-hmm.
Take care, brother.
All right, guys.
Take it easy, Warren.
Night.
Thanks for stopping by.
Yep, thanks for having me.
Anytime, man.
Yeah, I just had to. I had to butt in there because I could see he was going.
Yeah,
he was dropping off
before whatever. And the other thing is that Benji said he is now 168.
Oh, Benji, are you trying to come down to my playground?
160.
You following me?
I'm thinking if he's 168, he's going to make 165.
if he's at 168 today, because I'm sitting at 65 right now. Like I'm sitting, but that's no clothes on, so I gotta drop at least 1 more pound, and then wear light clothes. I look forward to Olympia. I gotta say I have been training at a very different spectrum. So I did two practices a week up until a month, up to leading up to Olympia, and then not up to a month actually. For the last 2 weeks, I only did 1 practice a week. I've been doing volume work like no other. Pretty much my 15-pound, 20-pound resistance band, doing anywhere between 300 to 400 reps throughout the day. And then what I'll do is, as I'm watching TV, I watch pretty much, I purposely watch TV with commercials, because while I'm watching the show, I'm holding in a static hold my kettlebell. And then on the commercial, I take a break.
You train just like one of our teammates, Dan Coral. He's been pulling for 22 years. He trains exactly the same way.
Yeah.
Yep.
I haven't watched that specific video, but I figured, I gotta be faster than these light guys. And last time I met up with these light guys, they were faster than me, and they got the best of me, but I don't think that's going to be the case this time around.
Well, just remember, if they're fastening, you just load harder.
Well, that's the only thing, is that this is the first pro tournament that I'm not sure. Actually, no, second pro tournament, because my first pro tournament I had no idea, but this is my first pro tournament being in it in a little while, where I don't know everybody who's possibly going. I only know one.
Well, now you know 2. Benji Mack is probably going.
Oh yeah, now 2. So, and maybe 3 or 4. We got, as I said, David. I can't pronounce his last name. It's like Stepanyan or something.
Oh, yeah, and Caleb Armbender too. Yeah.
Caleb Armbender, and then another one, Vazgen.
Yeah, it sounds like a pretty loaded class.
Those guys are coming from LA, I think.
Yeah.
And I've done a little research on them as much as I, can or need to. I don't want to sit there and try to change up my style last minute because I think my style is that good. I can rely upon it.
That's good.
I got a lot of good feedback from a lot of people, a lot of veterans in the sport, local and people who I've traveled out to seek out for very hyper specific training because I love this sport, right? And when I love something as much as I do, yeah, I jumped into it about 2.5 years ago. I become very obsessed to the point where my family sat there and said, we're happy that you're invested into something, but you're kind of scaring us with your level of investment. This is borderline addiction levels of investment. And they're not completely wrong. I love it though, because I feel better than I've ever felt before. I'm stronger and faster and more connected than I've ever been. I went through now the first stage of my recovery process, which was I get what the fuck did I do first? Where did I start off with? Oh, cryotherapy. I did pressurized cryotherapy first last week. And then this week, earlier this week, I did acupuncture and cupping. And then I did, yesterday, I did another cryotherapy session. And then I did a red light session, sauna, float therapy today. Tomorrow, I'm getting a massage. And then Monday, I'm getting acupuncture and cupping again.
Hey, that's amazing. All I heard was cha-ching, 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 cha-ching.
So listen, I'm a massage therapist by trade, licensed massage therapist. I treat people who get out of surgery, have an accident, car accident, whatever it may be, or even a sports injury. I work out of a physical therapist's office.
Right.
And the number one thing that I always tell people is a story about a client that was one of my favorite clients. This woman was 97 years old. She didn't look it though. She looked like she was probably in her 60s, and she was just as sprightly as somebody who is younger. This woman never used elevators or escalators or people movers. She always walked stairs, wherever she needed to. She would never utilize any electrical equipment to help her out. And she said I asked her, what's your fountain of youth? What's your secret? How do you stay so young? And she goes, I've been getting massages since I've been 13 years old every week of my life. And I asked her, doesn't it get expensive? And she goes, oh, honey, the alternative is much more expensive. Have you seen medical bills for adults these days? And I looked at her and I was like, you're absolutely right. And she goes, I haven't been sick. She's 97. I haven't been sick since I was a teenager.
Sounds like an incredibly lucky woman.
It's incredibly lucky, but there is some merit to it because not for nothing, stress in life, oxidative stress, which is, your life stresses, your work stresses, your family stress, everything that creates that stress that breaks you down internally.
Well, I'll say the good news here
massage therapy can generate a relaxed mind because it's giving you a calm body, and a calm body always lends to a more relaxed thought process, which handles stress a lot differently.
Right.
And then blood pressure, and it lowers anxiety levels. So there is some merit to that. And while she's very lucky, she's also very smart because she invests into herself.
True.
We grew up in a society, each and every one of us, where prioritizing the well-being of our cars and our homes took precedence over our own physical bodies. If you think about it, I mean, I would rather, most people would spend more money on making sure their car is running fully operational, but they're walking around with a limp and they're okay with it. They're walking around.
I mean, I'd spend money on my bike in a heartbeat.
But if you have an actual shoulder issue, you probably say, I'll deal with that tomorrow. Where
it's just pain. It's just pain.
And you are conditioned to believe that you need to live with that and exist with it. But you don't. You don't. I am lucky and I'm blessed that, yeah, I invest a lot of my money, a lot of my time. It does not allow for me to have a lot of other creature comforts. I'm going to be honest. It doesn't allow for me. I sacrifice a lot. Like, I want a boat. That's not going to be in my books. I can't afford a boat because you know what? My wellness is more important than a boat to me. So I will invest in my wellness. I'm not going to try to take that money and save it for a boat. I'm going to take that money and put it into me, because a boat is going to go away. What? At most 10, 15 years, if I'm lucky. And that's really stretching a boat.
Well, you do know what boat stands for, right? You do know what boat stands for, right? It's break out another 1,000.
There you go. But now, for nothing though, it's also only the life expectancy of a boat in my life, 15, 20 years at the maximum. And that's overstretching, like me maintaining it like no other mix, right? That's only 20 years of my life.
Yeah.
Right? This thing that I'm carrying around day in, day out, that's until I die.
Yeah.
So why would I invest in something that's only going to be a portion, that's only going to be, what, 20% of my life, if that? Maybe more than that. God knows how long I'm going to live.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, everybody has different priorities, and obviously you're in the medical, you are in the medical field one way or the other. I mean, being a massage therapist. So, you know, obviously you want that for your patients and for yourself. And I get that. Me, I'm more like just beat it until it, you know, just beat the hell out of yourself until it breaks and then come back better.
Well, in the health news, well, for those of you who are not able to look at the chat, Lucha said once they got good news, went to the doctor today and found out he's no longer diabetic.
Yeah, that's awesome, man.
Which will also, you know, add greatly to your longevity there.
That's awesome. That's awesome news.
Yeah.
Good for you. And
longevity in a healthy, healthy manner. Absolutely.
You know, what we do to our bodies is abusive, right?
Yep. No. Very.
But we love what we do, even though we're in a very abusive relationship with ourselves. If you think about arm wrestling, very abusive upon ourselves. So, but if we enjoy what we do, how can we maintain keeping doing it without risking further injury?
Well, the Drew wrote,
changing up a little bit of a mindset might be what's required. You know, Levi, you're young, man. You want to be the next John Brzenk? Listen to what I'm telling you, because John Brzenk didn't have readily available the information I'm providing, right? Yeah.
That's true.
And so he's in his 50, he's almost 60 years old, right? He's 58, 59, whatever his age is right now. Can you imagine you, Levi, carrying a similar torch, but going into your 70s or 80s?
Yeah.
Because of starting now.
Crazy George.
Health and wellness.
Crazy George. He's what, 76?
Bingo.
Yeah.
Perfect prime example. But I'm sure Crazy George is just preserved like moonshine and whiskey, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure of it, but I mean, the guy is still incredible. I mean, he just beat Curtis. He beat Pork Chop. Yeah. I'm like, Pork Chop is probably like, I don't know, third or fourth in Canada right now, and Crazy George just beat him.
Yeah,
crazy. He was beating people at age 82.
Yeah.
Yep.
I heard Cleve Dean was amazing right up until the time he passed as well. One of my teammates got to pull him, and the dude was, cane, oxygen, the whole nine. And, he just looked at him, and the guy Cleve turns around and says, "You want to pull, young man?" And he goes, I'd love to. And he hobbles up to the table and just smashes him, just destroyed him.
In fact, tomorrow, somewhere down in your direction, somewhere in Virginia, they have a super match between Steve Stanaway and oh gosh, yeah, Walku, Stan Walku. I'm thinking Walku has to be a lot heavier than Stanaway. I mean, Stanaway obviously has a ton of experience. And how old's Steve now? Steve has to be upper 70s at least, I would think.
He's up there. I'm not really familiar with either one of them that much, but I know Steve is up there. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure he's in the upper 70s because, well, they basically started the sport pretty much themselves in the 60s and late 60s, early 70s. But yeah, he's well above me. I'm 71, and about the only person I go to tournaments down there that shows up that's pulling that's older than me is Bill Christmas, is 2 years older than I am. But Milden and Steve did not. I haven't seen Steve pull, but he obviously has the experience.
Yeah. So you said you've been pulling for 2 years?
5 years.
5 years. Okay. I've been pulling for 2. You've been pulling for 2, Dan?
Yeah, it's about 2.5.
And Levi, you're at what, 1?
Yeah, 1.
Now this is what makes this channel awesome, and the name is perfect, honestly. Because 98% of the arm wrestlers are, fairly new to the sport or just coming up, and maybe will never be elite, whatever. And it's cool to have a platform for that too.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'll tell you, everybody has been very, very supportive to me. I mean, he could have easily said, "Who the hell is this dude that's 66 and is thinking he's going to start this?" And everybody has really been very, very helpful, very supportive. When I first met RVJ about, I guess 4 years ago now, he said to me, he said, all the thousands of people I met in this sport, I could count the idiots on one hand. You use the word idiot, I forgot, egotistical jerks or whatever. You could count them on one hand. And about a year ago or so, he was on one of these podcasts, and I said, tell me, are we up to 2 hands yet? Whatever. Because he said, well, yeah, with social media, you got a couple more, goofballs in it. But still, I can honestly say, now I've only met hundreds rather than thousands, but I can honestly say the same thing. I could count the people who've been rotten sons of bitches on one hand.
Yeah.
Really.
Well, I've been in it for 2 years. I've only got 1. So far.
Yeah.
When you're in a densely populated area as the Northeast, you're gonna run into a couple more.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, I lived in Pennsylvania for 20 years. I lived in PA for 20 years. So as far as general life, yeah, there's a lot more assholes up that way.
You understand. You get it.
Yeah. But no, I mean, I've been in the sport for 2 years. I've probably, gripped up with not a lot of people, but probably close to 200, 250, people that I've gripped up with. And I've only met one that just was a complete douchebag. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What did you do before this, Ted?
Oh man. I've been just about everything. I do a lot of labor. I used to paint houses, put on roofs, framing, all of that good stuff. Kind of a jack of all trades, master of none, auto mechanic. I was actually in Florida for a little while. And I was a boat mechanic, and then I turned into a deckhand and a captain. So that was pretty cool. So, yeah.
We got a number of the Maine people are in the boats. So at the lobster,
yeah.
The Farron family.
How'd you find wrestling, man?
How did I find arm wrestling? It was one of those things that I grew up with, just kind of doing in bars and on tables, just like everybody else does, and I never really even knew that there was really a professional aspect of it. And then I had hurt my knee really bad, and I got on YouTube a lot more. And I came across a video with Devin Larrett, Paul Walther, and Juji Mufu in their garage. And Mike Bianchi was also there. He's one of the badasses from North Carolina as well. I think he's a 225er somewhere. So like he was there, and they were all training. And it's Carolyn. It's Unapologetic Patriot. So they were all training, and Devin was there, and I was like, man, this is really cool. And then started down the rabbit hole, man. I found Matt Maz, John Brzenk, all of them. And then I found out about Armbet because I became a big fan of Devin, and I found out about Armbet because, I'm a real patriotic dude. Right. So like, when I found out he was special forces, I don't care if it's for Canada or not. He's special forces, you got to have a certain mindset to have that. And whenever I watched his videos, because I hang out with a lot of military, a lot of, stuff like that. So I saw the warrior mentality in him. And I love the fact that, he was talking about it's a combat sport, not just a strength sport. So like he really hit home with me as a person. And then I started listening more, and I saw Armbet, and I reached out on Armbet, and I found Dan that was local to me. And that was it, man. I got bit. I visited, I filmed it, and he absolutely, destroyed. He's a presser. He's a shoulder presser. And there was no room, zero. Hell, I still can't beat him if I'm fully prepped. I took one pin off of him so far, but in a competition, but other than that, man, he's just insane. Like he just runs through so many of us, unless you meet him on the inside, but which I'm just not. I don't even know how to spell hook. So I'm a top roller through and through. With this hand, I'm not hooking. I'm top roller. But in any case, so I've been training with him, and then I found Nick. I went to a tournament in February 2 years ago, and it was Nick's, and I pulled amateur there, and I wound up leaving 0-2 on the left because I was injured and didn't know it until I got, whatever. And I wound up leaving 1-2 on the right. And I was like, hell yeah, this is awesome, blah, blah, blah. And it was just phenomenal. And I started training with Nick and the team, the Carolina Rollers. And then, fast forward a year, Levi comes in and a whole bunch of new blood comes in, and we've been pulling there. And then we got team rankings, and it's just been awesome. I traveled down to Greensboro every now and again and practice with Damien. He's like probably number 2 185er in North Carolina and South Carolina right now. So
beast, right?
Yeah. So I think he admitted that Hunter Knopf's is probably, the number 1 right now, but he's number 2. And I trained with him. Hell, I just got back from his Sunday. I went down there and trained with him.
I actually had a war with Damien
Did
in the States.
I would have thought Hunter was a lot lighter than Damien, not
Hunter Welsh, Hunter Knopf's.
Oh, no, Knopf's. I thought Hunter Knopf's was, why do I think I thought Hunter Knopf's was like Palco's weight.
Well, I think he's on the 180 pound list.
I was thinking he was down on the considerably lighter than that.
Yeah.
I think Ted, in the Ladson tournament, Hunter was about 165.
Okay. So yeah, but the lists.
Yeah.
So 165 is on the 180 list. So yeah, he is lighter, but he's on the 180 list for North and South Carolina. So that makes sense.
Yeah.
Amen, Carolyn. Amen. But yeah, so it's been a journey, man. And Armbet was really the key, and then watching all the videos, like I said, I just dove in and seeing John Brzenk, huh?
That is awesome, because I got to tell you, my group really didn't grow until Armbet.
Yeah.
Like it was probably about a steady 4 or 5 of us that we gripped up with. And I reached out via Facebook. I reached out to everybody because I was watching. My stories are very, very much different. I definitely don't have the normal, mechanics or strongman's transition into the sport.
Yeah.
Or
well, hell, man, I'm not really strong. Look, there's nothing really, awesome about me or anything. I just,
tradesman. You're
yeah. I've got strong hands. That's about it.
And that lended to a strong appeal to this for you. And for me, the initial strong appeal was I just wanted to be strong. Oh, wait, I need to lose weight. There's weight classes here. Let me use the weight classes as actually my weight goals. I don't know if you know my complete story, but I came into the sport 2.5 years ago at 270.
And that was my heaviest too.
Dude. Didn't feel good, right?
No. And it's funny that we're talking about this. I won't take up too much airtime with it, but I'm actually on a weight loss journey myself right now, and I'm down 20 pounds in 4.5 weeks. But I did it the wrong way, and I'm only eating like 1,600 calories a day. So my body has completely stalled. So now what I'm doing is resetting my metabolism. I have to actually climb back up, which may actually have me gaining weight for a little while, and then, then bring it down the right way. But it's okay. I identified it. I understand it's not going to break me. I get it. So, it's just one of those things. But yeah, I screwed up. I did it a little too fast. And
Do you have a goal weight?
Yeah, I actually want to get down to somewhere around 200, 210, and then bulk up to 230.
Okay.
And be able to pull at 220, 225 solid. That's where I actually want to pull. Because I do have a relatively large frame, relatively. And my hand, like I said, is my main weapon. And I think and I know, I'm just looking at the North Carolina, South Carolina area. I can't touch any of those guys on the 198, 220 pound list. I think they scare me more than the super heavies do, at the bottom of the list anyway. But in the same respect, for health reasons, I want to be there more than I want to be at 250, 260, 270. Because I also look at it this way. If I even want to be competitive, I understand I'm 43. Most likely I'm never going to be elite, and I'm fine with that. And that's fine. Okay. Completely fine with that. I'm also not going to hop on the sauce or do any of that crap. So, there's some people that already think I am because I'm TRT. You know what I mean? So the people think that's sauce in it. I'm well within the norms. I'm like at 700, nanograms per deciliter. So it's like moderately high normal. That's where I keep myself. I don't go anywhere near super physiological or any of that shit. But anyway, long story short is, I want to be, I think 250, 260, even 270 is too light to be elite in the super heavy, or to even be super competitive in the super heavy. Unless you're somebody like a Devin or a Michael Todd, somebody who's got 30 years experience already. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Somebody who's coming up, it's going to be so damn hard to do that unless you're sitting at that 290, 300 comfortable, and I'm just never going to do that. So I like the 200, 220, 230 pounds, somewhere around there. I think that's going to be a more healthy home for me. And when I used to fight, I was at 205. So it's kind of a comfortable weight.
And you know what? Despite what anyone else out there is going to say, if you're feeling healthy, that's where you need to be. Plain and simple.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I don't want anyone to sit there and push their bodies to the point where they're feeling unhealthy to get to the goal that they need to get to, because that's not why we're doing this.
Yeah.
I don't want to see somebody who put themselves in the same crosshairs that Levon did.
Yeah.
Is continuously doing. I don't want to see that for, my friends. Or
I talk about that with Devin all the time. I don't talk to him about it, but I mean, when people say, his fans turn around and say, I want to see him climb again and go after Levon or go after Alex Kurdecha. I don't. I want to see the man. I want to see the man healthy, and he's so much more healthy and dominant at the 253, 260 pound class, where, and he's obviously loving life there. You know what I mean? And that's where I want to see him, because I think that he's honestly a champ. I think he could honestly, maybe people just call me a Devin fanboy, but I think he can stay champion at 115 kilo, drop down to 105 or 110 and sweep all of them. Like Michael Todd, I love the guy. I think he's done great with the sport and with his channel. I don't think the man stands a chance with Devin at this weight. I just don't.
I am actually in full agreement with you on that one, because I think that Devin, the way he operates, his intensity, he can bang with the big boys, but he doesn't have to.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to. He's impressive enough as it is with the heavyweights and the light heavyweights.
He's probably still top 5 in the world. Even super heavyweight. I'm saying, like, he's probably somewhere in that mix, but there's no need for him. You know what? He had the balls. He stepped up there. He did what he had to do. He got broken, And now he's like, all right, I don't need to go there, but everybody keeps pushing for him to go there. And it's like, why do you want a man to be unhealthy? Like, I don't get it.
A new player get there. In all honesty, I want to see an unknown surface in 2023. I think that this is the year we're going to see an unknown or somebody who's lesser known or somebody who we kind of threw to the wayward side and said, nah, that guy's no good. All of a sudden, is going to emerge in 2023. I don't know who it is. I can't give you a pulse on that, but I think that's what's good. It's going to be somebody that's going to be like, holy shit, where'd this motherfucking monster come from?
You might be right, but I honestly think 2023 is going to be the year to find out if the old guard has been replaced with the new guard, because Denis Saplankov is going to take on Levon sometime in the next year and a half. Yeah. And I strongly do believe Levon will crush Denis. And the only reason why I say that is we play armchair quarterback all the time, right? John Brzezinski in his prime, I don't think could have touched Levon. I just don't. No. And I say that with all reverence to the GOAT, okay? Because the man's the GOAT. Yeah. But he beat Denis so many times that it was like Dennis's goal to beat John, right? And yet everybody looks at Denis as this god. Well, Denis looked at John as a god. You know what I mean? So I don't think John could have touched Levon in his prime. I mean, I could he have made him work? Maybe. But Levon needs somebody like Vitaly, but Vitaly with like raw strength of Dave Chafee.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like he needs to face somebody that's 6'9", makes him hold on, but he has to have the raw power of a Dave Chafee.
So who do you think and I don't think this is going to be in next year, but I think maybe better timeline would be within the next 2 to 5 years. Somebody like, I don't know, Eddie Hall or what's his name?
Brian Shaw.
Or even Hathor,
It's going to be longer than that. It's
getting into our sport.
Yeah, it's going to be 5 years plus, because you still got to build up the tendons. Like these guys are super, super strong. And granted, they could probably take all of us right now. Okay. Yeah. Because they're just that strong. But in order to face somebody like Levon, Kardeccia, Dave Chafee, Hermes, Devin, you need the tendons to go along with that raw strength. And they don't have it.
Here's my question for you. Because as a massage therapist, I understand to build tendon strength, specifically, you need to do tendon strengthening exercises. However, if you've been doing specific muscular strengthening exercises for X amount of time, let's say I'm going to give a number, 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
And you've been doing them correctly without ego lifting. The tendon strength, base strength, is definitely much higher than somebody just starting off in the sport of arm wrestling.
I agree. I agree.
So it expedites their ability to get to the higher levels of tendon strength than your average Joe jumping into the sport.
Right, but they're not doing any lifts that involve this. They're not doing any lifts that involve this. And they're not doing any lifts that involve this.
Okay.
So you have cup, rise, roll.
That required for arm wrestling would be unique, mechanics for them to administer. But the tendons in those hands that are attached to those specific body parts, they're not somebody's who's like Levi, who's young and fresh and coming into the sport brand new.
Mm-hmm.
Even if Levi had a couple of years of, I'm using you as an example, Levi, because you're young, you're 17. Even if you had a couple of years of powerlifting, 2 or 3 years, it still wouldn't have given you that level up experience that maybe Shaw might have or Hathor might have, because of the fact they've been doing this for 10, maybe 20 years.
Yeah.
They've been putting that strain on those joints already. So there is some level of tendon conditioning. So that's why I give them between 2 to 5 years.
You might be right. I think the biggest chance.
And then you or I think the biggest chance would be Brian Shaw.
Yeah.
I do. He's got the height. He's got the grip strength. I mean, what is he? He's only one of two people that have lifted the dumbbell that weighs whatever. I mean, he's only him and Khaled are the only two people that have lifted it, I guess, or something like that. But so he's got grip strength. He's got awesome back pressure. We know that because they do have lifts for hammer curls and stuff like that. So you know that he's got awesome back pressure. He's got awesome drag. No doubt about that because his back is huge and they do a lot of drag.
But
so now it comes down to,
I mean, sorry, 2 to 3 years at the very least.
yeah. Now it comes down to, the specific pronation and cupping and all of that. But I mean, he also has that grip. And if you ever watch him pick up the blobs, he has a very interesting way of picking up the blobs where he kind of rolls it into his fingers, almost in a cup, and then puts it up. So he already has that natural biomechanic that he likes doing there. So that's really, really good and really promising. If there was going to be a crossover, he's the one that I would watch out for the most.
Yeah. Great. I agree. I really don't think, listen, I wasn't at first, but now I am now. I'm impressed by Hermes Gasparini.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
I wasn't at first, but after his show with Dave, I definitely.
But how beat up was Dave? I'm not making any excuses, but how beat up was Dave?
Dave definitely took the match, I think, way too soon. Ali, it was
the hardest match he's ever had in his life.
That was the hardest, I think, any arm wrestler witnessed in their lives.
Yeah, I mean, there was literal blood on the table.
I occasionally I'll get a little bit of a split here, but it won't leak that much. Type of deal in my thumb, where like the thumb and the cuticle separate.
I just had that happen to me not that long ago. Yeah,
but like not the sheer amount where like the entire hand peg is.
Yeah, they were gripping so hard on the handhold, and it was taped handhold, so it wasn't like the metal cut them. Yeah. It was a taped hand. They were gripping so damn hard they ripped the skin off of their palms. Yeah.
So, I mean, that just goes to show a beat up Dave.
Yeah.
Can hang. I would love to see a rematch between Hermes and Dave.
I agree. And I also have to say that normally when Jerry Caderet talks shit, I just kind of go, whatever. But he did turn around and say, if you had trouble with Dave's flop press, I would have killed you. And he's right.
Yeah.
He's absolutely right. Because I don't think Hermes beats Jerry Caderet right now. I just don't think he beats him. A fresh Jerry Caderet, and I hate to say it because Jerry's the guy who said it. What was it, 8 months ago? In AWU, he turned around and said, I look at the top 10 list, laughing my ass off because I can beat all of them. I'm like, every single one of them has a win on you. Like, what are you talking about? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
But in this case, I don't think he's delusional. I really do believe. I mean, a beat up Dave with a brand new move that he's still polishing. It's nothing like Jerry's. Jerry's is greased, I mean, and he knows it well. Jerry would have killed Hermes.
Yeah. A lot of people before the match were saying the only thing Hermes has to watch out for is Dave's press. Well, Hermes was training for the best presser.
Exactly.
Right. And Dave doesn't press.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he worked. I mean, he got into that low hand top roll and he was working his ass off because of Dave's side pressure. Well, Jerry's got just as much side pressure and a whole lot more body mass.
Yeah.
And his shoulder's going to be a perfect flop wrist press. Whereas Dave's is still kind of sloppy. It's strong as shit, but it's still kind of sloppy.
Could discredit Dave's flop in any way or form because there's very few humans on the planet that can actually negate that.
Right.
Very few.
But if we're comparing the two, Jerry's got a far better shoulder or a far better flop wrist than Dave does.
Yeah.
It's gonna be Jerry's whole body against Hermes' bicep tendon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we've seen how to beat Jerry. And again, we go back to, in my opinion, one of the best that's ever done it, Devin. You have to go inside and not run from him. You cannot, and again, David, you may hate me after this, but I'm a very controversial person because I speak very bluntly. I believe that Michael Todd is not the true hammer holder in WAL right now. I believe that match was never actually settled because it was a strap that failed. Neither one of them won. So I believe that Jerry and Michael need to have a run back as well for the open weight for WAL, because I just don't believe that neither one of them actually won, but Jerry definitely looked the better.
I agree. And
I have no, hey, say I have no problem saying, we're perfectly happy with people saying what they think, and no problem with that whatsoever.
Happy to hear it. Happy to hear it. Listen, anything that generates a conversation, we're happy to hear it. Period.
Yeah, I'm just a very blunt person, so it gets me in trouble a lot.
I am one who appreciates blunt truth because there's way too many fucking people out there who try to sugarcoat it, and give it to me the way I need to hear it. I don't want to hear.
I'm the same way.
Tell me what I want to hear. Tell me what I need to hear.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
I've made the point that this is the best sport in the world for hustling.
Yes,
it can look like nothing and be a killer. On the other hand, it is the worst sport in the world for being a bullshitter.
Yeah.
Because if you tell somebody that, I'm really great at football, I was a great quarterback, they're not going to hand you football and say, show us.
Yeah.
If somebody claims to be a very good arm wrestler, they're going to plop their elbow on the damn bar and say, show me.
Yeah.
It's the worst sport in the world for being a bullshitter.
So Kane just asked in chat, has Jerry ever pushed through Michael's King's move? Yes. Yeah, several times. He actually absolutely has.
And right now in Jerry's 330 form, he would kill Michael.
Yeah. And don't get me wrong. I mean, and you know what? And a lot of it will have to do with current form, Michael. Right now, I don't know if the stem cells have brought Michael's riser and pronation back from the dead. And to be completely fair to Michael, it was COVID that screwed him up in the first place. He had some sort of weird nerve damage in his hand and wrist. But so he definitely was not in his top form for a year now. So, has the stem cells actually brought him back to his top form as far as his King's move being nice and tight and all of that? I don't know. But I can't see even a 270, 280, which is probably the most strong that Michael really, has ever been. Because that 300 bloated Michael, it wasn't as strong as like the 270, 280. I can't see him stopping a 330-pound Jerry right now. I just can't see it.
And Jerry's chasing Levon, and he knows he could be a potential match because he's not close in weight, but he's one of the bigger guys. I think he wants it more than Michael.
Yeah.
Michael's 260. Levon's 400 plus pounds.
Yeah.
It's just such a big weight.
I mean, we saw the weight disparaging with Devin. I mean, Devin went in there stronger than Michael. We know that. We know he was stronger than Michael. And even according to Levon, it was the strongest human being he's ever gripped up with to date. Okay. Right. So, I mean, that's according to Levon. You can't get much more of an expert testimony than the guy who actually gripped him. And Levon blew through him. And Levi, we talked to Devin at Pig Pounders, and he's repeated it publicly. So I don't feel bad for sharing the conversation. He loaded with everything he had in round 2, which was above 160, because we know he could do 160 for, 50 pulses. So it was above 160 pounds. Levon held him with a smile and then blasted through him. That's inhuman levels of strength.
And
that's unbelievable levels of strength.
Right. And honestly,
right there, Levon is a walking nuclear power plant.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And
that's the only explanation we can give to Levon as to why and how. I mean, not for nothing. Remember, 15, 20 years ago, wasn't Levon only 170?
Yeah. Well, I mean, gallons of HGH will do that to you.
Yeah. I have no dreams of ever, or hopes of ever doing something like that to my body, because I actually want to live on the planet to see at least 60, 70 years old. So, 50 years old, he'll be lucky to catch that.
Yeah.
Right. And have you guys seen Dennis as a teenager?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was skinny. Yeah.
Yeah, he was skinny.
It was like Captain America, like looking shit, you know, but
Yeah.
mother style.
Yeah. Same with Hermes. He used to be 160 pounds.
Yeah.
Kane just asked, he said, what's our favorite match ever? His was easily Arm Wars, Neil versus MMT. I know what he's talking about. That's the left-handed match. That was amazing.
That was a good match. Yeah.
So what about you, Dave? You could start. What about you?
I really can't speak to that. I don't watch enough of it to come up with an intelligent answer. To be perfectly honest.
One of my favorite matches to watch, and I can't remember the opponent's name. Oh my god, what was his name? Who did Paul Lynn go up against just at East versus West? What was that guy's name?
Yeah. Oh my god, I had it up until you said it.
Right?
Oh shit, I don't remember.
So I want to say that is actually one of my favorite matches of late, only because the intense emotion that you captured on that man's face, not Paul's, but when Paul was beating him,
yeah,
he was trying to come back. You could just see and feel the defeat, like on a level that TV doesn't normally capture. And that to me was fucking epic. Like that was like seeing that right there, that needed to be like immortalized. If it's not immortalized, that face. Like you could see clearly, like he goes like this, you could see the look on in that man's face. He's like, holy shit, I'm gonna lose. Like,
it's so hard to just pick one though, because there's so many different categories, right? You can pick one for a war, which, you know, recent times I would have to go with Dave versus Vitaly. I mean, that was the war to end all wars.
That was
you know, and then you know, if you look at dominant performances, you can look at Adam Warzinski recently. I mean, that was a stare and dare. Move me, I dare you. You know, and then you go all the way back to 2008 when Devin you know, dominated John. I mean, he ended a 25-year super match winning streak of John Brzezinski, the greatest of all time. Yeah, I mean, how could you sell that match short? You know, it's just there's so many different aspects.
I'll go even further. I'll go even further back. You look back at the strap match between Jerry Caderet and Jason Vale.
Yes. Yeah. Or another one in chat. He just said it. David just said it in chat. Ron Bath versus Zurab. That was a great one. Jerry versus Gennady was awesome because of the comedy. Jerry, again.
See what I like to say, I really don't watch a lot of that. What I find memorable, this is going to sound stupid, but I'm going to say it anyway, are things that I have seen personally. When I have gone to a tournament and I've just seen, and boy, that was a really great match, is what I remember.
Right.
And, you know, just as for example, this would have been, you know, before both of you got into, well, you know, Elsesser, you know, of course, Brandon Elsesser, though. One of the first matches I ever went to, in fact, the third tournament I ever went to, this was the New York State Fair in 2017. Was a guy named Eric Hetrick from Northwestern Pennsylvania, not all that active, had a match at that with Elsesser. And Elsesser hit him, but Eric was just so strong, he basically just held him on the bicep, and Elsesser just pounded and eventually wore himself out, and Hetrick pulled him back. Very exciting match. So that's the sort of thing I really remember.
Yeah.
As far as, you know, rather than, you know, the big names that I saw on YouTube.
Right. No, I get that. I mean, if we're going to go by that, I lost my voice screaming for Devin against Prudnick. I mean, I literally lost my voice. Because, you know, the whole time, again, I'm very patriotic, right? So this whole North America versus EU crap drives me nuts. So, you know, when he turned him in and went arm on arm, I'm like, I thought he couldn't hang in a hook. I thought he couldn't go arm on arm. I thought he was scared of you. Oh man, I was screaming. That was such an awesome match.
And it's funny you say that about I've made the point to some of my friends. I said there isn't a large, shall we say, contingent of woke, liberal types in the arm wrestling community. There are a few.
Yeah,
And
there are.
yeah, the few, and I kind of have to laugh because, and I won't name names. He's not really active anymore anyway. But we were at the WAL, some years ago when it was in Baltimore, and one of the guys was there, and I was just kidding him that I was going to yell, "Hey, there's a Hillary voter here," and step back, step back, and just watch the massacre. But yeah, whatever.
I got blocked by one that is pretty active down here. I'm not going to mention any names though, but I got blocked by one that's pretty active down here because of a certain touchy political subject that I believe that children should be saved or children should be protected, and I got blocked. So yeah, they do exist. They do exist, but I mean, there's no hiding it, right? I mean, there's no hiding it. It's written on me. So.
Yeah, well, and of course, people have been talking about what you do as far as employment. Quite frankly, one does not get strong teaching history. On the other hand, I really, I am by no means a typical, history professor.
Right.
I got away with stuff. I taught at 3 community colleges, and I got away with stuff that would have honestly gotten me run out of town at many 4-year schools.
So you didn't teach the narrative; you actually taught history.
I would occasionally, for discussion purposes, run PragerU videos in class. Okay.
So yeah, you actually taught history.
Whatever. And so that sort of thing. And in fact, I just read an article that I think it was the University of Washington, one of the West Coast universities, where professors got in trouble, and one had people firing him because he just suggested as a point of discussion, were there any good points about imperialism? Taking over other countries, whatever. And oh my God, the shit hit the fan. And I've had that as a discussion, as an online discussion topic for the last 15 years.
Yeah. I mean, you absolutely should have your classroom should be open to all of that. The exchange of ideas is what makes our kids smarter.
It was kind of funny because a couple of years ago, I saw a thing on Facebook, a meme where it showed 2 pictures. The one picture was people standing on the steps of one of the southern state capitals during the 60s, waving the battle flag and holding signs saying integration is communism and this sort of thing.
Right.
The other picture showed everybody lined up around Chick-fil-A on the day. If you remember when Mike Huckabee a couple of years ago said everybody should go to Chick-fil-A on a certain day to support the CEO.
Right.
Okay. And the caption was, "Won't you look like a real asshole won't you look like a real idiot in 40 years?" Okay. Making equality. I thought, it'd be an excellent discussion topic. And I thought, here we have politics, religion, and sex.
Yeah. All in one.
All intersecting. This could burn my ass. So I sent a note to my supervisor. I said, "Hey, I'm thinking about doing this. What do you think?" Well, the answer I got was crickets. And so I thought, fuck it. I went ahead and did it. And I figured, hey, whatever. If it blows up, I can always say, "Hey, I asked you about it." And it really hasn't. The discussion generally has been fairly good. I did have one student on one occasion say, "Oh, you're just one of those liberal college professors trying to jam it down our throat." And I said, wrong answer. I'm a libertarian, but it's registered Republican. But whatever. But anyway, it's just, hey, you just, it's
no. We live in a time where it's no longer, in my opinion, no longer Republican versus Democrat. It is control versus freedom. It is truth versus just fantasy land.
Oh, yeah.
And it's just ridiculous anymore. It really is. And by the way, before I did arm wrestling, I had online podcasts for political, reasons. And I got on I ruffled so many feathers that up in your neck of the woods over in Philly, I wound up getting on Antifa's kill list.
Oh,
yeah. I was number 4 on their kill list.
Yeah, in fact, where do I let's see, I don't know if I here. I occasionally will share this with somebody that of course, once again, let's see.
You were on their list?
Yeah, I was on a quote unquote kill list. They wanted to have me murdered.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's uncanny.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That is exactly right. That sign is exactly right. But yeah, the tolerant all inclusive left wanted to have me killed because I did not bow down to them. So, yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I will say
Yeah,
that the biggest issue I take with all politics, and I want to carry away from politics on this podcast because we're about arm wrestling, not so much politics. So, but
That's
my
fine.
big issue is that I really do think the bipartisan concept is dead and needs to be revamped and reevaluated and refurbished completely.
Well, George Washington did say that a two-party system would destroy this country, and he was exactly right.
Correct, because then it only allows for two ways of thought.
Yeah.
And if you don't follow those two ways of thought, you're.
But it's the grand design, right? So this isn't really side versus side, okay? The uniparty that's there, is its whole goal is to keep us divided and on teams, whether it be rich versus poor, man versus woman, gay versus straight, Republican, Democrat, doesn't really matter. It's their whole goal, because if we ever did unite, we would realize who the real enemy was, and then they would be out of jobs.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's exactly why, if you think about it, people are starting to realize, hey, does my vote actually count? They're questioning
but be careful with that, because
they're but I don't question the legitimacy of it, but people are, because of what you just said.
Right. But I'm saying once enough people lose faith in the system, that's when people feel like they have nothing left to lose, and desperate people can do really stupid shit.
Oh, that's when that comes into play.
David Morris said politics is 98% change of pace from docking. Yes, as a matter of fact, it is, because you notice Ryan's not with us anymore.
Listen, Dave. I've been around for a little while. Politics is definitely a change of pace from docking, but it's not any more pleasurable for me to listen to.
Okay.
I'll respect that, man. I'll respect that.
And I can assure that many of our listeners follow the same belief, because arm wrestling podcast. So let's
how many we have? 14. 14, but that counts everybody. That counts me and Ted. Or I don't know if you're on watching it, but we're definitely 2 of the 14, Ted.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think I'm one of the 14. I think I have it on my in the background on my phone, because I'm on my phone right now, so I'm not going to be. I don't have any.
Right.
But he's right. I mean, people will tune into this on the replay or whatever to watch it for arm wrestling, not so much for politics. So
sometimes
I would love to get into another podcast that is completely independent from arm wrestling, that we can have different walks of life and arm wrestlers and non-arm wrestlers included.
Well, we keep talking about that with Bardell wants to do something. We keep talking about having an FTG podcast that will not be dealing with arm wrestling. We've never basically gotten it off the ground, but whatever.
Well, that's what I used to do. That's where the Unapologetic Patriot came from. I used to have a Facebook and YouTube that was TC Media, my initials, TC Media, and it was Unapologetic Patriot, and that's kind of where it all came from. So
maybe Ted, if you want to connect with Ryan and Dave on maybe if you want to be the host of FTG, we can bring it to your channel and expand your channel a little bit more.
Well, I appreciate that, but I mean, I'd be a guest. I'll be a guest on anybody's show, but I'm done being the guy. I'm done being that. So, but I appreciate it.
Oh, not a problem. And listen, all I care about is watching everybody else in the community grow. Because here's what happens when everyone else grows around me.
Yeah.
It forces my lazy ass to grow a little harder.
Well,
because it's a little selfish of me. I want to see everyone else grow, but it's only because it just gives me that much more motivation to push myself.
With my YouTube channel, it's small. I only have like 260 something subscribers. But I literally just put out what I do for training, what I'm doing for my dieting, and that's it. That's it anymore. That's all I do.
Okay. Listen, I can appreciate that. My YouTube channel I'm less than that. I have I just started my YouTube channel over this last summer. And I have 170, 168.
What is the name of it? Because I'll go subscribe.
Dan the Nightmare.
Dan the Nightmare. All right, you got it.
Carolyn says, Ryan not responsible for shenanigans. Sorry, Carolyn. We blame Ryan for everything.
You blame Ryan for everything, but it's not undeservedly so.
Yeah, in fact, David Marr said that Ryan was talking about there's some poller, and I don't know the name, but we do have a poller that's a flat Earth person.
Oh God.
Oh God.
Yeah, wanting to get him on to talk about it. I don't remember who it was, but
I'm not sure who it was either, but I've actually been dragged into because I've spoken to a couple of my other friends about how much fun I have with flat earthers, that they throw me into and invite me into these groups that are for flat earthers, just to be that monkey wrench in a flat earthers society. I enjoy it. It's fun.
So and I made the point where whatever the subject, that I'm perfectly willing to give people respect that I disagree with, but I expect it. I expect it to flow in both directions.
Right. Yeah. Well, I think that's the key, right? Is being okay with a dissenting opinion and the free exchange of ideas. But the problem is that we can do that and we see benefit in that. Some other people don't. So
there are some people who want you to think the way they think, and if you don't, you're wrong. And
see, that's the thing
of your existence.
Yeah.
Not just that one particular thing, though. They look at that one particular thing as a gateway.
Yeah.
To say you're wrong in everything else you say. Negate everything you do. Every good you've ever done has become null and void because you're wrong on this one particular subject.
If it was just that you were wrong, but it's not that just you're wrong, you are evil.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And that's what I was getting at. And obviously I've been on the other side of that, seeing it and, but it's one of those things where, here's the thing. It's a human nature. Whenever we get into a discussion or an argument or anything like that, of course, I want you to see my side of it. I'm trying to win the debate, the argument, whatever. It's human nature. Yeah. The difference between somebody that has a reasonable brain and one that doesn't is that the reasonable brain person will want you to see their point of view, but they're not going to make you see their point of view. They're not going to basically cancel you if you don't see their point of view. If they win the argument, the debate, whatever, if they do, great. If they don't, well, then maybe they keep trying. Maybe they just say, well, I'll chalk that one up to a maybe, whatever, and they move on. The other side will sit there and be like, well, screw you. You don't believe exactly what I'm believing with. So therefore, I want you to be canceled. Or, when you take pew pews, I don't own one. I don't believe in it. So therefore, you can't either. So yeah, I've got mine right here too, but yeah, I mean, you're not allowed.
So, and there's a third facade to that. There is a third facade to that. There's the people who try to compromise and try to find that happy medium, right? Like, listen, I'm going to be cheesy as fuck with this one. Forgive me. It's cheesy. I know it to be so, but it works for me. And if it could work for me, I believe it to be a possibility to work for others.
Right.
So I'll give you the age-old adage of getting into the argument with the wife. We have gotten into some heated debates. Who's right? Who's wrong? Who's correct? Who's got the correct information? Who's actually supplying the right data, whatever it might be. Right? That's always a battle. So fairly early on in my relationship, I got creative. So I already experienced that in previous relationships, and I was already approaching this one fairly tired of that experience. So I quickly grabbed her pinky. I know it sounds crazy. I grabbed her pinky, and I actually have a tattoo to support this story. I don't know if you can see.
Yep.
There's the word promise. I grabbed her pinky when we would be in a heated debate. And when I knew that it was starting up to be a heated debate, grabbed it, and I said, I promise to you, one of us will find this answer. We're not doing it right now, though, because obviously this is not going anywhere. And I'm getting too fucking angry.
Well, and to tie the two.
I'm not done talking. It became a thing where she would do that to me. And then after 5-6 years of doing that, we decided we're going to get it tattooed on our fingers because it became that ingrained in us.
Yeah.
When we argue now, when we have you see any argument starting to escalate any form, one of us will reach out. You'll see the pinky reach and okay, no, one of us needs to find out. Or both of us need to work together and find out.
Right.
Whatever it is, one of us is clearly wrong, or we're both wrong, or we're both right in some way or fashion. Let's figure it out together. And it diffuses it. And if that simple, yet comical and cheesy as fuck action can diffuse an argument between a husband and wife, I think more inconsequential arguments that happen between arm wrestling communities and differences of opinion with politics, if we could just take that type of mentality and wrap it around that, I think we'd probably get along a little bit better and come to resolutions a little bit more.
Is this where you're going to tell me that love conquers all? Go ahead, David. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, to tie the two subjects together, you say, how are you going to try arm wrestling and politics together? Back in 2020, after COVID hit, we had people that were watching the videos that people had put up from big practices and whatever, seeing who was there and telling their relatives, I saw you there. You were not wearing masks. He was not wearing masks.
Yep.
You may not come to Thanksgiving.
Yep. Yeah, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
Banned from family events because they were seen at arm wrestling events without wearing a mask.
Yeah, it's crazy.
We're not social distancing.
It sounds like a bad sitcom relationship to me. That's what it sounds like.
Absolutely true.
No, it's crazy.
It sounds like a bad that sounds literally like, if you think about it, the only other time you've ever seen something that asinine happen is on a television show.
My students asked me when this first the last week before they closed us down, one of my students said to me, in your lifetime, have you ever seen something like this? The nutsiness, the whatever. And I said, no, honestly, I've not. I said, now I'll be honest with you. I started a lot of sentences with, I'm so old that, and I said, I'm so old that a youth, everybody went into a panic over polio because the polio vaccine hadn't been developed yet. But I said, other than that example, I honestly can't think of anything that, that people went about, in my lifetime. But
well, it was a very, very coordinated and well orchestrated this time. So it was brought about to elicit a certain response, and it got exactly that response. And I'll just leave it at that because it's your YouTube channel.
Joel Cagle wants to know, does Dan have 6 fingers on the left hand?
No.
No, apparently just the way you're waving it around. Apparently not, but whatever. But
no, six-fingered man.
Well, and I mean, I had people.
Wait, is Joel Cagle's name Igor Montoya?
It just says Joel Cagle. Does Dan have 6 fingers on his left?
Well, Joel Cagle must be pretty strong because he's looking for Hunter Knopfs.
Mm.
So he must be pretty damn strong because Hunter is really strong.
Yeah. So, well, see, once again, yes, sir. Hopefully, I get Palco or Hunter Knopfs. I would have sworn that Hunter pulled. I know Hunter pulled Palco at Tennessee, maybe, and I thought it was Palco is about 160, so I was thinking it was 154. Maybe it was 176, but I'm fairly certain that Palco.
Well, according to Levi, Hunter Knopfs is 165.
Okay.
But in the North Carolina and South Carolina lists, that puts him on the 180 list.
Okay. Well, but Palco is not 180. Palco's like 160. And I'm fairly certain. Of course, they have to only be within so many pounds. It was a super match.
Yeah.
I'm fairly certain it was a super match somewhere in Tennessee.
I think I saw Hunter pull in New York State Championships. Actually, he came up to New York States. He wasn't in my class at the 185s. He was in the. I'm pretty sure he was in the one. Yeah, he was in 165s.
Well, it's
Now,
like
in what? When was New York State's?
Jay, you
October?
got me. I don't know.
this year, always since Labor Day weekend, usually.
Oh yeah, it's Labor Day weekend, September.
Yeah.
So it's not that far away.
No. No,
But-
well, it's like when the first time Cody Wood came up to one of the things in Virginia and basically got run over. Now, the next time he came up, he did much better.
Yeah.
In fact, he did very well.
Cody is one of those guys that is so super strong, like body wise, in general lifts. Now, I've never pulled the guy. He'd probably destroy me, and I have no problem saying that. But he's so body strong. Like, I don't know if you guys have been following what he's been doing on Facebook, but he got up to like 220 pounds added weight to his body weight. So it was like a 370 pound pull up he was doing, and he was increasing his weight every day. Anyway, super, super strong. But anytime I've seen him pull and lose, it's always been with his hand and wrist. Like, he's got an arm, he's got a back, but his hand and wrist seem to be lacking behind everything else. So, I don't know. I don't know if in his case, I don't know if I'd be focusing so much on the general body strength anymore. I'd be really focusing on the hand and wrist.
Mm-hmm.
But, I don't know. Like I said, I've never met the guy. I've never pulled the guy, but every time that I've ever seen him get, run over, it's always been his hand and wrist first. It's never been just, straight up arm,
Ted, do you know any other 165s that might possibly be interested in going to Olympia?
Oh, I don't know. I know there's a I don't know how good he is for Olympia. He's got about the same experience as you. His name is Donnie Anderson. I'm not a huge fan, but he's got a really good style. He's really explosive, and he's really strong for his size. So I don't know if he'd be to Olympia or not, but he's definitely capable of putting some hurt on people. There's no doubt about that.
Was the implication earlier you were talking about, is he also rather loud?
Yes. Oh, he's very loud. He's the loudest guy in the room. It doesn't matter if he's competing or not. Yeah.
Well, have you ever been to a tournament with Steve Walker?
No.
Okay, because I don't think he's louder than Steve Walker.
I bet you he would take that as a challenge.
Would be as loud.
I bet you he would take that as a challenge.
Steve Walker is very loud, and we've said that he referees. We said he should have refereed the hearing impaired at the Worlds, so they would have heard him. But
yeah, Donnie's the same way. And again, I'm not on here to talk shit about Donnie. He's a great puller. There's no doubt about that. But I'm not a big fan of him. But he is, even when he's not competing, he's the loudest guy in the room. So I think him and Steve would make me put on earmuffs.
Yeah. Steve is very loud. Very loud.
Gentlemen, it is approaching 1:30 or
yeah.
Past. I am going to be calling it a night.
Yeah, I just realized that my wife had gone to bed too, so I probably should be getting off myself. But David, I appreciate this, and honestly, anytime you do want to chat, man, just let me know.
Yeah, well, we basically do this every Friday night. Now, next Friday, I'll be on. I will not. I'll be I'm going to be on my way to the Badger Drew's Granite Arms Christmas party. So I'll be coming to you from Windsor Locks, Connecticut, where I'll be staying for the night, rather than I'll drive all the way home 5 hours, but I'm not going to get up at 6 o'clock in the morning to be to New Hampshire by noon.
Right.
Whatever. So I'll go up the night.
If I do hop back on next weekend, next Friday, it will be from Vegas while I'm at Olympia. So
good luck to you, man. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
So yeah, David,
very glad to have you here. Like I say, when you said, come on sometime, well, no time like the present.
That is true. That is absolutely true. And I appreciate it. I do. I can't wait to pull you on in January, just to, practice, just have some fun. But
yeah, I'll be honest with you. If given the choice of a tournament or a 3-hour practice, I'll take a practice any of the week.
Me too. And I'm not I don't know if you've been following anything about me at all, but I'm not I don't like tournaments. I think they're too random. I don't think they tell you very much. I like super matches. I'm a big super match puller. That's all I've done. I had that one tournament in February. And then I've done nothing but super matches for the last 2 years. and now I'm going to do one tournament this year. Just because it's coming close to my 2 years. But I just don't like tournaments. I think they're too random. I think that, because I mean, if you draw two excellent dudes right off the bat, you're done, right?
Oh, yeah.
Or you're really close in strength. So let's say you're number 2 or number 1, right? And so it's like, Paul Walter and somebody else, right? And they know that they're really, really close. But this guy has hook wars all the way up, and this guy has flash pin top rolls the whole way. Well, he's winning. Doesn't matter if he was going to win. He's winning now, and tournaments do that. Whereas if you're super match, you're pulling against the dude that you are training for, and there is no lies there. You know what I mean? There's no what ifs. So
I have won some matches where, in all candor, the only reason I won them is because somebody had a massive draining pull their previous match.
Yeah.
And so they're not. No, and partially, I mean, quite frankly, I am not strong enough for super heavyweight, number one. And in masters, I'm pulling 5 years, and I'm pulling people into pulling 30 years.
Yeah, absolutely.
And as a consequence, my tournament record blows. On the other hand, and I've had, I guess this will be my 4th. I've had 3 normal super matches, best of 3, best of 5. And now this, of course, this thing, which came about, let's just say, largely because we were on a chat and somebody was kidding about, and Hunter said, "Oh, that'd be cool." And I've said all along, I mean, I suspect that Hunter is probably, I'll even go so far as to say probably stronger than I am. But if I can keep from being flashed,
right,
for a couple rounds, I think I can wear.
Yeah, so you're playing the long game. You're looking to put some damage into his arm, and then hopefully that pays off in the end. I get it. It's a viable strategy.
It's going to be fun anyway.
Yeah, absolutely.
The goofball Kotlo was trying to turn it into a 98 versus AWU event, and I said, "Bullshit, absolutely not. Bullshit. We are not. No, this is me and Hunter are going to have fun, and whatever. I mean, we both hope to win." But no, it's not, that it's going to be one of these, oh, gee, if Hunter beats you, that proves the superiority of AWU over 98. Horseshit. If we were going to have a championship for 98, there's about 500 people who could do a better job for 98.
I honestly believe, and I'm going to say this, I honestly believe the community in 98 is much less toxic than the community over in AWU.
I refer to it as a dumpster fire.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm under chat. And it's just even today, Robert Kelly put something up today about how what do you call it? He called it a cesspool. He said David A. Shell is right, it's a cesspool. I hadn't thought of cesspool, I thought dumpster fire.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was they just
it's a bunch of NA hating trolls that and then you have the all about steroids. And don't get me wrong, I get it. I understand the whole thing about steroids, but when you have
18-year-olds are using steroids, for God's sakes, let your body develop, for God's sakes, first. Holy shit.
And then but then you have the other side where everybody who beats you is on steroids. It's like, come on, you know what I mean? Like, just it's everything that's wrong with arm wrestling is in that chat. I'm not saying there aren't good people in that chat, because there are. Yeah, because there are. But everything that's wrong with arm wrestling is in that chat. Whereas in 98, I find a lot better content, a lot nicer people. So
I describe AWU. It's a WWE of arm wrestling.
Yeah.
So it is. It's the WWE of arm wrestling, and it's unfortunate. And we have really tried to, on numerous occasions, basically bury the hatchet. Hey, folks, because after all, if they're dealing largely with amateurs, they're not the same way we are. And we're not geographically competitors. They're basically, Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi centered. There's some people like, Hunter, folks from and there's a few from the Northeast too, but basically they're largely a South Central group, where we're largely Northeast, although we've spread out quite a bit, but that's where we hold our events.
Yeah.
Our events here, they hold their events there. So we're really not, in that sense, it could be a very cooperative arrangement, but they don't.
Yeah, but it should be the attitude for everybody should be, the high tide raises all ships, right?
Yeah.
So, or the rising tide raises all ships, whatever the old adage is. But I mean, we're all a community, and I know Hunter personally. His artwork is second to none. He does that all off his phone, by the way.
Yeah.
He does that all off his phone. My wife was amazed because she does graphic art as well, and she was like, "You do that off your phone?" So yeah,
he's very talented that way, and he is a good person.
He is. He's absolutely
a lot of them are not good people.
Yeah, he's absolutely a good person. I will vouch for that. He's a great guy. His brother's great. His father's great. I've met them all. They've all pulled here. As a matter of fact, I've got if you don't mind me plugging something real quick.
Oh, fine.
I've got well, you can't even see it, but it's hooked up to my pulley system right now in the back. It's called the Terrorist, spelt wrist. And Kurt, which is Hunter's brother, actually made that handle. And it's really for guys with larger hands. And it's like a wrist max, but for larger hands. And it puts all the weight on your fingertips. And my God, does it work your cup? And I love it. I absolutely love it. He has it on Amazon for like 30 something bucks. But yeah, he gave it to me to do a review, and I absolutely love the damn thing. I use it for my max lifts, my volume, everything. So yeah.
David Morris said, "Wait till James Reed sees they know you guys." They're not his favorites for very good reasons, insulting and so forth.
Yeah, but I can definitely vouch for Hunter though.
Yeah, somebody had commented earlier about it looked like they were commenting on the cable system in your background.
Oh yeah.
A while back, but
yeah, all it is an old cable off of a Total Gym. The pulley that came off a Total Gym, and I have an eye hook into my ceiling. And that's all it is. So I have a karate belt on the ground for the weights, and whatever handle I'm using, and I like to pull off the table for the angles. And then when I'm doing my Devin Larratt lifts, which is my my pronation with pulses and my rising with pulses, I do it off the floor with another belt, just like he does. So we were talking about how much he does. Like right now, my 3 pulse max is 80 pounds pronation. He was working out with 160. The man is insane.
Yeah, no, I'll tell you, I really have no real idea what mine is, because in all candor, I have tons of table time. I have as much table time as anybody, but I really don't do that much arm wrestling specific exercise. Wrist, I don't do nearly as much with the wrist other than on the table.
Right. And I was the same way. But I was doing so much volume that I noticed on practice days I was dead. And Nick, like I said, the team captain, I went to him and I said, "Look, man, what can I do?" So he wrote me a progressive overload workout plan. And it's a 4-week plan. And I'm actually starting my second block of the 4 weeks now. I just got done with my first block. And, I've seen gains all the way. I set baselines, and then I saw gains all the way through. And, there's a mix of volume in there with max effort days. And then I have accessory days, which is just like for bench pressing, tricep presses, balance days. Like I'm always doing this. So there's got to be some of this, right. Some back workouts, bicep workouts, etc. And leg day, of course. And I do cardio every night because, again, I'm trying to help the weight loss go along. Plus, I
assume you do know that really strength training does more.
Yeah, absolutely. It's mainly because it's honestly because it gets me sweating faster than the strength training does, which is weird, but it does. So I just do it to keep the blood flow going and all of that stuff. But yeah, so he's got me on a progressive overload. I've added some more volume to it, and with his blessing. But yeah, he wrote a great program. It was a good balance between max effort and volume. And I've been working it for 4 weeks now, and I've seen a lot of gains. So like, for instance, I started off with 65 pounds for my pronation. Fast forward, I went to 80, so my riser saw a huge jump too, from 50 to 62.5. So, that was a big deal. I've risen in all the numbers, so I'm happy now. The next set will really tell, have I gotten stronger, or was that actually my max when I was rested and ready to go, because
yeah, I really need to do more of that. And I know I do, but I just, and actually where there's a website called Hand Control Worldwide. It
Mhm.
was John Brown and Josh Justin Grant basically did it. It's really not a particularly active site anymore, but it's still up. And on the site, they have, the workouts specifically for arm wrestling, wrist and whatever. It's really almost overwhelming
Mm.
as to, it's really too much. You have to, pick and choose.
Yeah. And yeah.
Because it really is too much. But so I really don't do that. But what I have is not only do I have the stamina, but I don't get the soreness, and
Oh, you lucky man.
for whatever physiological reason, I don't blow up. I mean, like on the one side, I do not get the lactic buildup.
Wow.
On the other hand, I don't, get a pump either. I mean, because
You're so lucky.
yeah, so I don't get that. So seriously, I will go. This is my main recreation. I'll go 3 or 4 practices every week. And my all-time, in fact, John Brown that I just referred to, was talking a couple of years ago about how he was in New England at the time, and small states up there, he can hit Massachusetts one day, Connecticut the next, whatever. And he had I forget how many practices he had gone to in a row. And I said, oh hell, I can beat that. And so basically, what I did, I had in December of 2019, I had 11 practices in 10 days in 5 days. But and because people say, oh, you're getting stronger as the day goes on, which really, I mean, that doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
To a degree, we have decided that actually I am stronger an hour in than I'm at the beginning. It just takes, I don't know if it's older, because I don't know if it's the central nervous system takes longer to get going as an older person. I don't know.
It might be the same thing that Devin has. I don't know if you've heard him talk about it, but he has a weird blood condition where the lactic acid takes forever to build up in his muscles. And he said that there are other people like him, but there's just not that many. And it's one of those things. But for honestly, that's you're just so lucky. Like my brachialis kills me all the time. I mean, right now, if I even flex, it hurts. You know what I mean? Because of me doing a practice on Thursday. Well, today's Friday, so it was yesterday. And I did max effort cupping the day before. So, my brachialis is on fire right now. And I did volume today, but you just got to push through it, but I mean, that's what holds me back is my brachialis more than anything.
I'm lucky that I haven't gotten that. And frankly, if I did, I don't know that I'd be doing as much, pulling as, whatever, but I've just been,
it's nasty pain. It's nasty pain. And then it creates like a toothache all the way up into your head. It's because this is where it ties in. And this is where, I learned this in martial arts. This is the brachial plexus origin and brachial plexus tie-in. And that goes all the way down to your brachialis. And it's like the same nerve bundle, and it goes into your brachial radialis and all of that. Well, you get a pain here, it can shoot all the way down to your fingertips and shoot all the way up into your brain. It's ridiculous. It disconnects you from your pronation and back pressure. So like me yesterday trying to take on Dan, who's a shoulder roller, a shoulder presser, I couldn't low hand him because I didn't have the pronation and back pressure to take his hand at all. So then I was just getting, completely flashed, and there goes the brachialis again, getting flared.
I lose my hand, if I'm, I lose my arm is much better than my hand. But well, anyway, so yeah, I'll tell you what, like I say, it is pushing to 1:45. But yeah, I'm certainly looking for, well, of course, since if you come and rejoin us, we'll probably be seeing you on this.
I'd love to.
Whatever. But as far as in person, I'll what I'm going to do, I'm going to go down, going to come down Thursday, like halfway, rather than do the 8 hours in one lump. I'm going to go down halfway, and then on Friday, I'll get down there Friday. I have a friend in Winston-Salem, non-polar, that I'm going to visit on Friday, and of course the tournament's Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
And then rather than Sunday, rather than turn around and drive 7.5, 8 hours north, I'm going to head 3 hours south to Lexington to Donnie's thing, and then go up in 2 days. But because what the hell, when am I going to get back to you, the Carolinas, next? So it'd be good to see you there. And once we all get too tired to pull, we can find out if if you are sufficiently right wing, you could shock me. I don't, whatever. I don't think like I say, I hover between conservative and libertarian. I'm sure
Yeah.
you're more conservative than I am in some respects, but
Probably,
you know,
but I'm very
leave me
socially, I'm also very socially liberal in a lot of ways too. So,
so it's a case of, leave me alone. And this sort of thing as the French, like I say, I taught history in the French, and the French Revolution was, basically said anything that, in effect, I'm paraphrasing here, anything that doesn't hurt somebody else is legal. Basically.
that's good. That's actually perfect. But yeah, no, absolutely. So I'm definitely going to see you January probably 13th, because I'm going to be down at the venue on Friday to help out Nick's setup, and I'm going to be weighing in and all of that jazz. And then I think we're going out to dinner, and then I'll be there obviously pulling on the 14th, getting crushed because, like I said, some of the top super heavyweights are going to be there, but it is also going to be the first time that I'm pulling pro. So, I'm going to have some fun. If I can take the wrist of one of these super heavyweight, like awesome dudes, I'll be happy. That'll be a win for me. I don't expect to beat their arms. I know that I can't beat their arms, but if I can take their hands, I'll feel pretty good about it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just to the point that for me to pull super heavyweight pro would be ridiculous for me and for them. I mean, now if I was winning, yes, it's not like I'm playing trophy hog and hiding an amateur, because I'm not winning trophies.
Right.
Well,
I'm playing with the idea that I might go amateur with my left, because my left isn't, it isn't up to snuff with my right. And I really don't think that I can hang with pro on the left. So, my right is definitely my arm. So I'm going to try, because I believe that, and again, you're in a different situation, but I believe that, if you've been pulling for more than a year, or you've medaled in amateur, you should be pro, period. So, I haven't medaled in amateur, but I also don't pull tournaments, but I've been pulling for, 2 years. So I figured I'm going to go pro for this one and pull them. And again, I'll probably get destroyed, but whatever. My left, I'm still debating whether or not I'll go amateur or even pull at all with my left, but I'm going to be helping ref for most of the day anyway. So it'll just be when my name is called that I'll be going in, for the actual fight.
Okay, Carolyn, yes, and she just gave us $2 with MAGA. Yes, make arm wrestling great again, right? Whatever. So, okay, fine. Well, yes, good talking to you. So I'll tell you what, I think what I'll do, we'll get off of this, and since I was made host, I can actually, close it down and whatever, and we'll.
Hey man, you have a great night, and thank you all for hanging out. Thanks everybody in the chat, and I'll see you again, I'm sure.
Okay, fine.
Take it easy, bro. Bye.
Okay, bye-bye.